matchup. I'm seeing a Drifblim here.
We have a Drifblim making it all the way up to this stage. Oh my goodness, a Shadow Drifblim at that. I tell you what, I am a big enjoyer of Drifblim. With the Astonish, it does so much damage, and then it can debuff your opponent as well. It's a Pokemon that I really like to run in the Go Battle League.
Same, actually. I actually hit Legend with the Drifblim before as well in one of the earliest seasons of the Go Battle League when Astonish wasn't actually the move that he wanted to run on this Pokemon. So I like this Pokemon quite a lot now. I want to see on how well this Pokemon is going to be doing today here as well, because I mean, it already did quite well if it's that late into the tournament. But you have Icy Wind, you have Shadow Ball as potential charge move options, but also I haven't seen a Blastoise today.
No, at all. In general, this team seems quite outlandish to what we have been seeing quite a lot of. Diggersby is saying we've seen quite a bit of. We've seen a few Azumarills. We were mentioning Altaria just now, saying we saw a lot at the beginning of the season, not seeing it as much now. Tinkaton has not made it very far in the tour. We've seen a couple of them, and its Community Day move, Gigaton Hammer, we probably expected to do a lot better than it has done until this point, but we are still seeing them, and it still does absolutely pack a punch.
Honestly, the best thing about Gigaton Hammer is still the animation. It looks so cool. But also, do we see a Gigaton Hammer land against it Alolan Ninetales?
Oh,
I wonder how much damage this would
goodness.
do.
It would send Ninetales very, very far away, I think. A big bonk.
Definitely a big bonk. A very unique team here as well, because we have the Meloma together with the Alolan Ninetales. Haven't really seen Alolan Ninetales too much today. We have here Powder Snow, Weather Ball, the Community Day move, Chilling Water, which drops the opponent's attack guaranteed.
We were seeing a lot of Ninetales quite a while ago, Shadow Ninetales, when it was running Charm. Now, ever since Powder Snow has become a lot more prevalent, we're seeing a lot more of the non-Shadow variant used because it needs a little bit more of that bulk, and it gets to moves a lot quicker because of the fast charging.
And then also, yeah, again, with the faster charging, with the extra bulk, and with the Chilling Water, you're going to be able to adjust, even extend your bulk even more. You're going to be able to have more staying power on the field. And thanks to Chilling Water as well, you're going to be able to have coverage against Pokemon that usually you would struggle against a little bit more, like fire types, like those rock types.
Yeah, absolutely, and it has that that coverage that you would perhaps need in a Pokemon of this stature.
Yeah, the coverage that you want to have. And honestly, I hear a lot of players actually running it together with the Empoleon, and we see it here as a core again together as well. And it's going to be a Shadow Empoleon. That's kind of interesting. But I'm curious, are we going to see the Drifblim? Are we going to see the Drifblim?
Drifblim is looking pretty good into this team overall, except into one specific Pokemon. One specific Pokemon that we have seen in almost every team. Licky Licky. If it was to be brought, it would do consistent damage into near enough anything. However, Malamar would be able to hit it back very hard. That Licky Licky looks very, very difficult.
Yeah, but you also have the Ninetales with the Ice-type damage, and then we also have the Electric-type damage still from the Stunfisk coming through as well.
Yes.
I feel like the chances of seeing the Drifblim here
are very low.
Most likely very low. Unfortunate. But we still have a lot of other Pokemon we can think here as well about, because we have that Blastoise still. I'm curious on if Blastoise has a lot of potential there, because Blastoise actually shuts down the Ninetales completely.
And it's very interesting which moveset the Blastoise is running here. Skull Bash, the ability to buff up his own defense while doing just a very hefty amount of damage onto your opponent.
Yeah, Skull Bash is a very interesting move, especially in like those neutral matchups against all the other water-type Pokemon. You kind of need to have the move. Like against a Feraligatr, you kind of like you don't want to go for an Ice Beam, you don't go for a Hydro Pump, a Hydro Cannon actually. You want to go for the Skull Bash in order to boost yourself up, in order to do the neutral damage. And against Quagsire as well, it's kind of nice. I mean, at least they can go for Hydro Cannon there as well.
Yeah, we see a lot of the water ice types have a lot of water and ice coverage. To have that normal, it really does open the bracket as to what you can hit.
And also, we've seen quite a lot of different water-type starter Pokemon now already. We had Feraligatr, we had Empoleon, and now we're going to have another one with Blastoise. It's cool to see like a Generation 1 starter again as well. Charizard dominated actually competitive play for a tiny bit of time as well. We had Venusaur doing quite well as well, and now Blastoise is going to be back.
Absolutely, we've seen so many of the full evolutions of the partner starting Pokemon from loads of different generations, all running that same signature move, Hydro Cannon, which does so much damage. But it's interesting that it's not just the same Pokemon you're seeing over and over again, but lots of different Pokemon with different subtypings that can still deal with the same big damage.
You actually had all of the generation, at first 4 generation, the water type stars, all we've seen already on the stream today. We had Swampert, we had that Empoleon, we had the Feraligatr, now Blastoise is joining the club. There are so many star type Pokemon currently available. I would like to see some of the grass type star type Pokemon as well, or the fire type star Pokemon. Where's Typhlosion?
I know, we're not seeing as many of the fire types as we'd perhaps like to see. Fire types in general we're not seeing in the meta as much as we once did. Talonflame we see a little bit, but other than that we hardly see anything, and Pokemon like Aegislash are going unchecked. With the consistent fire damage, even with its shield form, it would still do a lot more damage.
It definitely would, and I do think that Typhlosion would be an interesting choice here, just with the coverage that you have. But we don't have fire-type Pokemon here, we don't even have fire-type coverage, even though Drifblim could have had fire-type coverage if you wanted to. It has Mystical Fire, but rather goes for the ice coverage as well as the Shadow Ball.
I think I prefer the ice-type, Icy Wind coverage as well. I feel like it hits a larger array of Pokemon under its wing.
I sometimes like to actually run Icy Wind together with a Mystical Fire, just because you already have a lot of ghost type damage with a fast move, and then you have the ultimate coverage. But of course, Shadow Ball I think is just going to be a bit more consistent.
Yeah, Shadow Ball.
Unless you go up against the Licky.
Absolutely, Shadow Ball does do generally a lot of damage, except we've seen a lot of caught Shadow Balls today.
Yeah, we have seen a lot. We have, you know, the Altaria against Empoleon. They usually like to pair together in a team, but no, they're going up against each other. And this is going to be a bit more of a neutral matchup, actually. We've seen it earlier, like Flamethrower does quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, Altaria, Empoleon, friends become rivals. We're seeing a pivot out here into Licky into Blastoise.
2 times rollout up against each other. We see the Shadow Ball coming through straight away. Do we see a shield? No shield immediately. And we're going to have some Hydro Cannons most likely fired back very, very soon.
Absolutely, roll out a 3-turn fast move that generates energy ever so quickly. And opting for the Skull Bash here. This will do a lot of damage, and this will also increase by 1 stage the defense of Blastoise.
This Skull Bash is going to allow you to take a Shadow Bomb. That's why Wolfpack is going to go for the Body Slam instead, because you're most likely going to be able to just go for 2 Body Slams now, which might be enough. But again, with a defense boost, it might just be a little bit too short. But in comes now the Hydro Cannon before, and the Hydro Cannon will be able to knock out that Licky.
Going for charge attack priority. This is a very, very good play from Sonya.
And now we have that Blastoise with only a few HP left, and in comes, of course, that Stunfisk. Stunfisk is going to be able to get some energy, but not before there's going to be another Hydro Cannon. You definitely want to shield this move up.
Absolutely, this would do a devastating amount of damage. Happy to give a shield here and perhaps farm it down the rest of the way.
And now it is going to be the full farm down of the Stunfisk. We have so much energy, but it's going to go up against the Altaria. But again, I feel like neither of them can really fight up against each other. Like, all the charge moves do a little bit of damage, but not that much either.
Absolutely, and we are seeing this Discharge land, a move that in itself just doesn't do that much damage, but it's a neutral here, the best move to throw in the situation.
Flamethrower coming through. Flamethrower is hitting just for a tiny bit here. And Drill Peck is now going to come out from that Empoleon. And again, a no shield here, trying to keep everything for that Azumarill. But Azumarill doesn't have a great matchup against the Empoleon.
Empoleon was holding on to that energy and was now a very good appropriate time to throw it. We are going to see in response a Flamethrower, but it is going to go shielded. This Flamethrower does a lot of damage.
This is going to be such an interesting endgame, because we have now 2 shields onto that Azumarill, but it isn't really up against any Pokemon it really wants to be up against. But this doesn't mean a lot, because Azumarill has so much bulk to it. It might just be able to hang on, but it's such a close endgame now.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it's a very, very bulky Pokemon. Still 2 shields being held. All we have to really do here is just try and negate as much attack as we possibly can.
And in comes now another Drill Peck getting shielded. You kind of have to, like, at the end of the Drill Peck doesn't need the same amount of damage as a Discharge does as well. We see them wait here as well with the Azumarill before they go for the charge move, guaranteeing that the player is actually landing against the Empoleon and not up against that Stunfisk. And now another Drill Peck is going to be reached. This is going to do a lot of damage, but we're not going to see another shield coming up.
We are going to see Shona let this one go, and just hanging in there, the Azumarill will now try and get to an Ice Beam.
The Ice Beam will maybe put him definitely low, but I don't think it's going to be enough yet at this point. And Discharge is going to get the final shield, but there's still the Altaria in the back as well.
Oh,
but Discharge is going to be reached again, and this means Azumarill is going to go down before it can fire off an Ice Beam.
Incredibly fine margins between these two Pokemon. It was very, very close. Was the Ice Beam going to get reached? Not quite. The Pokemon, Azumarill, just a little bit too slow to get to the energy.
Discharge is going to be able to finish up this battle now. Wolfpack is going to be able to win the first one against this Altaria with 1 HP in the sky, but the Discharge is going to bring it down.
Wolfpack brings the bird down from up high and ends up bringing it crashing down to the ground, taking this first game win.
What a game we just saw. I'm so excited for the second game coming up now as well, because we have, again, so much variety on each trainer side. There's basically next to no Pokemon that's... I don't think there is a Pokemon that's on both trainer side right now.
No, these are every single one of these Pokemon are unique in this battle. So there are a plethora of ways that all these Pokemon could be used in this battle.
We haven't really seen it that much today. While there was always like a lot of variety in the meta so far, which I really enjoy, because you always saw like Pokemon that you wouldn't really expect that much. I feel like this is like the first time now where really there's no similarities directly from the teams that they built, and that is going to be so interesting now for the upcoming battle. Are we gonna see that Ninetales? Are we gonna see maybe something like the Drifblim?
Absolutely, and these are some of the most entertaining battles to watch from our perspective, because you're not seeing the same mirror matchups playing against each other and just to see who wins charge attack priority, but we're seeing the thought process, the structure of these teams being built by these two trainers to try and counteract the other trainers' independent Pokemon.
I also do think it's a very interesting shout to go as your first partner Pokemon for the Blastoise instead of something like the Feraligatr, which we've seen more commonly here. Well, they do very similar things. You are going to have the fast move of Rollout, which is going to be doing neutral damage against the Licky compared to that Shadow Claw, which is doing resisted damage. Well, so Blastoise is quite a bit unique there.
Absolutely. Well, this is the last battle of the day. Will this be the last match of the day? We're going to find out here as these two players line up. Wolfpack up by 1. Is Sonia going to bring this one back?
I think Wolfpack might be very happy about this lead, having the ideal lead that you want to see, but now against Blastoise, you don't have the best answers. You have to go into your Stunfisk, and while you do super effective damage against them, they do super effective damage against you as well.
Absolutely. It's not a great situation, but it's not a bad situation. You're just doing a lot of devastating damage to each other.
It is quite a neutral matchup, but here as Wolfpack we have, and again, a Steel type in the Empoleon in the back as well. So like, you quite find no matter which Pokemon you go up against, it's kind of nice for him that he does not have to do this with the Stunfisk. He doesn't have to go up against that Altaria with the Stunfisk. Now, of course, there's going to be the Diggersby now lurking in the back still as well, which is going to be an interesting Pokemon for the late game.
Absolutely. Happy to give away a shield here. Just trying to see which player tries to win the swap here and get their preferential placement of their Pokemon onto their opponent.
Yeah, Wolfpack is going to use the shield in order to keep the alignment, but we see the stop-out straight away, and in comes that Diggersby, and Diggersby doesn't want to go up against the Ninetales either.
Ninetales is looking very good into the remainder of this team. The Chilling Water is going to immediately debuff his opponent, and I think Wolfpack realizes the value of this Pokemon now for the rest of this game.
Fire Punch is still going to do some super effective damage. It is not over yet. Fire Punch is coming through here. It's going to be debuffed, but still super effective damage, but it doesn't do that much. You can easily take another one.
It does not do that much damage, and now Wolfpack has a few options of what moves he can throw here.
Yeah, we have a few options here. Do you go for the cheaper Weather Ball, or do you try to debuff that Diggersby even further? I think at this point you can just go for the Weather Ball, because at the end of the day, you're not going to survive another Fire Punch here as that Ninetales. Ninetales would faint from that one. But now we have the shields coming up that you still have to get rid of from Shona there as well. You have the Weather Ball coming through. We see another shield now?
We will decide what Shona decides to do, and does give up the last remaining shield. This is a big Pokemon here for Wolfpack, and it looks like Wolfpack may give it up here, or you're going to see it in the end. No, still shielding it. Very, very low on HP.
Very
staying, hanging in there, Ninetales.
And now this is going to do a lot of damage, and this is the thing as well for Ninetales. It double resists the Dragon Breath from that Altaria. So for Altaria, while the Ninetales is low now, it's still going to take a bit in order to get rid of it. Maybe can even still reach another Weather Ball.
Oh,
let's take a look at this one.
Surely.
Sky Attack comes through.
just about reaching that Sky Attack before the Weather Ball was reached. I'll tell you what, that was a good decision from Wolfpack. The very, very negated Dragon Breaths there, not doing much damage at all.
And now we have that Shadow Empoleon reaching out for the Drill Peck. This is not going to be enough yet to take down that Altaria, but it's going to put into rage with a metal sound. Is just chunking away. Altaria is super low, but there's still going to be another discharge ready.
And that should be enough for Wolfpack to take away this game number 2. Shona puts down the phone, puts down the pen, and says, yep, that's me done. And Wolfpack takes away the win here. Well played by both these trainers, but it was so fun seeing that spicy Pokemon do so much work for him in that game.
We saw now both forms of Ninetales here today at the regional, but we haven't seen the Kanto Ninetales actually play on stream. We saw it on Team of the Israelis, and now we see the Alolan Ninetales, a completely different Pokemon, having the Ice and Fairy typing, having the Community Day move of Chilling Water available for you. It's such an interesting pick.
Absolutely, and overall, it's just so fun.
Against it and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road.
He goes on the ice base, resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Put your hands up.
Hey there. Welcome to the official live coverage of this weekend's regional championship. We are flying into the historical city of Utrecht, where we are going to have day 2 of our competitors battling out to become the champion here. My name is Martijn. You may know me as Inadequate, and I am joined here by my star crew, Landburger, Amanda, Jonke Semyon, and Jay the Underdog. Welcome in, guys. Amanda, how are you feeling? Are you ready to crack some corny jokes again today?
Oh, I mean, I wouldn't be me if I wouldn't get my eyes rolled at by my co-casters at least once per round.
Sammy, how are you feeling? Tell me how you're ready for this.
I'm feeling great, especially after day number 1. We saw so many unique teams, and we have actually 12 unique picks on all players' teams for this regional for day number 2. I'm excited to see on which of those unique picks are gonna come up top today.
Jay, tell me a little bit about that pin of yours. You like that Pokemon, right?
I am a big fan of this particular pin because it is my favorite Pokemon, and I love Pokemon.
And that's why we're here. Now, this is not the only regional championship that we have. We have many events in this season. Some of them we already had, and some are still to come.
Yeah, we still have so much to come. Of course, day number 2 today for Utrecht for the regional, but then we still have another European regional in Turin, and the NAIC is waiting in New Orleans, and of course, the World Championship in San Francisco to finish up the season.
All roads lead to the World Championships in August. Make sure that you don't miss that. But how do we qualify for that actually? That's what competitors are here for this weekend.
Yeah, they're going for the prestige, they're going for medals, but they're also wanting to get these championship points. So first place is going to get that direct qualification for Worlds alongside 350 points, but as you can see, it cascades down, so you can still collect a lot of those during the time. Europe needs 65 players. The top 65 players will be able to get that qualification for Worlds.
Many of these trainers have been gathering championship points all over the season, and they are here to do that this season as well. Jay, walk us through some of these top competitors.
We have some amazing players and names that we see quite often throughout the circuit, and some are still in here today. Pato Man is still in, and he's doing so well. He's already got a direct invite to Worlds. You can already see the ones with an invite next to their name have already got the direct invite prior to today.
And the top 8 can actually also compete for that esteemed travel award pricing, which is an extra added bonus to, fund your travel a little bit when Europeans are going all the way to San Francisco.
So as you can see, this is a nice chunk of change if you are out of region, which a lot of the Europeans would be for at least, for the world competition. And as you can see, in-region price is still quite large. Even if you don't get the prize money, there is still priority registration, which is a big deal for a lot of the trainers.
So this is what competitors have been competing for all season. However, what do you actually win today, this weekend at this championship? Because there's also prizes to be won for the competitors you are going to see today. There's cash, there is just booster packs and championship points.
Yeah, here we have the prizes, what the players are playing for today as well. For the first place here, we're going to have $2,500, as well as the 108 booster packs. The booster packs, especially currently, are very exciting. I would definitely want to open them all.
I can see that. I've seen you opening those packs with excitement before, and I think many of these competitors will here as well. Now, what matches are we actually going to be looking for today? You're here at the right place, because let's take a look at the schedule. We have the winner side of the bracket first, and after that we will be moving on to the loser side of the bracket.
So Pato Man and also a lot of these trainers have already got their qualifications, as we saw on that leaderboard, but who wants to stop there when you can become the king of Utrecht as well? People on the winner's side of the bracket have not lost yet in this double elimination tournament, and they will be playing against the people on that loser side.
Well, as you can see, there's not a lot of players left, but they all are going to be playing here today. So if you're watching at home, you can maybe pick a favorite and you'll be able to watch all of their games.
Now, we also made our predictions and which Pokemon that they are likely to use. Some of these competitors have very specific Pokemon that they brought to this tournament.
I can't wait to see the Hawlucha again. I was talking even before I was knowing that there wasn't a Hawlucha on the broadcast already about this Pokemon, and I think it's a fantastic pick right now. Can't wait to see on how far Kazim can go with this Pokemon.
Well, just like, Jay says that Dartrix is his favorite Pokemon, Sableye is mine. Sableye recently got Drain Punch as one of its charge attacks, and it's been doing quite well in this tournament. Nezabethan has been taking it far.
And as you can see, Z's Wireless is incredibly shocked to see that I've picked him here, and Dartrix, my favorite Pokemon, making it to day 2. It's never been a more appropriate time to be excited.
And my pick here, Shadow Altaria, I think is an absolute staple, and in the hands of a trainer like Batman can probably go very far. Now, if you want to make sure that you don't miss out on all this action and follow along with the story here, make sure that you visit Pokemon.com/broadcast and you can see who's casting, when is the next championship, not just this one, perhaps in North America or other places in Europe. You don't want to miss out, and if you want to look back at anything you have missed on, follow all the channels on YouTube and on Twitch. Use #PlayPokemon on X and we might just feature you on the broadcast. Now, my fellow casters, I think we are ready to get into the action. I know you want to get into the action, so we'll be right back in a minute. Stay tuned for our first match, which is going to be Pokémon versus Anikor.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon GO matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners' finals, losers' finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6 Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokémon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokémon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Hi, 2 commentators here who like Pokemon. We are ready soon to get that action to you. Hey, yeah, it's gonna be a great weekend. We have, I believe, 12 competitors remaining, 8 on the winner's side of the bracket, 4 on the loser's side of the bracket, and some of the best of Europe, maybe even in the world. I mean, Pokémon, second place in the world, are gonna be here. How are you feeling, Jake? Tell me!
I'm feeling elated. I'm very excited with all the games yet to play. And as I was saying before, it's never been a better time to even watch the stream. There's not many players left, and all the games, I believe, are being shown. So if you might enjoy someone's playstyle, you'll get to see the rest of their games as long as they're in the tournament. And I just love that. I love being able to watch someone's progression.
We've seen so many unique Pokemon yesterday. Some of those are going to be here as well. We saw Shadow Altaria, but also a lot of Aegislash. A Pokemon that has been successful in Prague, but also Los Angeles the week after. Now, the next week we are here. I believe there are 2 or 3 Aegislash again on that winner's side of the bracket. This is what the most used Pokemon were on day 1.
Absolutely, and as we were taking note of, we did see quite a few of those Tinkaton in the earlier rounds, but they seem to have diminished as the rounds went on. We didn't really see many of them towards the end, but we did see towards the end these trusted 3. We saw a lot of the Licky Licky, we saw a lot of the Shadow Quagsire, and we also saw a lot of the Togekiss, which is a little bit further down, but we saw so much of that towards the end.
Yeah, towards your point, Tinkaton decreasing in usage. Let's take a look at the day 2 usage here, because Tinkaton actually is not on there at all. It is the Steel-type Pokemon Empoleon that actually has a huge surge of usage here on day 2. The European competitors stay strong with this Emperor, and yeah, it makes sense, right? If you look at Pokemon like Bug-Bite Fortress and Licky Licky, it kind of has a decent play into those.
Yeah, when it comes to these Steel-type Pokemon, you can really see this Empoleon stealing the show here, as it has the good usage. I was thinking of that for a little while. And we have Empoleon towards the top. And I don't really remember seeing it all that much. It was a bit of an unsung hero towards the end of those battles yesterday, but the proof is in the pudding, and we can see a lot of them in use here.
I mean, look, even if they were just bench warmer, they're still part of the team, right? Like, even bench pressure could be something. Maybe now, when you see that Empoleon, even when it's not coming out, maybe that makes you hesitant to bring your Alolan Ninetales or your Licky Licky, because Empoleon could really hard punish those kind of Pokemon.
Absolutely. We saw multiple teams with lots of water types, like multiple water types. We saw some with up to three in one team. Half your Pokemon, all water. They all had different subtypings, so they were weak to different Pokemon, but we saw there just seems to be an overwhelming amount of water types.
It's just such a strong typing where water only is weak to grass and electric. Everything that comes with it is either has added resistances or added strengths. If you think of ice, for example, adds 4 weaknesses, does have 1 resistance. But then you have steel, like Empoleon. I can't even name out the top of my head how many resistances it is, but I know it's double digits. So, like, it's that many. You can just think of that. And there's just not really a lot of grass-type Pokemon. Like, we've seen this guy, Dartrix, a couple times, but it's not exactly in top usage either.
No, it's not in the top meta, but I'm so happy to see one make it into day 2. What we really saw a lot of yesterday, and what we're expecting to see a lot more of today, is this is really core meta, maybe 3 or 4 Pokemon of the core meta, and a couple of outliers, a little bit of spice just outside of the meta to try and fight back at these really hard-hitting meta Pokemon at this moment in time.
One of the Pokemon that kind of deals with those is that Empoleon. If you take a look at the key wins and the key losses here, Florge is not a Pokemon we see a lot anymore, but you can almost put any other Fairy-type Pokemon in here, such as Azumarill is a decent win for Empoleon. Togekiss is dependent on who wins the Charge Attack Purity tie, so which Pokemon has a higher attack in their appraisal, and also Tinkaton is a decent matchup for Empoleon. The one Pokemon you really want to avoid, Jellicent. That is not a place that Empoleon wants to be in.
Well, do you know what is avoiding this tournament, really?
It's
Jellicent. We've not really seen many Jellicents at all, so it's leaving this Empoleon to just have absolute free reign over the entire tournament.
It all makes sense suddenly. It all makes sense why we see so many Empoleon. Now, the Quagsire we see mostly have Mud Bomb though, and I believe the 2 here also have Mud Bomb. Just a double check here. Yes, they do have Mud Bomb and Aqua Tail. So no Stone Edge on either Shadow Quagsire here. And there is that Empoleon on the side of Anikor. Now, you talked about those outliers, the Pokemon that are considered spicy or just not used as frequently. Anikor has Mandibuzz with Foul Play and Shadow Ball. He dropped Aerial Ace because it is one of the most efficient charge attacks, that Shadow Ball.
But he's not just got Mandibuzz, he's also got Medicham as a blast from the past here. Pokemon that we saw a few years ago, really heavy in the meta, kind of phased out almost completely, but all of a sudden, they seem to be back.
It seems like every Pokemon in this accent doesn't believe in anymore. Seems to be pretty good. Like first Medicham, now Aegislash. Those Pokemon are kind of succeeding here. We saw Anikor play yesterday. He brought Medicham every game on the broadcast, and his opponent counted Medicham 3 times, and yet he still won 2 out of 3 games. Anikor, it might be a little bit of an underdog here, but do not underestimate him. He's very much capable of taking down an opponent like Patoman.
Never underestimate an underdog. We're looking at him, and he's got that Ice Punch, and I remember him even saying in his interview, he was shocked about how this non-same type attack boosted move did even into a neutral Pokemon.
Take a look at Patoman's team here. He also has 2 pretty unique picks. Even though Altaria used to be very meta, it's kind of not that common anymore now. And in Shadow variants can take on Pokemon like Empoleon even better. But the Pokemon that really stands out, Shadow, Galarian, Weezing. We don't see this Pokemon as commonly at all. But fun fact, this Pokemon was 2nd place last week at the Los Angeles Regional Championship when Elite used it. So maybe Patoman took notes from that and he was like, this could be a funny core breaker. Maybe I can, you know, win another tournament.
As we can see here, Patoman is a very well-esteemed trainer with many accolades under his belt. EUIC champion twice, world's finalist, LAIC finalist. It's going to take a lot to be able to surmount a player of this stature.
You know, you saw 4 trophies that he won there. He actually won 5 in a row even. So yeah, that's a lot of accolades. Anikor, of course, no stranger to success as well. Maybe not to that level of Patoman, but like I said, don't underestimate him. Anikor can be someone who really brings a surprise out of there and can just overtake this whole match. We saw yesterday, right? We saw him yesterday play his way out of impossible positions.
And with these trainers, they've had all night to have a look at all of the opponent's teams. We've got all the time to plan. What am I going to bring? What do I expect they are going to bring? And they will already have a plan at this moment as to what they believe is their best chance to progress in this tournament.
I think something that competitors for day 2 do is actually look at what their opponents played the previous day. We saw a lot of that Mandibuzz from Anikor. Patoman does have 2 Fairy-type Pokemon on his team. You can actually almost play these both because it is Bug Bite Fortress. And Bug Bite Fortress, this Shadow Galarian Weezing, double resists Bug. So it actually doesn't even have the worst play. Now, it doesn't have the charge stack overheats, so it doesn't have that super effective charge stack for Fortress, but you might actually have decent play still here. We have a lock-in. We're getting ready for the first game today. Here we go. Patoman on your left, Anikor on your right. It is the Azumarill into the Mandibuzz. This is a great lead for Patoman.
Yeah, as you were predicting, he was bringing that Mandibuzz again, as he brought so many times yesterday, and Patoman has read that. We're seeing an instant pivot into Licky Licky.
This is a kind of devious composition from Pokémon here. We just double hard counters this Mandibuzz, even though I kind of question the matchup of a Galarian Weezing into that Mandibuzz because of the bulk difference. But yes, Pokémon brought 2 Fairy-type Pokemon. All Pokémon kind of needs to do here is just keep alignment. In fact, he's not even weak to this Mandibuzz.
I am looking in the back lines here, and if Anacor does manage to get that Empoleon into the Galarian Weezing, it could be able to be overturned.
Yeah, but I don't think that Pokémon is going to let Switch go here. Let's take a look here. Shadow Ball is coming through again. Do we see Pokémon use a Protect Shield? He is waiting and contemplating how he wants to play this. No, not just yet, but the next player off should knock out this Licky. And how do you play the rest of that? Guy, does Aniko want to play for Switch here?
This Azumarill is a very tanky Pokemon, able to take lots of hits. Oh my goodness, it was enough to knock out.
This is a juicy farm down for that Empoleon though. Anikor is thinking, what is he going to bring in here? If you reveal your Galarian Weezing, that would really set up Anikor for success. But looks like Pokémon is going to stay in. He wants to play for Switch advantage. The energy from his Empoleon could be incredibly dangerous in the back though.
This is a juicy farm, and take into account this is not a Shadow Empoleon, so it's able to tank this move a little bit more, and it's able to get even more farm from this Azumarill.
Now Drill Peck doesn't have the same type of attack bonus, so it's not going to threaten Shadow Altaria as much, but Shadow Dragon Breath is also resisted by Empoleon. It's going to chunk over time, however, it might take a while before you actually get slow. Pokémon needs to get rid of this Empoleon here.
One thing about these Dragon Breaths though, it does get to moves incredibly quickly, and we are seeing a swap.
And now Galarian Weezing enters the field. It doesn't have any Fairy-type charge attacks like Azumarill does, but Fairy Wind is super effective, and the fast attack Snarl from Mandibuzz is resisted. So it's going to take Mandibuzz some time to output reasonable damage here, but you can see that Shadow Ball, as one of the most efficient charge attacks in the game, actually chunks here.
And we're seeing these 2 Pokemon that you would believe the Fairy type into the Dark typing would be a fantastic situation for Passo Man, but it isn't really doing as much damage as you would expect.
Sludge is a very efficient charge attack here, but you can see that Mandibuzz can just hang on to 2. Anikor trusts in his Mandibuzz to just win this zero shield scenario where both trainers don't use any protect shields. He could even do another Snarl if he wanted, but no, retaining some of that health here. I don't think Pokémon is going to use a protect. Oh, he is actually going to use a protect shield here, but I think that Empoleon has quite some energy loaded here. And it comes in. There was the switch attempt there, and I think Anikor expected this, so he didn't even throw the charge attack just yet.
Very quick thinking from both of these trainers to swap and then instantly swap again, throwing the correct move into the Altaria.
Wait. This might actually be looking quite good for Anikor. I think that Pokémon is looking to get a lot of fast attack pressure in here, but the metal sounds are adding up. Pokémon needs to decide where are you going to use a Protect Shield, because your Fairy Winds are not adding up from the Galarian Weezing.
Using a Protect Shield here on an incredibly low HP Pokemon, but it has so much energy. Is this going to be the right decision? Oh!
Pokémon's trying to get the fast attack down, but Empoleon Steel typing comes in clutch here. Hydro Cannon is loaded. Anikor, from the depths of despair, he led his Mandibuzz into an Azumarill with a Galarian Weezing in the back, and he still manages to win the first game.
It was not looking good for Anacor, but he manages to overturn the situation and win the first game. What do these trainers do from here, Martijn? There's a lot to think about. For Passo Man, he was in a good position. He may not be in a good position the next game. Do you think Passo Man will be able to overcome this?
When I saw the line from Anikor, I was like, this is over from the start already. Like, where are you going to put Mandibuzz? But yeah, Batman kind of needs to think of how he's going to come back from pretty much the most favorable line he could have into whatever Anikor brought. Maybe, Jay, we underestimated this Mandibuzz. Like, none of us picked Mandibuzz, I think, on our caster picks, but maybe we should have.
Well, I've heard Mandibuzz referred to in the past as the Bastiodon of the skies. It's an incredibly tanky Pokemon, and it can absolutely take a battering, I'll tell you that.
Are you a fan of Bastiodon? I am.
I am absolutely not a fan of Bastiodon.
Because it beats Dartrix.
Yes.
Very unfortunate. Yeah, Bastiodon is not a Pokemon we see a lot unless Caleb Pang is on the field. Anikor is 1-0 up in this match. Batman has to adapt. He is the world's finalist and he's known to make those reverse sweeps. We've seen him do that over and over at regional championships, but also international championships. Batman has 2 games to come back here. Or is Anikor going to take that second game and push Batman to the loose side of the bracket?
I like what Anacor did with his team in that first game. He had 2 incredibly tanky Pokemon in the back, and he led with Empoleon, which does a lot of damage, and it is, in its own respect, relatively tanky. So you're able to do all that damage, you're able to input your shields on your squishiest Pokemon, and you're still able to have that safety in the back of the two very tanky Pokemon.
Actually, that Empoleon was in the back, but it may look like it was in the lead because it was getting so much energy on it. Azumarill, it was just staying in there for a little bit, and then that energy went everywhere. Here we go. Game number 2. We have Patman on your left, Anikor on your right. We have the Shadow Quagsire against Medicham. This is a pretty neutral matchup for both trainers. Shadow Quagsire does get quicker to its charge stacks, but the charge stacks from Medicham hit much harder. I wouldn't be surprised if Patman is going to make a catch attempt at some point. Anikor goes for the Dynamic Punch immediately. This will deal a lot of damage to Quagsire.
Dynamic Punch is going to land here, and viewers at home, I will let you know that we are in 2026. We are seeing this Pokemon rise again, and it is doing very well. A good catch!
The catch from Anikor, though, not exactly what I expected, and maybe something Patman doesn't mind exactly, because Patman might now be thinking, okay, nice catch, bro. Now I'll put my Azumarill later on your Medicham, which will entirely wall it. Patman is staying into this matchup because this Licky doesn't really have a lot of fast attack pressure. Rollout is resisted.
I don't mind the catch here, though, to be able to catch one of these moves, which is neutral, into your lead as well, Medicham. Oh, but a swap here! It's not going to be put where you thought it would.
Another catch, this time on Azumarill. Body Slam, even though it has the same type attack bonus of Licky in the normal typing, would do less than a Shadow Ball. So this is kind of an efficient catch here from Patman. I don't think... Can you get to 2 charge stacks here? Looks like Anikor is going for the Shadow Ball anyway, but I think maybe you could have gone to 2 Body Slam here.
Even though it's not same type attack bonus, the Shadow Ball will do a decent amount of chip damage as the swap comes in to Empoleon.
Revealing Azumarill so early here does allow Anikor to now land that Empoleon in the matchup where it wants to be. This player is resisted. Now, do keep in mind that Empoleon isn't as bulky as the likes of Azumarill, so we see Anikor farm up a lot more. He needs more metal sound damage before actually being able to knock this out with a drill pack, and he's keeping all the shields for Altaria. That's actually for Medicham, which is a problem for Altaria because when 2 shields are up, Medicham could actually win there. And I love this play from Patman because you know drill pack does less. You don't need to shield here.
Absolutely not. Saving a shield perhaps for an Ice Punch, which we know does a decent amount of damage. I say a decent, it does an extraordinary amount of damage.
You don't want to... Oh man, he's going for 2 attacks here, but one more Dragon Breath might knock out. If the Dragon Breath has a priority here, then Anikor will not be able to launch his charge attack. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a switch here. Yes, he does switch out, and Patman knows there's energy on the Medicham. He cannot use a Protect Shield there because Ice Punch would do way more.
This is incredibly close, and we're seeing a shield come up from Anikor. He has still got both of his shields.
And let's see, Psychoth has been buffed this season, does a little bit more damage. Can Altaria get to another charge attack, or does Medicham get the Sky Attack? Yes, this Altaria gets the Sky Attack. Medicham has to use a Protect Shield now for this charge attack, but you have so much energy for this Quagsire now, and there's still a little bit of Azumarill, which can hang on to some charge attacks here. Go for charge attack pretty tight, but Patman doesn't fall for it.
Ice Punch coming in first, and it will be enough at this stage to knock out. There is so much energy on this Medicham. Is it going to be enough to be able to take out the rest of the team?
This will get really close. Mud Bomb is going to put Medicham into the red. Azumarill is still into the yellow. Keep in mind that Anikor has a drill pack loaded in the back. I think as Patman, do you use a Protect Shield here or for your Azumarill? Patman might be in a pretty okay spot here. He's using a Protect Shield on his Shadow Quagsire. Now swapping into Azumarill. Kind of a cheeky play here, I think, because now I think Anikor kind of wants to switch, but he cannot switch. If Anikor switches here, Quagsire gets a farm down and Anikor loses. So he cannot basically swap into Empoleon. Can he get the Psych Cut down here or a rollout down? This gets really close.
Pretty close. They both go down at the same time.
He has to move on Empoleon! Right? Anikor! I think maybe he's not knowing. Here comes the Hydro! Whoa. Anikor, he did it in the first match of the game. This was insane. I'm flabbergasted. Anikor might be as well getting that Hydro Cannon. He wasn't sure, I think, at the very end if he had that charge stack loaded to take down Patman. What an insane match, and so well played, not falling into that final trap of Patman to swap out. Anikor recognized the win condition. He had to stay in. It's so appealing to swap in Empoleon and knock out Azumarill, but that would have been the lose condition.
Martine, I was almost too stunned to speak.
We both were.
In those end moments there, but it is our job to speak, so we must continue. To watch that was crazy. It was truly a David versus Goliath situation. Anikor has really done well to win that game.
If he keeps playing like this, now again, this is early, very early to say, But Anikor has a very good chance at getting very far. I mean, he's in the top 8 now, so that is a goal of many competitors, especially in such a stacked tournament. So yeah, big congratulations to Anikor. Patoman moves to the losers bracket. He'll be facing off against Kokshak.
One thing I know about Pato, man, he may be down, but he is certainly not out. He is a fantastic player, and this defeat will only make him stronger going on.
I mean, literally, because at EYC, he dropped down early and made an insane losers bracket run. I remember in Frankfurt, he dropped quite early, made an insane losers bracket run. Like, Patoman, he is not the kind of trainer you count out even after this very early loss on day 2.
Absolutely, you can never count out Pato, man. But Anikor, you cannot take away. There was a catch at this stage in the game, and at the time we were thinking, oh, maybe Pato Man will have the better situation here to have that Pokemon in the back, to have that Azumarill that he can then align onto the Medicham. But he didn't do that. He then brought it into that situation, and I think that might have been the reason why it didn't go his way.
And such a good prediction play by Patoman here, by the way, because I think he was thinking that Mandibuzz looked so strong in Game 1, yet he brought Shadow Quagsire in Game 2. He was still like, nah, I don't think that Mandibuzz is coming back. And he just makes that prediction. Even though Mandibuzz dominated Game 1, he still made that correct prediction there. And yeah, then Anikor had the Medicham instead. And Medicham, dude, it's so good. How?
I'm quite shocked that a Pokemon... Everyone overlooks it. Everyone overlooks Medicham.
I'm not a believer.
I'm not a believer. Maybe I am going forward. I don't know. I'm quite easily influenced, ladies and gentlemen. After watching that, I think that this Pokemon might have what it takes.
It might actually do very well here. I mean, I use Poliwrath myself at Prague with counter as the fast tag. It's also a fighting type Pokemon. Fighting types are just going to be really good in this meta in general, when Licky is one of the best Pokemon in the meta. And one of our next matches is actually going to feature another fighting type Pokemon. Do you remember which one?
Is this the Hawlucha?
Well, this one is Medicham, but yes, it also has those fighting type attacks as well. Yes, Hawlucha is going to be our next match, but here you see that Medicham Spotlight, the key wins, Diggersby, but also Licky, of course. I mean, Licky does have access to Shadow Ball, so that's why we opted for that Diggersby here, because it's a little bit of a more solid matchup. Galarian Corsola, if you are Medicham into Galarian Corsola, you have to run. Like run quick, far.
Absolutely, but one thing that I love about these players bringing in something like this, as you still do see Corsola in the meta as it stands, it is kind of, it's not very, very well used. It's not incredibly prevalent in the meta. So I feel like it is safe to bring in this Medicham. You never know how the meta's going to go. You never know what your opponents are going to bring. But to make that prediction overall in a tournament, I think is very clever.
I mean, you have to think in cores, right? Like, previously Medicham Lickitung core was really good, like 2 or 3 seasons ago. Now it's Medicham plus Licky. And Licky is the kind of Pokemon that is really good into Galarian Corsola. But these trainers both don't have one, actually. They have Wigglytuff as their normal type. Hey, there it is! It's Jellicent!
Oh my goodness, I was just speaking it out of existence and just...
I think Jellicent heard you and took it personally.
Jellicent said, no, I'm here to stay, as Sir Corey has picked this Pokemon, and it's done ever so well for him to get this far so far.
Sir Corey took out one of his teammates and friends, Colin 6, yesterday in convincing fashion. One of the best trainers in Europe. Sir Corey had no issue with him. So Kazim, even though Kazim does have some better numbers going for him in achievements, he should be very wary of Sir Corey's superpower to just randomly take out the best players in the world. And this is also a pretty unique team. We see Celio, Hawlucha, Shadow Sableye, Aegislash. These are all kind of considered off meta.
They're all slightly off. They're all slightly off meta.
Well, Lucha is definitely spicy.
Oh, absolutely. Let's not go that way. Slightly, maybe a bit of an exaggeration when it comes to Hawlucha. I was talking yesterday with Amanda. Have you ever seen a Hawlucha used in one of these tournaments before, Martine?
I cannot remember. Maybe somewhere in the West Coast in North America, but at the time it had Poison Jab, which was not the same type of attack bonus and didn't charge as quickly as Low Kick now does. So I'm really interested if we can see more of this Pokemon. Yesterday we saw Hawlucha for a little bit, but it was just like in a match that was kind of already won, so Hawlucha didn't need to do much anymore.
Absolutely, and not just that on his team, but we also saw a Pokemon that really kind of shone yesterday, that perhaps we weren't really expecting. That Shadow Sableye with the fighting type move, Drain Punch, which you didn't believe existed.
It's not real.
You don't think it's real, but it's there. I'll tell you right there. I'll tell you right now, it is there. Because I'm seeing it. I'm looking at it on my screen right now.
One of the trainers, well, I don't see the moveset here, by the way, but one of the trains has locked in already, Sir Corey. Looks like Kazim is thinking it a little bit through more. If we see a Pokemon like Aegislash, expect Kazim to try and get those shields down, because this Pokemon does not do that great when all shields are up.
Absolutely. But what do you think the choice for Wigglytuff? Well, forget it. Forget what I'm talking about. Let's start the game. Fortress into Quagsire.
This is a Fortress with Bug Bite. It actually has a quite neutral matchup, and I think that Sir Corey is quite happy to see this here because he has Talonflame in the back. He has Talonflame in the back, and Kazim has Wigglytuff and Aegislash in the back. I think Kazim needs to get out at some point.
Kazim may not know the impending doom that is in the back for him, but Kazim may have a plan. At the end of the day, both these trainers have seen what they're up against today, and they will try their utmost best.
I think Kazim has to get out. He has to preserve the Shadow Quagsire, the regular Quagsire, because there is that Talonflame lurking in the back. And even though Talonflame doesn't have the Charge Tech Flame Charge, it still has a good matchup into Aegislash as long as two shields are still in play. Kazim has to get those shields down.
This Quagsire is incredibly spammy, and it will manage to reach the Aqua Tail before Corey, but Corey decides to shield this very low HP Pokemon.
And that is actually exactly what Kazim is looking for, because now he has more play into Talonflame. If Sir Corey did not use any Protect Shields here, that Talonflame would have been a huge problem. Can you actually get a charge down here?
I'm not entirely sure. I'm looking at this.
He's gonna do it. You never see this, because Charge always deals 1 damage exactly, but this Fortress hardly has any HP.
It's going to be very, very close. We're seeing the Santu, and it is dealing damage very slowly. You might see another Santu.
Very, very slowly. Kazim is still holding onto those shields. This double debuff will actually help very much. Kazim has to time his Charge Tech perfectly into this Talonflame, because if you take an Incinerate on the Blade form, this Aegislash might evaporate immediately, swapping into the Wigglytuff, but that's not exactly a great matchup either. Sir Corey now sees the final Pokemon. I think he has to make a decision. What do I do with my Wigglytuff? You cannot have it aligned to the Aegislash.
Absolutely, he may have to switch out very soon, but he is also seeing the extreme value here in this Talonflame and how good it will be for the rest of the game. Is he going to stay in, or is he going to swap out? Surely you have to swap out at this stage.
I actually didn't mind Sir Corey staying into that matchup, because Aegislash will not deal any fast attack pressure. It only deals charge attack pressure. And for that reason, you can actually get quite low on the Talonflame.
It's going to be very close here. We are seeing the Swift land on the Wigglytuff.
The Wigglytuff, yes.
But the other Wigglytuff is able to shake that one off.
Let's take a look here. Swift's coming through. And now, do you stay in as Kazim? The timer is up. Going for the Swift. Is Kazim going for another charge down? I'm not sure if you can do that on Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff has a lot of HP. I don't think you can charge this down.
We're going to see if he attempts to go for the charge down. He is shaking his head ever so slightly.
There's no way!
It's going to... I don't think it's possible. The Icy Wind will go through and lower the attack stat.
This is so awkward. You cannot use an attack here as Kazim. Maybe you're thinking, why doesn't he just knock out the Wigglytuff? If he does that, he changes into Blade form. So this Wigglytuff, it says it like infinite health. But now you're going to take... He's going for the Shadow Ball. You can't do this. You now let an Incinerate from Blade form. And I think one Incinerate might just be enough to knock out this Blade form.
We're going to see as the Blade form does come out now. This Pokemon is going to be incredibly weak. Kazim is looking into the sky, maybe hoping that this Incinerate won't do as much damage as he is expecting.
Definitely knocks out. Goodbye. Yeah, this is kind of very iffy about Aegislash and exposes its flaw immediately. You don't have any fast attack pressure. You thought that Wigglytuff is low. Maybe I can deal with it. But you can't.
Aegislash is a very, very cool Pokemon, but you have to set it up the right way. To be able to put it back into its shield form, you need to hold a shield, but to be able to do that, your opponent has to throw a move.
I think perhaps if Kazim didn't hold on to his energy before and threw a Charge Tech into Talonflame, maybe then he could have pulled a shield early on, and then maybe later against a Wigglytuff you can stack 2 Charge Attacks. Perhaps that could have been a win condition. I mean, that's easy to say as Captain Hindsight, but, you know, maybe that's something you could do with Aegislash. Like, the strength of it right now is that you can stack 2 Shadow Balls. You couldn't do that previously. Now with the Shadow Ball buff this season, you can do this, and you don't have to be as prone in the Blade form.
Well, one drawback of that is while it's in its shield form, it takes longer and longer to get to that energy. It's a much slower charging move.
Let's take a look at how these trainers are going to adapt. They're still thinking. Sir Corey is 1-0 up against one of the best trainers in Europe. Again, he did this to Colin 6 yesterday. Colin 6 was 2-0'd by Sir Corey and his signature Pokemon Cradily. How does Sir Corey adapt this time?
We didn't see the Cradily used in that first game, and we know it's his favorite Pokemon. Will he rely on it to try and secure the win for him here?
I mean, you look at these lines, even that Quagsire is not that bad for Talonflame because it doesn't have Stone Edge, and an Aqua Tail is not enough to knock out this Fire and Flying type. It only outpaces it, so once Talonflame is like up a shield or up in energy, it actually can hang on quite well with with regular Quagsire. Sorry, I'm so used to Shadow Quagsire. Celio takes neutral damage from fire, so while it does have Super Effective Surf, which will add up enough with the Powder Snow, if a Brave Bird lands with some Incinerates, Talonflame just sweeps it. So I'm not surprised that we see Talonflame, and I'm expecting to see it again.
Well, these two players have had plenty of time to think about what each other are going to bring.
Here we go.
Is it going to change here? We're going to see the first situation. Oh, Wigglytuff into Shadow Sableye. You can see the grin on Kazim's face. It's not a good situation for him.
Someone call... but not for Sir Corey. Here comes the Jellicent. I do think that 2 Mud Bomb from regular Quagsire will not be enough with the Mud Shot against this Jellicent. Let's take a look. Mud Bomb is a neutral charge attack here, but it doesn't do as much. I think the play here, and it looks like Sir Corey knows that, is to go for 2 Surf because you need 2 charge attacks anyway.
We were talking about the lack of Jellicent we were seeing, where Sir Corey is trying to show us
he
why
goes for it now.
It's still a very, very viable Pokemon. It is going to go shielded.
That is an interesting play. Now keep in mind that Kazim has Aegislash in the back, so he's trying to get those shields down. If Sir Corey doesn't use any Protect Shields here, this is only an Aqua Tail. I don't think this is enough, but looks like Sir Corey is not taking any chance. He's falling into the trap of Kazim.
Kazim kind of pinning Corey back to exactly where he wants. Corey still wants to have this alignment going forward from the very beginning because that would be fantastic for him.
If Sir Corey decides to not use a Protect Shield here, it might be an okay spot, but there's another niche about Aegislash that we are likely to see here as well. Is Sir Corey going to use a Protect Shield? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Sir Corey might be in trouble, and this is exactly what Kazim wants. He wants to get those shields down, and now Aegislash can potentially... Look, he's smiling a little bit. He's devious. He knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing. So Corey is going to throw the Shadow Ball.
Wait,
not even enough to knock out.
Oh, man.
But just about gets the farm down. A little bit of extra energy, but I don't think that's going to be...
Dude, this could have been a great charge down, maybe, actually. This could have been a great charge down from the Aegislash. But looks like Kazim's not taking any chances. In comes Talonflame. I can tell you from experience that this is not that great for a Talonflame shields down. Now, charge doesn't add up a lot, but Shadow Ball does about 90% here. It will do 100% after this Brave Bird.
I like that he's chosen the Brave Bird here, knowing that it's going to do so much damage to him when it goes into that Blade form, just to get as much damage in as you possibly can as Sir Corey here.
Yeah, but this Shadow Ball is going to wipe out Talonflame, and then you are in Blade form. But when you are in Blade form, you get the fast attack Psycho Cut. So now this Blade form doesn't charge energy as slowly. It will actually be faster. I think you can get to the Gyro Ball before this Wigglytuff is able to charm down. And that is exactly what we're seeing.
Is this going to be enough to knock out?
I know it doesn't do 100%, but it'll get really close to knocking out. I think it actually might.
It's going to be incredibly close here between Kazim and Sir Corey. It was enough!
Goodbye!
Oh my goodness, completely gone.
Wow, Aegislash shows what it can do. Sir Corey fell into the trap Kazim set up for him. You want to get shields down if you are the Aegislash player. I think this would have been a very different game if Sir Corey didn't decide to use any shields. Because one thing you should know about Talonflame, against the team of Kazim, I think it wins just about everything when it has a Protect Shield advantage.
Absolutely. Well, I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, we've seen both the sides of the spectrum here with how Aegislash is played. Just then was fantastically, masterfully played. The first game, not so, because there's so much you have to think about. It's not just like playing with a regular Pokemon. There's so much technicality behind it that you have to know exactly what your Pokemon does in both forms, how to get it back to the form, and you've got to try and dance around with it a little bit.
It's just a whole different strategy.
Exactly, it's a whole different strategy completely, and Kazim is smiling there. He's happy knowing that he was able to do it in this second game.
I think he'll be even happier if he can take the 2-1 here, but obviously Sir Corey is not going to let him do that easily. Both trainers are thinking about what to use here. Obviously, Sir Corey and that Talonflame it has been such an important Pokemon for him so far. It's just looking so good into Kazim. I mean, no one's really accounting for all these Talonflame anymore, so why would you run Stone Edge? Why is Mud Bomb the preferred choice here? Well, that is because Talonflame, there's only one left on the winning side of the bracket, so what else do you need it for?
Well, we haven't seen two of the signature Pokemon here between the Hawlucha and the Cradily. Cradily we may see is one of Sakuri's favorites. It's a signature Pokemon. We might see it go forward. I don't think we're going to see the Hawlucha. It doesn't look very good into Sakuri's team whatsoever.
Has a very poor matchup into the likes of Jellicent and Stunfisk, and Jellicent is a Pokemon that Sakuri brought repeatedly. Let's take a look here. We have Shadow Fortress into Aegislash. This is kind of a weird matchup. I would think, oh, looks like Kazim was already charging. Let's take a look at how this goes, because these Bug Bites are double resisted. Both trains looking a little bit confused here. The Aegislash, I think the charging button might be broken on it. The energy is not really coming through as much.
It seems to be charging incredibly slowly, so I think they were going to reset this game.
Yeah, just reset the Aegislash real quick.
Reset the Aegislash. Yeah, put it back into shield form and and bolster up.
You saw that matchup. Now, I was surprised that the Bug Bite did a little bit more than I was thinking. It is so that Bug Bite is a one-turn fast attack. So that means you deal damage every half a second. Even if it's only one damage, if a Pokemon only has like 80 HP, for example, it will still add up over time. Like, it does more than against a Pokemon with 160 HP, right? You need 80 Bug Bites to knock out one of them, 160 to knock out the other one. So if Aegislash doesn't have a lot of HP, these double resisted Bug Bites will still add up over time.
Absolutely. Even an incredibly resistant move still does some damage. In this game, there is no immunity to certain typings, so everything will do some damage as you throw it.
Yeah, in this case it was double resistance, which is still, you know, reducing the damage a lot there. Let's take a look if both of these trainers are going to lock in the same team again here, or if Sakuri has second thoughts, or maybe Kazim is like, maybe I don't really like that Aegislash into Shadow Fortress. I mean, it is kind of an iffy matchup. I must admit, I'm not super aware of how that goes. I just assume that everything wins against Aegislash when two shields are in play, because as the non-Aegislash user, you can just not throw a charge stack, and Aegislash cannot even go back into shield form.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I do like about this kind of situation, they might have a gentleman's agreement to play the exact same teams, or they may just say, you know what, we'll just play it as if we were starting again. Just pick your team as you want.
Right, yeah. We're going to see if both trains are going to use that. I think in the backlines, we didn't see Talonflame this time from Sakuri. He had that Unovan Stunfisk instead to counter this Aegislash, but I think that's only kind of a soft counter because you don't have that fast attack pressure on there. That means that Blade form has a little bit more room to breathe. It's only the shield form where the Mud Bomb really help, because if you throw a Mud Bomb into Blade form, when it has Protect Shields, it's like, haha, thank you, I'm going back into shield form now.
Well, it's one of those. To really deal the damage into the attack form, you have to have that fast move pressure, because if you want to throw your charge moves and it still has a shield, it will be happy to just tank moves all day long.
Who had Hawlucha again as their caster MVP pick? Was it Amanda? I think it was Jonkus, right?
I think it was Jonkus.
Yes, Jonkus, yeah. I don't think we're going to see that Pokemon here. I mean, Kazim is here for his own success, not for Jonkus, his pick per se. Hopefully we get to see some Lucha later in this tournament. Remember that we are on the win side of the bracket, so whoever loses here will still continue on the lose side of the bracket. We will still see them continue later, potentially with their signature Pokemon. Both trainers are now locked in.
Both trainers locked in, both physically and mentally, as the game starts again, and we are seeing the same leads.
I believe the same leads, the same teams. Let's take a look at how Sakuri and Kazim are going to play out this matchup. Now again, these Bug Bites are double resisted. You can see that they are doing just about as much as this charge. If you debuff this Aegislash, will the Bug Bites add up more? Because yes, you drop the defense, but it's just so incredibly bulky because Sakuri now is finally going to deploy a Sand Tomb. Kazim unlikely to shield this, as this super effective charge deck is actually not doing that much damage.
Kazim just happy to turn on the window wipers and swat that one away.
Interesting to go for another Sand Tomb here, because if you now throw this, you won't force a shield. If Kazim threw a charge stack first, then the Sand Tomb likely would have gotten the shield from the Blade form. Let's take a look here. I think this Shadow Ball will get really close to just taking it out in one charge stack.
Well, I'll tell you what, it won't, because the shield is going off on the side of Sakuri, but at the same time, he is now in attack form, Blade form, and this Pokemon will be getting energy incredibly quickly, but it will also be taking damage even faster.
I would now expect Kazim to switch out. But you have to go into the Shadow Sableye. You have to hope there's no Wigglytuff. In comes the Wigglytuff, actually, which only has so much of a matchup here. Now, Bug Bite is also resisted here. So this is kind of iffy for Sir Corey, but this does look like, to me, an opportunity to throw in your Cradilly because it can hang on with the energy quite well. In comes a shoot from Kazim here. He still has another one left, though. Now the charge will do less damage.
We're seeing the Icy Wind deployed here. Just a reminder, this is decisive. Game number 3. Whoever wins this will progress on the winner's side of the bracket. The loser will go down into the loser's side, but will stay in.
The Bug Bites are now also debuffed. I think this could have been an opportunity for Sakura to swap out, but no, he's staying into this matchup still. Rock Tomb's coming through, it's debuffed, so it's not going to do as much on this Wigglytuff. Is Kazim going to use protection here? I think you kind of have to keep it for that Aegis Slash.
It may be debuff, but it is a shadow, so it does that base 20% extra damage compared to a regular one. We are going to see a Swift loaded up here. Will this Fortress be able to shake it off?
Definitely will, but is Sir Corey going to stay in here, or is he going to preserve a charge attack? He is staying in and is just going to play for switch advantage. Now he can align Stun Fist to Aegis Slash, but keep in mind that the Shadow Sableye with a shield advantage, it has that charge attack Drain Punch. You can actually boost it as well. But no, he's going for the diabolical charge down again, just like we saw in game 1. And look at that, Aegis Slash almost has a charge attack ready again.
That is absolutely crazy to be able to farm down with your charging Aegis Slash.
Oh, but keeping the charge attack now, answering the Shadow Sableye switch with his own Cradilly. It does have the neutral bullet seed and not a resisted acid, but this is a great opportunity to boost your defense. And keep in mind that there's still a shield on Kazim's side, so he can just keep boosting here and actually use a protection on the next charge attack. But the thing is, after this Rock Tomb debuff, will the next Drain Punch knock out? I think it might.
If there's one thing Sir Corey knows, it is how to play Cradilly. He is playing this to the best of his ability, and if he can win this situation, he will.
I think Foul Play does a little bit more than Drain Punch here. This is debuffed, but it's a Shadow Sableye. It has a lot of attack. Oh, he goes for an undercharge, though. This doesn't knock out just yet. Is Kazim looking for another charge down here? He used a protection on Shadow Sableye. I think at this point, Kazim is just looking to get this this Stun Fist low. You have to be wary here, though. Oh no! Kazim makes a misplay! He makes a misplay here. He doesn't throw the charge attack, and now his Shadow Sableye goes down. He knows, and because I think he wanted to get this Stun Fist low and then knock it out with a Shadow Ball from this Aegis Slash. But this will do a lot of damage, but not enough.
But now Aegis Slash goes into Blade form, and it will take extra damage. This is not a good situation for Kazim coming towards the end here.
Shadow Ball's coming through. It does a lot of damage, but now you're in Blade form. You don't even need to get to the discharge, but looks like Sir Corey not taking any chances, and he takes down Colin. He takes down Kazim. Sir Corey's moving to top 8.
Sir Corey has played phenomenally here. What a win for this trainer. A fantastic display of exactly what Aegis Slash can do on the other side, both in good and bad forms, but Sir Corey has really read into it, and I tell you what, it's not just playing with Aegis Slash that takes a lot of skill, playing against it takes a lot of skill as well, because you've got to then read what your opponent wants to do with it.
An important reminder for everyone, there is a 45-second switch clock, and I think Kazim may have forgotten about that for a little bit. If you go for 3 charge stacks, or if 3 charge stacks are being thrown after a switch, that's already 30 seconds. So add in the fast stacks in there, the timer is already probably up. So Kazim had this great plan in his head. Undercharge against the Cradilly, get the Shadow Claw down, get to a Foul Play into Unova Stun Fist, then get for the Shadow Ball. Flawless, perfect, except that the clock was up. And he just swaps his Stun Fist and throws a charge attack. So while he had this great idea in mind, I guess he kind of was used to the 60-second clock that we had 3 seasons ago.
It just goes to show, when you're thinking about so many things happening at the exact same time, it only takes one thing that you just passes your mind, slips your mind, and all of a sudden you're paying the price for it. Kazim was in a fantastic position. It was unfortunate that he didn't win this game, but Sir Corey absolutely took advantage of it, and he was straight on it that he was able to win.
It just shows that Aegis Slash is a very difficult Pokemon to use, even for the best players amongst us. Kazim is definitely one of those. He's the 2025 Dortmund Regional Champion. But yeah, in this previous moment here, Kazim actually he is frustrated with himself there. I mean, yeah, when you have this plan in your head and then Sir Corey just is like, bamboozled, I just swap in my Stun Fist and evaporate the Shadow Sableye. There goes your plan. What can you do, right? You can only be a little bit upset at yourself. Maybe there was another win condition. I don't really I don't know what actually, because the Stunfisk is just so quick to its charge attacks. But yeah, kind of tough match for Kazim there. Very well played by Sakori.
Absolutely. I think maybe perhaps Sakori saw it coming and he thought, well, this is my only win condition is if he doesn't throw the move immediately. Try and bamboozle him by swapping a throw straight away, which in these higher stakes games probably may not work most of the time. But with these high stakes comes high pressure. And
yeah,
pressure sometimes makes diamonds, but sometimes pressure causes a little bit of slips.
I mean, it's the ideas you can have in your head, right? But like, let's say, for example, he didn't undercharge the foul play and actually just knocked out the Cradilly. Maybe you could have put more pressure into that Stunfisk. I don't know. I mean, it has energy already. Yeah. I think that maybe that was just kind of an impossible situation for Kazim to overcome. But I also think that just like in game 1 that he lost, what if you throw your charge stacks on the E-Slash, pull a shield, then switch? Because maybe that would have made it... or actually... Sakori didn't have a shield, just weakened the opposing Pokemon then. That could have helped maybe.
Do you know an unsung hero in that game?
Tell me.
The Cradilly. The Cradilly that won the game. It didn't really have the biggest impact in the match.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, when it comes to playing with a favorite Pokemon, it really, really makes you feel good inside, knowing that, look, if I can't win this with my favorite Pokemon, the Pokemon I put the most energy into, that I've trained the most with,
I want to hear how good Sakori feels. Samuel's ready for an interview with him. Let's hear. I want to know, how does it feel to beat some of the best in the world? Samuel, let's ask him.
And we are back here with an interview with the winner, Sakori. Congratulations. First time top 8 for you. How does it feel?
It feels very good. Still shaking, actually. Very, very nervous games. Playing against my good friend, Karim. Yeah, they were... some games, to say the least. Some would say rock, paper, scissors.
Some might say that, but I thought your journey as well throughout the season, you are quite consistent, I would say, with your tournament results, but this is going to be the first time you're going to be in the top 8. And you brought the exact same team that you brought in the last regional in Prague, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, in terms of consistency, I think I've always gotten points from a regional since the points introduction. But I've always fumbled at day 2 or... yeah, losers side day 2, winners finals, losers finals. In terms of the Prague team, it just really speaks to me. Like, I know there are not many fans of the style, but you can sort of force options from your opponent, and it's nice. It's yeah, my style.
So already in Prague, you got number 9 with this team. So like, you think this team has it maybe to even go further if you didn't change anything? Because we saw a lot of trainers actually that played both the regional in Prague as well as the regional here, and they changed a bit up. Like the meta itself changed a tiny bit as well, even though no new Pokemon directly got introduced. But do you think this team has it?
Yeah, strangely, people still seem to build a wee bit weak to Cradilly. I guess a grass type in general, people aren't expecting it. I guess this is why we've seen a Dartrix. Yeah, I think the team will continue to do well. People keep disrespecting grass types and bring grass types.
That might be the way to go. Do you want to have any shout-outs to anyone?
Yes, Emmy Weedle, who has always given me fantastic team advice, always makes time for me. A massive shout out to him. Shout out to my friends and family, of course, and my teammates. They're always supporting me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the interview. Rest a little bit. Now you're in the top 8 for the first time. Congratulations. Maybe you can even go further. Maybe you can win the entire tournament there as well. But now back to the casters.
Cradilly and grass-type Pokemon. I think you are well acquainted with grass-type Pokemon.
I am so excited. Well done, Sir Corey. That was really, really well played, and I'm happy to see how you progress later on in this tournament. But coming up next is something I thought that I may never ever see while casting. I get to spectate my favorite Pokemon, Dartrix the Owl, hopefully brought into the game. Like, we can't take this for granted. He might not bring it, but I really hope that somewhere along in these games that we get to see it played.
It's going to be Zweilous versus Nesabethan. Nesabethan reached top 4 recently at Prague. Zweilous, we know him as one of the best. I think it has been a little bit of a while since we've seen him getting far, but do not make a mistake. Zwalos is the type of trainer who can take it all the way in this championship. And he's taken some inspiration from Arrow here with that Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales and Dartrix, but also brought a little bit of his own flavor with the Greninja.
There is some spicy Pokemon in this team. Even as looking at it, I don't think there's anything really meta apart from the Fortress that we see in a lot of teams and the Quagsire, but everything else just seems incredibly spicy, off meta. Don't get me wrong, they're not bad Pokemon by any margins, but they're all very just outside the meta, just trying to lean in and attack the current best Pokemon.
I would actually say that Wigglytuff is pretty much on the edge of being meta. It's just unsuccessful. That's why we don't see it. That's why maybe we considered it as off meta. Shadow Ninetales, he's opting it with triple fire moveset, so no energy ball, no side shock. Zwalos is opting for overheat, and that actually might be pretty helpful here. Now you don't have coverage into a Pokemon like with Stunfisk, but if you want to see big damage, see if Zwalos can land an overheat on any of these Pokemon. It will deal 50% minimum. How much do you think it will do to Fortress?
187%? Roughly,
yeah, maybe 233.45?
These are just calculations in our head, but if we're given a little more time, maybe a more accurate result.
One of the counters that Nesabithan has here is that Celio. Celio is a Pokemon he's been relying on a lot, but if you get baited by a Weather Ball on that Celio, Shadow Ninetales may actually just outpace you to those Surf, which is what you need to knock out Shadow Ninetales, because Power Snow, the fast attack from Celio, is resisted.
Absolutely. I'm looking at that Celio. Dartrix does not want to see that.
Absolutely
the ice
not.
typing. But you also have a look, and the Powder Snow would do a lot of damage. But the Body Slam and the Surf is not so bad. So overall, it will take a lot of damage from the fast moves, absolutely. But if you're already up energy, it could be not the worst situation.
How good is that Celio going to be here? Keep in mind that Fortress from Zwalos has Volt Switch and not Bug Bite, so it actually is a little bit better into these water type Pokemon and the opposing Fortress from Nesabithan, which does have Bug Bites. So I think that's a Pokemon that could have a lot of play. You just have to be wary of Stunfisk and Gourgeist. The problem about those two is that they make a formidable core, and Zwalos doesn't have a core breaker to that. I mean, maybe the Dartrix actually gets close to core breaking that?
Well, we're going to see as the two players lock their teams in. We have Celio in against Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff ready to wiggle and do as much charm damage as it possibly can into this relatively bulky Seal.
Yeah, as a Wigglytuff user, I actually know this is not a great matchup for Wigglytuff. If Celio gets a Body Slam bait, it can actually almost win using... looks like we see Zwalos swap into Shadow Ninetales immediately, answered by Unova Stunfisk. This alignment is looking incredibly difficult here. Zwalos needs switch advantage. I'm not sure if he's going to get that. That Gourgeist is lurking, is hungry for the Fortress of Zwalos.
It's not looking very good in terms of the lineup in this game. If Zwalos is able to overturn this and able to hold onto the switch here, it could be looking okay.
Let's take a look if Zwalos is going to try and make use of that energy advantage here. We see the first Protect Shield. Keep in mind that Mud Bomb is now straight 5 Thunder Shock, so Unova Stunfisk did lose some pacing here since this season. Is this a beat going to call? No, this is only a Weather Ball.
And a Weather Ball does get called, and it is shielded from the side of Nesabithan. And we are seeing a charge attack priority tie here, and Zwalos is able to throw off another Weather Ball.
I think at this point Zwalos might just let this Kanto Ninetale go, because through this charge stack, I think Mud Bomb might just barely not be enough, but you may get a Thunder Shock down here. If Zwalos can get to another charge stack, that would be huge, and I think he might be able to.
It's going to be incredibly close. Is he going to be able to get to the Weather Ball?
Yes!
Just about. And that is very, very good.
Oh, he lets it go! Nesabithan lets it go now. Zwalos has switch advantage, so Gourgeist will not be on Fortress likely.
Very, very good situation.
No, he switches! No. Uh-oh, in comes this Gourgeist, and this is going to feast on the Fortress.
It was looking so good for Zwalos, but he just could not predict in the fact that he would see the very hard-hitting Incinerates from this Gourgeist.
This is so good for Nesabithan, because Fortress Fortress, even though it charged quicker with the Volt Switch. It might be able to get to a Sand Tomb. It does, but now you come in with 2 charge attacks on this core, guys, and I think Nesabithan still has another Protect Shield as well, so even Wigglytuff charging pretty slow to those Swift are not going to threaten the pretty healthy Celio here. Nesabithan is looking to be in a really good spot here. The pressure is on Zeez Wireless.
Well, Zeez Wireless knows exactly what's in the back now, and he will know exactly the best Pokemon that he can potentially put in against it, but it's not looking fantastic for him at this stage. Nesabithan throwing off the Seed Bomb.
I think even a potential catch is not going to save Zeez Wireless here because that Celio is still so healthy. The next Incinerate might not even land if the next Charm knocks out, but we won't find out because Nesabithan swaps already. He has a Body Slam loaded. This was a tremendously played match by Nesabithan, but let's be real, the alignment was super handy for him as well. A great team composition call by Nesabithan. Zeez Wireless has to go back to the drawing table, but I think that even just this single matchup here was just kind of an experiment for Zeez Wireless almost. Like, that Ninetales versus Stunfisk matchup was not as bad as I thought it would be.
No, I thought it'd be a lot more heavy-handed on the side of the Stunfisk, but I tell you what, the Shadow Ninetales was able to hold its own quite well into that matchup. Zeez Wireless had the right play. He was able to overturn the swap in the middle of the park, in the middle of the game there, but hard swapping out really cost him in the grand scheme of things.
You know, maybe Arrow was onto something with that Shadow Kanto Ninetales. Maybe it's not as one-sided as I thought it would be.
No, absolutely not. It's not a very one-sided Pokemon at all. Zeez Wireless having gone a game down here. As you can see, he's a player of many accolades. He is a very, very formidable trainer. We see him at so many of these events, and we see him do so well at so many of these events. Even with a Pokemon like this, non-meta, slightly spicy Pokemon. He's got 2 very, very spicy Pokemon on his team, and he's playing against Nesabithan here. Another very, very good trainer. I was speaking to him yesterday, and he was so happy to be here. He said he's done so well in the past. He made it all the way, and he won in Buenos Aires last year. He's going from strength to strength. And
the only European to have won in Latin America.
Oh, absolutely. He's a very, very well accoladed player, and we're going to see if he's able to keep hold of it here and end up going the 2.
I mean, maybe they have just a little bit more success outside of the region, and they're both looking for success inside the region, because Zeez Wireless was really close to winning the Pittsburgh Regional Championship at the very start of this season. But yeah, now you want to win here in Europe. It's been a while. His last championship win was Barcelona 2024. Well, here we go. We have game number 2.
Oh, here we go. Game number 2 is being locked in, and we're going to see what is in store.
Oof, that's in store. Shadow Ninetales against Stunfisk. This is kind of an iffy matchup, but Zeez Wireless knows his matchup better than anyone. Swapping into this Greninja, which does take super effective damage from discharge, and going for the Charge Attack Purity. A very bold play by both trainers here. Nesabithan going for a shield immediately. Keep in mind that the fast attack Water Shuriken from this Greninja charges extremely quick. However, the charge attack from Stunfisk costs less energy, so it will outpace to the next one. If Nesabithan decides to stay in, no! Looks like Zeez Wireless lets it go even!
Zeez Wireless happy to let that one go. He's going to throw this Night Slash into the Celio, which will do a decent amount of damage still, as it is such a hard-hitting Pokemon, glassy as it may be.
Let's take a look at how Zeez Wireless is going to answer this. I don't think you come in with the Shadow Ninetales here. You come in with the Wigglytuff to soak some energy here. This actually might not be that bad for Zeez Wireless, simply because there's Gourgeist in the back, which is not going to have a lot of play into Shadow Ninetales. But keep in mind, Nesabithan... Oh, now swapping into Shadow Ninetales though. Interesting play. Yeah, you have to keep this Wigglytuff around as Zeez Wireless, because otherwise you cannot clear a debuff later. How is Nesabithan going to answer this? He's pulling a shield first. I would now expect him to swap into Stunfisk.
I'll tell you what, this Ninetales has an absolute uphill battle ahead of it. It has a lot of work to do, but we have seen this matchup. We were just talking about it. It's not as bad as you may initially think. Zeez Wireless will have taken note of that from this first game and be able to play the way that he believes is possible to overcome the situation.
Excellent first no-shoot, but if you no-shoot a potential overheat here, you lose your Stunfisk, you potentially lose the game. Nesabithan doesn't want to take the risk. He shoots up a Weather Ball. This turns the tables, because now Zeez Wireless suddenly might be in a good spot if he uses protection here, and he does.
Zeez Wireless is playing to his best ability here, and he is over-farming. He knows exactly how much energy that this Stunfisk is on, and he'll throw...
Oh, he catches even!
Oh, what a play, holding on to all that energy. still and being able to swap out into his Wigglytuff.
But this does allow Nesabethan in turn to gather energy on one of his other Pokemon. In comes Gourgeist. It has access to Shadow Ball. I think that this Ninetales might almost be a Shadow Ball range, but I think you also may be able to get to this Icy Wind, which puts this Gourgeist instantly into Weather Ball range. Now, who wins the Charge Attack Beauty tie? It will come down to who has a higher attack here. Both Pokemon have a moderate attack stat here. And oh, he doesn't even throw the Charge Attack.
I think Zizwilus might be confident that he might survive this. Do you think it's possible?
It might just be possible, but Zizwilus might just need all this. Oh, can he actually get a farm? I don't think you can. You have to throw this charge attack here. And now let's take a look at how he is going to deal with the rest of these Pokemon, because Stunf is still around, Celio is still around. You need to land to Overheat. I'm not sure if Kanto Ninetales has that much energy.
This is going to be incredibly close. He has 2 Weather Balls loaded up, and he's going to...
Oh, the catch again!
Oh my goodness, another catch! And Zizwilus recognizes this is not a good situation. This game is incredibly close.
I think that this catch will Celio the Delio, because you needed an overheat for this, and Zizwilus doesn't have enough energy. Nesabethan takes game number 2. He moves on to the top 8 here in Utrecht.
What a close game, but Nesabethan is able to pip ZZ to the post and ends up taking it all with an amazing catch in the dying embers of the game. Did you get Ember? Ember?
Ember is, yeah, good point, good point. Very good corny joke again. Setting up Amanda, I see how it is.
No, look, he's played that so well, and you don't see many Pokemon with Ember. You don't see many fire types in general in this current meta, and we've seen 2 big fire moves on both sides of the coin.
Excellent play from both sides, really. And Nesabethan being able to catch that last Weather Ball there, that really set him like apart there. But I do think that the Ninetales had to get to 2 overheat to begin with. You have to knock out the Celio and the Unova Stunfisk. And once you throw 1 overheat, you drop your attack by 2 stages, so the next overheat may not have even knocked out.
Who can say what would have happened in that game? It was incredibly close, and I tell you what, even though it's gone down to the losers bracket, he is not out. Zizwilus is still going to be playing. That Dartrix is still going to be flying high in the skies, and we will see it more later.
As we take a look again at these replays, the Shadow Ninetales was actually not that bad at all against Unova Stunfisk because of the slower pacing to Mud Bomb, and with the energy advantage, Shadow Ninetales actually can put up quite the fight here. But then we saw the Hard Swap from Zizwilus, and in the back was the Gourgeist. I mean, a Celio with shield with energy advantage may just have been as tough, so maybe that's why Zizwilus have made the decision to swap there.
Yeah, it was incredibly close overall in this game, and we did see the Celio. I tell you what, Celio, maybe a bit of an underrated pick.
Yeah.
It's a very tanky Pokemon, and it's got those very dependable moves that you get to relatively quickly.
I think Zizwilus really covered for that Shadow Sableye with his Wigglytuff, but Nesabethan is doing what he's been doing for 2 championships now. He relies on the core of Celio, Gourgeist, and Stunfisk. He's playing show 3, pick 3. And you don't need the other Pokemon. Like, you just don't need them. Like, these 3 core so well. You see so many weaknesses that Gourgeist has. It doesn't matter. Stunfisk and Celio cover those. So you make this Pokemon playable anyway.
Absolutely. And at the end of the day, it's not about what the current meta is. If you know Pokemon very well, and you know all of its strengths, you know all of its weaknesses, you can play around that. And you can make your team that you play with work for you.
And that's what we saw there. Like, the Pokemon, we've seen so many unique Pokemon as well in Utrecht. Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, Dartrix, and Greninja are 3 of them from Zweilos, which is a large amount of the unique Pokemon. But yeah, Gourgeist and Celio, you don't see as much either. So making these Pokemon work, and in such a fashion as well, like, no one else is using these. And sometimes it's not about playing the meta, sometimes it's about countering the meta.
And some of the most fun that you can have, especially in day 2, is seeing some of these Pokemon. Yesterday, towards the end, we're seeing a lot of the same Pokemon make it through because they're just so good. To see trainers who know other Pokemon that can make it this far is always so fun, because they haven't gone for the default picks. They haven't gone for the Pokemon that everyone knows will do well. They've decided, I know a little something that maybe no one else knows, and I'm going to show it off.
And sometimes it's just like I just want to bring fun Pokemon. Like, maybe they're not even that good, but I'm just going to bring my rainy cast form. We saw 3 or 4 German trainers yesterday bring that Pokemon to this tournament. One of them is on the winner's side of the bracket. I believe there's one more on the loser's side of the bracket. I know Stone Collection, he'll be coming up soon, I think, as well. He has that rainy cast form.
Absolutely. I don't know what these German trainers were cooking, but it obviously was tasty because they made it all the way. Some of them made it all the way to day 2. Very, very awesome picks. So, who would even think of a rainy cast form?
Fun fact, I actually played Sunny cast form at a local championship. And I defeated many trainers there, actually, with that particular pick, specifically Triptando, who've seen all over the production. So, you know, just a fun fact. I also know my cast form there. The only cast form remaining to have success, either regular, but it's playable in the NAIC meta, or Ice, the Snowy cast form.
Do you know what? Over the last 2 days, I've heard 2 stories from you regarding regionals. And both of these stories have involved beating Triptando. Have you got some sort of personal vendetta?
Yes. Yes.
Well, even with these spicy Pokemon, you can make things happen. And that's what I love about playing in games in the Go Battle League, in the in-person events. It's so fun to just run something that you really like, that you know can do well. Other people, you might, a few seasons ago, I might say, oh, I want to play Dartrix. And people will be like, that's not a good Pokemon. I mean, I'm not a very good trainer, so I probably wouldn't have done very well with it anyway, but that's not the point. Pokemon has been proven now that it can do well.
It's just so fun to play your favorite Pokemon and with like your favorite people. We will be right back with a match that's going to feature that rainy cast form, but let's take a look first at some friends that are playing here this weekend. Actually, I think 3 of them won even already. Amanda, take it away.
As you can see, I'm in a very packed lounge right now with some wildly successful trainers of day 1 in Utrecht. They're all teammates and friends, and we thought we'd take a small moment to introduce them. Statistan, I know that you started this team. Can you tell us a little bit about the beginning?
Yeah, I can definitely tell a bit about the beginning. About 5 years ago, me, George, and Richie, we founded this team when Grassroots started to introduce a team format. And since then, we started very low in the ranks, and we started building and grinding our way all the way through the highest level, and even winning the highest tiered team competition, which was absolutely amazing. Since then, we have been growing as well. We have been including other people into this team, and it's just such a cool group of friends, I think I can say at this moment. Yeah, and I'm so proud for everyone here to make day 2. I feel a bit like an imposter myself because I haven't made it myself. But.
Well, I know that you went very far into the winners finals and losers finals. So, Sir Corey, this is the first time you've actually ever been interviewed, despite doing so well in the tournament so far. Walk us through a little bit of your competitive journey and what it's like to team build with such a large and incredibly talented team.
Oh, yes. Team building is, I credit all of it to Emmy Weedle, who's also part of Tea and Pizza. He typically gives me a ton of advice, and I have all the time in the world for him. In terms of playing with friends, there's something quite special about playing with people who you sort of know and trust. And that is how it started, and that's how it'll always be. Just, playing with people who you trust and know, and I wouldn't want it any other way.
That's awesome to hear. I'd love to interview every single one of you, but unfortunately, we don't have the time for it. So to end with, Colin, do you have any last words? Very insightful. All right, we're going to head back to the action.
I definitely like Colin's words there as well. Amanda used her teleportation skills to be up here now as well to cast some battles. We are back here, and of course, Sir Corey had now his first official interview as well with me just now, because he's now still in the winner's bracket of this tournament.
Absolutely. A lot of those team members that we just saw are, in fact, day 2 competitors, and we've already seen 3 of them win so far on stage. So it seems to continue on, and I believe we have another person from that same team playing up next.
Yeah, we're gonna have Richie Beckett against Stone Collection, and we have some very interesting Pokemon on those teams as well. I can say we're gonna see some Rainy Cast Form today, and this is gonna be a Pokemon I'm very excited to see.
Yeah, a lot of different team compositions here. If you thought that you would be not seeing any Rainy Cast Form at all in Utrecht, we probably would have agreed with you, but we saw 3, in fact, the very first day. One of them has been able to make it into day number 2, but he's gonna have to face off against Richie Beckett's team, another person who ended up bringing that Credilli.
Yeah, another Credilli. Credilli seems to be doing quite well so far, as Sakori has also just used it with great success, but also Richie Beckett is running another Pokemon that we haven't really seen on any other player's team so far on the stream yesterday and stream today, which is going to be the Galarian Moltres, our blast from the past, I would say.
Galarian Moltres was very popular when it was first viable, but it kind of fell off the radar of a lot of people. We did see him use it quite successfully yesterday. That is one of those Pokemon that you can get by using your daily incense, so go ahead and try that out, trainers, if you're walking around. But meanwhile, looking at these matchups, is there anything that particularly stands out to you? Maybe not Pokemon-wise, but the playstyle between the synergies of the Pokemon?
I feel like it's quite interesting to see on Stone Collection side that we have 2 Fairy-type Pokemon, 2 Steel-type Pokemon, and 2 Water-type Pokemon. So you have like, the option to have those ABB lines, as we say, where you have 2 very similar types of Pokemon as your backline and a good Pokemon together with it in the lead. And then we have more of a balanced approach here on Richie Beckett's side.
Richie has that Diggersby, one of the more popular Pokemon to beat the Fortress. We'll have to see if there's any of that on the screen. It looks like we're starting out here. We have the Rainy Cast Form on the screen up against that Galarian Corsola.
I'm curious on how this matchup is going to go. Personally, I'm not the biggest expert on how Rainy Cast Form performs against the Galarian Corsola, but so far, Rainy Cast Form seems to be a very interesting pick for Stone Collection, and maybe it has the potential to break this Pokemon.
Richie Beckett already starting out, throwing some shade at that Rainy Cast Form. Nightshade number 1 going through unprotected, and now it is Stone Collection's turn to start throwing some charge attacks. This Weather Ball coming through, no Protect Shield on the either side.
2 Weather Balls already stored on this Cast Form, and it's doing quite some solid damage. Are we going to see another one? Yeah, we're going to see another Weather Ball coming up against that Corsola. Corsola can still take one, and it will take one as we don't see any Protect Shield in play.
That's great timing by Stone Collection. He knows exactly how the Nightshade is going to be able to be thrown. He throws right before it's available. No Protect Shield. Rainy Cast Form has done its job. It's got one of the bulkiest Pokemon that we have down to very, very low health.
And in comes that Licky, being able to power some energy, the immediate stop out into the Empoleon, and we have the Quagsire now aligned. I think Stone Collection is going to be quite happy with this play.
Going ahead now, throwing the Hydro Cannon from the Empoleon. Still no Protect Shield used on Stone Collection side. He did go with a double water strategy, but he had that Rainy Cast Form in the back or in the front, and Quagsire in the back to just start gaining energy, going for this heavy hitting Mud Bomb on the Empoleon. Richie has to make a decision, because if he thinks it's a bait, he's not going to put up a shield. He does put up a Protect Shield, which is going to be very effective for him, as this Empoleon has a ton of energy.
It's very likely that we're going to see quite a lot of shields coming up here, as both players kind of want to keep their Pokemon healthy, as the Empoleon still has a lot of potential against that Licky, but the Quagsire is of course the hardest answer here. The Mud Bomb comes through. I could see that Richie Beckett maybe wants to try to catch a Mud Bomb in a later stage.
Going ahead, letting the Empoleon go down here. Wasn't quite at another attack. Wants to save that shield, because that Galarian Moltres is coming in, but a quick pivot back out by Stone Collection back into that Licky. Doesn't want to get farmed down on his low health Quagsire or low health Rainy Cast Form.
We had already the conversation previously that basically you cannot want to run the Shadow Ball mainly on that Licky, but of course here you're forced to go for the Body Slam, as Shadow Ball is going to be resisted on the Dark typing of that Moltres, but still you get to those Body Slams so incredibly fast.
Stone Collection has to be a little bit wary of a potential catch on that Corsola in the back, but Richie also has a similar feeling, as there is still that Quagsire behind there. Switch timer is not quite up yet. Stone Collection uses his last Protect Shield to keep that Licky nice and healthy.
Nice and healthy, and add another Body Slam, catching the move now on the Corsola. This is not doing any damage, but here's the issue. You also don't really need to do that much damage, because he can still roll it down, so you're gonna get that energy back.
Yeah, so you see Stone Collection not even clicking on any of the bubbles there. Didn't want them to have that not effective Body Slam do much damage at all, and he comes out with even more energy than he had to begin, throwing it immediately. But this is a charge attack priority. Galarian Moltres has a much higher attack than that Licky.
But we've seen already on how bulky that Licky is. it hangs on with only a few HP, being able to fire off yet another body slam, getting this Moltres low, but is it going to be enough?
It's going to come down to the wire. Here's this body slam connects, and it looks like the Moltres hangs on by absolute dread, and Quagsire comes in for a combination play here. Aqua Tail coming through, enough to give this bird a little bath, knock it out of the sky.
Stone Collection takes game number 1 with a combo play here. The Quagsire is going to knock it out, and that was an insane first battle here. Great plays from both trainers, and we saw the cast form, which was exciting, as well as also the Galarian Moltres, which are those signature picks of those players today.
Already so far in the day, just on these winners side of the bracket, we've seen so many different, unique, and kind of spicy Pokemon that trainers have decided to bring. Stone Collection bringing that Rainy Cast Form in and actually putting in a ton of work against Richie's team.
Yeah, that Rainy Cast Form was getting that Galarian Corsair low, which at the end of the day was basically just sitting there against the Licky Licky, giving it some energy, which helped out at the end to knock out that Moltres, get it low enough so that one Aqua Tail from the Quagsire was all it takes. But I'm curious on how those trainers are going to adjust now. We have a Stone Collection here as well, bringing one of the only Tinkaton that's left in the meta right now.
Yeah, Stone Collection has already won a regional championship this season, but it has been in North America. He's been quite successful so far in Europe, but he hasn't really had that title, and I think he's looking for it here at Utrecht. He's just got one more game to go to stay on this winner's side of the bracket. Richie Beckett can potentially reverse sweep. We're about to see as we jump into game number 2. This is water on water damage.
It's water on water. It is steel type with the water type damage with the fast moves. Both of them are going to be resisted, but you see already the fast move of a water gun, the fast move of Cast Form is doing a little bit more, and you also have Thunder as a coverage move here.
So this is the big portion here. You notice that Stone Collection doesn't shield the Drill Pick. It doesn't even knock that Rainy Cast Form down to half, but the pacing of the Cast Form with this water gun is just a lot slower here. Stone Collection is baiting a Weather Ball here. Thunder would do so much damage, knocking out the Empoleon and gets the shield from Richie's side.
Last second shield on a resisted damage. This is not what you want to see. A Drill Peck is still not going to be enough to knock out this Rainy Cast Form. We see a no shield from Stone Collection. Are we going to see a swap out here afterwards? Do you want to keep the energy on this Pokemon for later on, or do you stay in and try to go for another Thunder?
Well, here's the problem. Nothing wants to catch a Thunder, right? I mean, now the Togekiss comes in here, and Stone Collection actually baits with another Weather Ball. Maybe worried that it would get the last Protect Shield, or wants to do maybe potentially 2 if he's able to make it. No, he swaps out and comes in with a Tinkaton, which has a much better matchup against that Togekiss.
Here you have to go for the Gigaton Hammer though. This was the issue with the Weather Ball just now. You don't put it into the position where you can knock it out with an Aqua Tail, so you kind of forced to go into this Tinkaton, forced to go for the big move, Gigaton Hammer, but this is a lot of energy on a very low health Togekiss.
I mean, the problem is for Richie there, he doesn't want to shield that because he knows the next Aura Sphere wouldn't be enough to knock out the Tinkaton anyway. Putting that Togekiss in sort of sacrificially, just not using any Protect Shields on it and forcing the Stone Collection to throw some energy.
Are we going to see a shield coming up here as well? We're going to see the shield here trying to get a Bulldoze maybe off against the Empoleon or keep some energy for the late game. Bulldoze coming off, a super effective hit, but is this going to be enough? Bulldoze is not the strongest move.
Bulldoze has the potential to debuff your opponent, still gets the Protect Shield from Richie's side, wants to keep the Empoleon healthy as it's almost at another Hydro Cannon here, throwing it. Now it's Stone Collection's turn. Does he want to keep that Tinkaton on the field, or is it going to let it go down? Cast Form also super low, all Protect Shields gone from the sides.
Is Stone Collection maybe predicting that there's going to be the Moltres in the back? It's going to be a catch from the Moltres here. It's going to be a catch onto the double resisted Bulldoze.
Richie keeps on catching, but we have to wonder, is this the point where it's actually going to matter? He ends up getting the drop there. You saw the little sprinkles above the Moltres, and now able to still reach a Gigaton Hammer. Going for charge attack priority. Great play here by Richie.
This will knock out, of course, his Tinkaton at this health, and while Tinkaton is supposed to be the counter for Moltres, this is not going to be the case here. And in comes the Quagsire, which doesn't run Stone Edge, so an Aqua Tail is not going to be enough right now.
Well, you have to remember the defense has dropped on the Moltres as well, throwing right before a charge attack at priority. It looks like Stone Collection hoping that this is enough to knock out, but Richie's just gaining a ton of energy still. It brings it desperately low, but it's not enough as the payback is reached.
The payback might be just enough. It's a very hard-hitting move here. Let's see if the Quagsire can still hang on. It hangs on with nothing. It's gonna go down, and of course the Cast Form has only 1 HP left, and this is gonna be it for game number 2. We're gonna get a game number 3 in this winners semifinals here.
Yeah, Richie tying up the series there, saying it's not over yet. Now we're going into decisive game number 3, and taking a look at that game number 2. I really think even though that Bulldoze ended up getting the defense drop on the Galarian Moltres, Richie's timing was just impeccable, and being able to catch that Bulldoze really put him ahead.
Yeah, the catch definitely helped out a lot there. Like, if you didn't catch the move, the game would have been most likely over because the Tinkaton would have had so much potential against the Moltres. It's, again, one of the hardest answers actually to the Moltres, maybe one of the reasons why we don't see that the Moltres that often anymore. But in this game, because of you being able to catch that Bulldoze, it was such a different matchup.
Arrow, back in Los Angeles, was able to win the tournament with a Tinkaton on his team. Stone Collection may be hoping to take a page out of that book because, like you pointed out, there's not many Tinkaton actually left in this tournament, despite it being such high placement. I believe it was the number 4 top used Pokemon in day 1 here in Utrecht.
Yeah, and here I'm curious on how these players going to adjust. We have also still the Credilli. That would be an interesting show as well to deal with those water-type Pokemon, because we have seen so far the Quagsire and that Castform both times. Let's see, game number 3 is ready. What's going to be the lead? It's going to be Castform against the Credilli.
Ooh, okay, we'll have to see what Stone Collection wants to do in this scenario, because it's grass-type water, doesn't want anything to do with it. However, he swaps in his other water-type Pokemon.
And we see the swap out here into the Corsola, actually. Getting out of this matchup is very interesting. Maybe you just want to keep that Credilli for later on, try to keep the Credilli in order to deal with his Castform. But maybe Quagsire now with a bit of an extra energy advantage can maybe take down this Corsola, and maybe you can align your Tinkaton then.
A Stone Collection opting for another Aqua Tail, even though Mud Bomb would do a bit more damage. The fast pacing of it is really helping him out here. One, to be able to throw before the Corsola had thrown anything, and also putting up a Protect Shield to try to keep this Quagsire as healthy as possible.
Yeah, it seems like that Stone Collection really would like to align his Pokemon differently than before, because the lead wasn't great for him at all. We have now 2 Aqua Tails stored, but we're going to have already the Mud Bomb coming through, trying to get the knockout. He was just 1 shot from himself, 2.
Yeah, going ahead, Shadow damage. It is going to be doing a lot more, and Richie puts up a shield because he's almost at another attack himself. Now tempting Stone Collection to use both shields in that mid-game, and the temptation was definitely successful, as that's exactly what he does. But I think we're going to see Stone Collection farm up just a bit more energy before throwing.
Yeah, now you're going to be able to go up to 2 of those Mud Bombs. 1 is going to be reached here already. I can't see that we're going to have a shield here coming up from the Corsola, because at this point, oh, we see the shield coming up. This means, though, we're going to have another Mud Bomb reach by this Quagsire. Is this going to be enough to knock this Pokemon out?
I think at this range, the Corsola is quite low. We're going to see this Mud Bomb go through, knock out the Corsola, and Stone Collection has perhaps gotten a little bit of the alignment that he's looking for, as this Empoleon now comes in and he can put the Castform on it.
But you have to be careful. There's energy on the Credilli here right now. If you're not careful, you're going to maybe get hit by a Grass Knot onto this Pokemon, and this would be devastating. You really need to be aware of this. Stone Collection takes the Drill Peck here. Do you see a swap?
We know that Richie is really good at catching, but I don't know if he knows the counts as well. Oh, speaking of catching, Stone Collection coming back into it. Catcher? I don't know. I can't make a pun right now. Catching this Grass Knot onto the Tinkaton, and now the Tinkaton is just going to start swinging the hammer.
We're gonna see the hammer. Definitely here, 1 Giratina hammer is all it takes to knock out a Credilli, and we gonna see it immediately. Not wanting to have any debuff at all. This is going to be a 1-hit KO from this Pokemon, and this is absolutely fantastic, as now you even have the option to go for this Bulldoze to even weaken up the Empoleon further, but then you still have the Castform.
Castform still has a ton of energy in the back, trying to do this Bulldoze. It is super effective. There are no more Protect Shields, but as you can see, it doesn't do as much damage that I think that Stone Collection would be hoping for. Meanwhile, Hydro Cannon is going to hurt this Tinkaton.
Hydro Cannon is definitely going to hurt this Tinkaton. The Tinkaton might still hang on, though, and we still have, of course, the Castform in the back. We can even still see another Bulldoze being reached. We don't even need the Castform. This is going to be it. Stone Collection is going to be able to take game number 3. Empoleon will go down.
Stone Collection saying took game number 1, took game number 3, staying on this winner's side of the bracket here. He won earlier on in the season in Seattle. He's looking here in Utrecht to do the same.
What a game we just witnessed. Again, there we have still the rainy Castform on the winner side of the bracket. Who would have thought? But this is the cool thing about those regionals, especially recently. We've seen an uprise of very unique picks, and especially at this regional, we have basically on every trainer's team currently a Pokemon that's quite unique that we wouldn't really expect to see at this regional, but they do all so well.
Stone Collection was a trainer in the very first season that we had the Pokemon GO competitive circuit who won at the last chance qualifiers in London to be able to compete in Worlds. So he's been a Worlds competitor, I believe, almost every single year, doing quite well for himself and really making a name for himself as a player.
He is definitely a veteran at the game. I actually battled him as well at tournaments prior, and I actually won against him in Utrecht 3 years ago.
Ooh,
so
put it on your boast card there.
Exactly. No, but like he of course wants to win this tournament. He already won one, as he said before, already in NA, because NA is apparently easier for him. So he wants to win one in Europe as well. But like he's one of the strongest players. He's one of the veterans of this game. He has done so many tournaments. He has the experience that you need.
He said this season he was going to try to compete in every single regional competition that he could. It is definitely reflected on the scoreboard as well, because he has got a ton of championship points, and being so good, doing so well in this tournament as well, is just going to be adding even more points to that pool.
And here we see as well the catch. There was a catch at the end of the day for a body slam, but it kind of more was helpful for Stone Collection. The first battle, getting more energy up, getting in the last second awkward tail to knock out the Moltres to win the first game. But of course, for the second game, Richie Beckett tried to get one back as well and was very successful. What a close game between those two pro players.
So going ahead, these are also day 2 competitors, of course, but this was the winner's side of the bracket. This was the winner's final. So now we are definitely continue on. Richie will be knocked down to that loser's side of the bracket in the double elimination tournament in these very, very close matchups.
You didn't even need the cast room at the end. Tinkerton showcases why players still should maybe consider it. While it isn't in the top 12 usage anymore, it is still here on the winner's side, and it wants to win the tournament yet again. After the first win already of this Pokemon with Arrow in the last regional championship, it is here to win another one.
I mean, let us know which Pokemon you think is the most unique pick, something that you weren't expecting to see here at Utrecht. I think Raining Castform probably would get a lot of votes. We also saw Halucha on the screen earlier on. I would say that Aegislash was a spice pick, but if everyone is using it now, if it's been used by 2 regional champions already since it's been viable, is it even spice?
I wouldn't say it's spicy anymore. At this point, if you win 2 times in a row, I think people can expect this Pokemon to be at the tournaments. But I do think, again, it's a quite difficult Pokemon to play. We saw it in the battles prior as well for Kazim. It was kind of tough sometimes, especially in the first battle. You see some downsides of Pokemon as well, but it can be so strong in certain situations. But let's take a look here at the losers finals there as well, with Pataman against Cockjack. This is going to be the Group A losers finals.
So Pataman, one of the trainers who is arguably known as the best Pokemon GO player in the world right now, has been knocked down to the losers bracket earlier today. Well, now he see if he can play up against Kokshak. His team is also very interesting. You were talking earlier about the team that had the double waters, and there's so much double up on this as well. We have double waters, we have double flyers, we have triple fairy if you think about it.
Yeah, we're going to have here, of course, the Weezing. We're going to have the Azumarill, and especially the Weezing is a very interesting Pokemon. We saw already Elite in the last regional being in number 2 spot with this Pokemon, so it definitely has a lot of potential in the current meta. And I'm curious on how far Pataman can bring this Pokemon. And again, we also had the caster pick from a Nidoqueen earlier, which was the Shadow Altaria from Pataman. And we saw already in day number 1 on how strong this Pokemon can be, especially in the safe position, actually.
I mean, Shadow Pokemon definitely have their play styles here. I think Pataman has proved that he can do very, very well with it, but he's going to have to get past Kokshak here, who has some interesting Pokemon of his own. Both of them are running an Azumarill, something that's been around since the beginning, but also he's got that Unova and Stunfisk on Kokshak's side that I think that really has to kind of be wary of if you're playing the Corviknight or if you're playing a similar Azumarill.
You definitely have to. We also have here the Fearow. I'm so excited to see the Fearow again. And again, we're going to have here a clash of 2 regional champions as well. Of course, Pataman has quite a lot of titles already to his name, but Kokjak also has a regional championship 3 years ago in Warsaw with a Victini.
That's absolutely true. He's used to playing spice. Fearow maybe is a little less spicy, but it is something that has been very, very heavy hitting, winning a lot of charge attack priorities and just threatening heavy, heavy damage with either of its attacks.
And it also looks very
very solid here into Pataman's team. The only Pokemon that you don't really want to face as a Fearow is going to be the Corviknight, which maybe might be the thing that Pataman has to bring every game.
Well, we'll see as these birds take to the sky for game number 1. Here we have the Corviknight on the side of Pataman up against that Fearow of Kokshak. Both of them staying in and gaining a bit of energy here. Pataman trying to go ahead, just continuing to farm up as Kokshak was hoping to do a catch, swapping in his Licky Licky. But I think that this payback is still going to hurt.
It's gonna hurt, but I think Kokshak is actually quite happy about the situation. While this was also the lead that you don't want to see at all, you at least end up now with a ton of energy for your Fearow for the late game. In comes now, though, the Altaria, which takes super effective damage from the rollout. I don't think that's going to enjoy the Shadow Ball too much either.
No Protect Shield used, though, so we're about to see how much his damage does. Knocks it down to a little past half health. Pataman opting for an ABA flyer strategy here with the Corviknight in the front and then the Altaria in the back. Altaria still not using any Protect Shields as this Body Slam comes through. Gets it nice and low, but it does have a ton of energy to start kicking back itself here, throwing a Sky Attack right before the rollout would knock out.
There are not 2 Sky Attacks reached yet, so I'm curious if it's going to be able to get the other one off as well. And I wonder which Pokemon Kokshak decides to bring in now. It's going to be the Fearow again, and it's going to get the KO before the Sky Attack is going to be reached. And so a lot of energy is going to go down now, and we're going to have very likely the Corviknight coming back in order to take the damage off this Fearow.
Yeah, Pataman knows that he's just got to wait out that switch timer and then see what the Kokshak wants to throw at him here. Neither one of these attacks are going to be doing too much to the Corviknight, but taking a peek at that backline too, I think that Pataman did a really smart job of kind of sacking that Altaria there, because now that the Azumarill is coming, you can see that that really didn't have much play against the whole line.
Yeah, absolutely right. The Altaria is, of course, I did at least did do something there, because if you have it against the Azumarill, you really don't want to have it there. But now it's still going to be a very close battle, because we saw already, actually the Drill Peck still got the Corviknight into the yellow healthy at this point. So it's going to be a bit of a close one, because you also have to kind of hit the Fearow with something like a payback in order to knock it out. Here we have a very neutral matchup with the Azumarill against that Quagsire.
Azumarill has a lot of bulk, but it's very slow with its pacing to its charge attacks. Quagsire, as we've seen so many times, is very, very quick, throwing off these mud bombs here, getting that Azumarill down into the yellow. There are still 2 Protect Shields left on both of these trainers' teams.
And now we see the swap here. Air Cutter comes through. Air Cutter is not enough to knock out the Azumarill, and Kokshak knows that. So he decides to let the move go. We have the Ice Beam stored. That's going to do a little bit more than what any move of the Fearow going to do. And do we see a shield coming up? We do not see a shield coming up here onto this Corviknight.
Okay, this Ice Beam will be able to connect as the Corviknight gets pretty low into the red here. This is a super healthy Fearow, and Pataman goes for yet another Air Cutter. Kokshak still has 2 Protect Shields. He has not used a Protect Shield yet this entire game.
He knows his counts. He knew it was not yet a payback. And with that, there's going to be a Drill Peck charge now, getting the first shield of Pataman. But Pataman is running out of health here. The Fearow looks like in a prime position to take this game.
He's going ahead. He knows he wins charge attack priority. Great timing by Kokshak. Where there were 2 shields, now there are 0, as Pataman puts both of them up on a very low health Corviknight because he wants to get this Air Cutter off, maybe threaten a shield from Kokshak. Finally, that's exactly what happens. He's got a very low health Corviknight and a very low health Quagsire left, but I think he's just hoping to strip all of this energy, as it looks like going ahead, going a little more, going for an Aqua Tail, and Kokshak catches it onto his Azumarill.
What a catch this was. Of course, we're going to see a no bubble here from Pataman. He needs to try to get another fast movement to maybe reach another move, but this is not going to be enough. He knows this game is over now. The Azumarill is going to be able to bubble down the first Pokemon, and now it's only going to be Corviknight against his Fearow. This game is over. Kokshak is going to be able to take game number 1.
Even though Kokshak didn't have a great lead with that Corviknight against the Fearow there, he was able to stay calm and collected and take game number 1 off of our European International Champion here. Kokshak really also wants to be doing well in these tournaments because he hasn't had a regional victory since his first one in Warsaw, but he has been playing so consistently well that if he makes the top 8, I believe he has the travel award.
Yeah, he is playing very consistently. He's still fighting for the top 8 spot, of course, on the EU leaderboards, and he is doing
great so far in order to improve his ranking there. Again, for Pataman though, for day 2, that's not the start that we want to see. How can he come back from this? How is he going to change his team up? He definitely has the experience, he definitely has the skills in order to bring this game back to a 1-1.
He's the player to watch for a reason. All eyes have been on Pataman this season as he's continued to just climb the leaderboard. The #1 player in Europe, winning European and International Championships back to back, and also just being a top finalist in so many competitions. Kokshak, he's taken this game #1. His Firo, like you mentioned, looks so strong into Pataman's team. Pataman even had the lead that he wanted and wasn't quite able to pull out the victory. How do you think he revises his team to be able to counter this Pokemon?
This is going to be very, very tough. Firo looks so strong against Pataman's side. You only kind of have, of course, that Corviknight who can take both of the hits off that Firo, but we saw already, as he said as well, in game #1, you had the alignment, but it still didn't work out because even if you resist the damage, it still does so much.
I mean, the big maybe drawback of Firo, it doesn't have a lot of bulk, so you see Kokshak saving the shields for it, as we see almost the second first, same as the first here, as once again Corviknight in the lead for Pataman up against the Firo, but you have to wonder how differently both of these trainers are going to play it out here. Immediately now going for the air cutter, noticing how it actually brought that Firo down to about half health there, and still no protect shield used from Kokshak's side, and maybe Pataman hoping for the attack boost. That's exactly what he got.
We're gonna see the attack boost immediately, but also the drill pack immediately in order to try to get this Corviknight a little bit lower. We very likely have now Pataman trying to go straight for his air cutter because he's gonna reach that before you have another drill pack. We're gonna see the swap out here. Didn't work out, it didn't get a catch, but we still have now the boosted payback onto this Licky.
Going ahead, letting that payback go through there. Kokshak doesn't use a shield. He knows that it's boosted. That does do a decent chunk of damage from this Licky here, and now trying to catch, and guess what? That's exactly what he's able to do as the Shadow Ball connects with Pataman's own Licky that's swapped in.
As we heard already from Jay before, it did so little damage and maybe nearly healed it there. This was absolutely no damage from a 50 energy move there as well with the Shadow Ball. It does nothing.
Going ahead now, going for the body slam, which is what you want to be throwing into that Licky. It is still super healthy on Pataman's side, but Kokshak has a decent amount of energy that he'll be able to throw, and I think that Pataman's hoping this threatens the knockout, but I think it might need another rollout or two.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough. It's one more rollout that's needed, but we have a body slam still coming through, getting Pataman's Licky a little bit lower, but this is looking very good for Pataman so far. And of course, the boost in the beginning really helped him to kind of navigate through this matchup, getting the Licky already low with a boosted payback, and in comes now the Azumarill, which can take those hits, but still, like, you kind of need to get rid of the Corviknight. You kind of still have to deal with the Quagsire there. It's going to look a bit tough here for Kokshak right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of energy here on this Licky, able to throw a Shadow Ball, an immediate pivot out back into that Corviknight. We saw last time that the Ice Beam did put that Corviknight into the red, but Pataman maybe doesn't even care about that at this point, knowing that he's got a shield advantage and wants to be able to keep up at this point, throwing as much as he can, getting all the Pokemon down to as little health as possible.
And I feel like this is a strategy we've seen all over again this weekend, where you have those bulky Pokemon that can take those hits, and you keep your shields for the Pokemon that can't do it. For example, here the Firo. We still have 2 shields in play for both players. The Corviknight goes down, and now, can Firo still maybe do something here?
It was Pataman trying to reach for the payback and didn't quite hit it there. Went down with the energy of an air cutter, which at least could have done some meaningful chip damage. Meanwhile, this is Azumarill just getting up a ton more, throwing yet another Ice Beam. No Protect Shield used by either trainer once again here, and now the Firo takes back to the skies. Gonna go ahead and have to take an Aqua Tail.
And thanks to the air cutter earlier from that Corviknight, it might just be in range for this Aqua Tail to knock it out. But here we see the shield, of course, coming up. We have a ton of energy on this Firo. We have 2 drill packs stored already, and 1 is gonna be fired off.
First drill pack coming through, getting that first shield off of Pataman, just like last game. Even though there was 2 shields there, I think both of them are going to be stripped down rather quickly as this next one goes through, gets the second Protect Shield on Pataman's side, but I believe this is charge attack priority as an Aqua Tail was also thrown for Pataman.
That is definitely the case. We must see all shields gonna go down now. Both players use up all of their Protect Shields, and now it is going to be an open play. Whatever charge was gonna be thrown now, it's gonna land. And in comes here more and more packs. Do we see the catch onto the moves here? We try to see a catch here from the Azumarill onto that Quagsire, and the Quagsire goes for a charge move here to try to get this Azumarill lower.
Going for the Mud Bomb is the heavier hitting attack. Pataman said, "You fooled me last game, you're not fooling me this one." But the big question is, how much energy will he be able to get. He saves the Aqua Tail. He comes in. He's got to move on both the Licky Licky and on the Pharaoh, and the Pharaoh has to throw on something.
Yeah, the Pharaoh has to throw here against the Licky Licky. This will knock it out, but we still have that Quagsire with 1 HP in the back. The Quagsire is going to have that Aqua Tail start already, and the Quagsire will take down the Pharaoh from the sky, making the score even again. It's going to be 1-1 in a decisive game number 3.
Going ahead now, Kokshek sets down his phone as he recognizes the damage will be too much to overcome. We're getting some very exciting matches here, Samuel, and I'm really excited to see how this has been going on. Best of 3s. Yesterday's we had sweeps in the beginning. Remember, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Now it's getting a little bit interesting.
Absolutely, we had so many 2-0s in the beginning yesterday, but the further we kind of go into the competition, the more 2-1s we see, the more kind of reverse sweeps as well from a lot of players, where they go down in the first battle, but then come back into the game number 2 and number 3, and maybe see it here again as well. Pataman is definitely now on track to try to keep fight for that medal here in Utrecht.
We have to remind everyone, this is the loser's side of the bracket. We saw Pataman losing earlier on in the day. Kokshak coming in from that loser's side already. So whoever wins this next round will be able to stay in the tournament. But since this is double elimination, the loser is unfortunately out with a lot of championship points, with some booster packs, with some nice things on the line. But no one wants to be knocked out at this stage when you're so close to a victory.
Yeah, nobody wants to be knocked out of this competition. There's so much to fight for. There's so much you can gain, and of course everybody is trying to do their best. But here as well, neither of those players could really prepare for the matchup prior because they didn't know who is going to be matched up, and so it's interesting how these players are going to decide now, because we had the win in the beginning of Kokchak, which was very good. Like the way he played his Pharaoh was very strong, but now Pataman was able to utilize, especially the boost, I feel like was quite important in the beginning of that Corviknight that helped out quite a bit throughout the entire battle.
Yeah, Kokshak's really putting the fear into the word Pharaoh. They're showing how decisively he can play this Pokemon, really forcing Pataman to play around, picking the only Pokemon on the team that is so heavily used or maybe could be able to counter it.
Let's see, we have the Quagsire coming up here against the Pharaoh. And this is not the Corviknight anymore against the Pharaoh. This is the Corviknight against the Pharaoh. But I do feel like that Kokchak might be a little bit happier about this matchup.
Going ahead now, just immediately pivoting into the Azumarill, because Azumarill can very easily tank any of the attacks that the Corviknight is throwing. Yes, in return, none of the Azumarill's charge attacks are going to be doing too much, but the bubble damage is going to start. You hear the sounds. You saw that the Air Cutter has now doing a little bit more damage as the attack has risen on this Corviknight.
And getting this boost early is so impactful for the matchup, because you do so much more damage now with the Air Cutter, with a fast move or sand attack of that Corviknight. But Ice Beam is still gonna get this kind of a bit lower than, for example, Drill Pick would.
Yeah, I mean, this Ice Beam hoping to chill out the Corviknight, but unfortunately, no defense drops are going to be available with any of the attacks that the Azumarill is throwing. Meanwhile, Air Cutter still has potential to boost again. He's throwing quite a few already, even though this Corviknight is quite low. No more attack boost there, but he's got another one already ready. Going to throw right before the next Azumarill is available. No, choosing to let the Azumarill throw first.
I don't think that the Air Cutter would have been enough yet, and I do think that Pataman realized that as well, trying to get some more energy before leaving this matchup, because now at this point you can decide on which Pokemon is going to be aligned where, as you have now basically the maximum amount of energy on that Corviknight. With a boost on it, you're going to do so much damage against whatever wants to come in next.
Yeah, did you say getting a little more energy as it goes exactly up to the top here? Drill Peck now coming through from the side of Kokchak saying, okay, you have all that energy, use the shield, do you want to use another here? And it looks like Pataman does, because he has so much energy still left on it, going and threatening the payback and actually going for the Air Cutter bait. You saw Kokchak try to swap out, but he was unable to do so.
Yeah, the swap out would have been huge here for Kokchak, but this is still an okay matchup for you. There's going to be another attack boost though. You need to swap out eventually, but no, we're going to see another Air Cutter coming through. We see another shield coming up as well.
This has been going really well for Pataman there. He's gotten the 2 shields now from the side of the Pharaoh there, up the side of the Kokchak, and able to get to yet another Air Cutter before he goes down with another attack boost.
this is going to be a triple boosted air cutter. Let's see how much damage it's going to do. It's going to do so much damage against the Fearow, putting it very, very low. And Drillpeck comes in now against the Licky Licky.
We're going to take some of this bulk that the Licky Licky has, do some of the great damage from that rollout, and now see how Pataman can go here. Kokshak kind of up against the wall, but he saves a Drillpeck on that Fearow before swapping into his own Licky Licky, and an immediate counter swap by Pataman into the Quagsire.
But how is this matchup gonna turn out? We're going to have the Shadow Ball landing here. We said it before as well. This does more damage than the Body Slam, but is it going to be enough for 2 Shadow Balls to knock out the Quagsire? Let's find out. It looks like this is going to be the case. Maybe we have another Shadow Ball. That's going to be enough then.
Going ahead, throwing that first Mud Bomb. Mud Bomb is going to be doing more damage to that Licky Licky than the Aqua Tail will be, and it looks like he does have another one ready. Going and throwing right before for that charge attack priority. Licky Licky does have a Shadow Ball loaded now, but the switch timers might be up, and we might try to see Pataman go for a catch. It doesn't look like it's up quite yet.
And we see the Shadow Ball coming through here. This is going to be enough to knock out the Quagsire, but still, that Licky Licky on Pataman's side still is not going to be in range for another Drill Peck that's already stored on the Fearow. And so we need to see another Body Slam coming through here, but this is going to knock out the Licky Licky from Kokshak's side. This is going to be very difficult for Kokshak, but let's take a look here. This is going to be enough. Can the Fear do it?
I love this play by Pataman, getting that out there. He didn't want to take a Body Slam or any of the damage from that Licky Licky, and now Kokshak, even though he has the damage, he knew that it wouldn't be enough to knock out. Pataman gets to another Body Slam, knocks that Fearow out of the sky, stays in on the loser's side of the bracket.
Pataman is going to be able to win this battle and knocks out Kokshak out of this tournament. And what a way. And as we said before as well, those trainers are now having a back and forth. Also a reverse sweep after going 0-0 in the beginning, going 2-1 now at the end. Pataman is going to continue his run here in the losers bracket for today.
Looks like both of these trainers taking a moment to talk it through in those very, very close battles there. Wow, what incredible plays. Pataman really in the driver's seat from that middle game. Being able to get 3 air cutter boosts really kind of put the luck in his favor for that game number 3.
Yeah, this is kind of where Call of Night seems to be a Pokemon that kind of depends a little bit on luck, but the luck was definitely on Pataman's side. They're getting so many boosts, especially in the last game there. Triple boosted air cutter did so much on the Fearow. Was kind of insane.
I mean, I really like what Kokshak tried to do at the end there too. He saved the Drill Peck before he swapped out, knowing that he would win charge attack priority off of everything. But then Pataman, when he had that Licky Licky against Kokshak's Licky Licky, he immediately threw the Body Slam because he didn't want to take a Body Slam and put himself into that Drill Peck range.
Exactly, he knew exactly he could still take another Drill Peck, and it was safer to just get rid of the Licky Licky of Kokshak's side. But again, very well played from both trainers. They both showed us on their skills what they can do. It was an amazing, just generally amazing matchup. I feel like both of them had so much potential in all of those games, and yeah, again, congratulations to Pataman to continue your run, but also Kokshak, you played really, really well.
Yep, we're just getting some word that it looks like there is going to be a review of that third matchup, so we're going to let the judges do their job on that. But speaking of Pataman and Kokshak, both of them, like we said, regional champions in the past. If you were to tell me that these two were playing, where would you even put that in the tournament? I could even say that that could be a grand finals matchup as what we just saw.
Definitely, like Kokshak already is a very well-known trainer. Winning a tournament with Victini is already a very interesting way. Like I was there at the tournament, I was watching it as well in person. It was fantastic to see him win with a Pokemon that nobody else was bringing. And yeah, of course, Pataman, I think we said already enough towards him. Like he won so many tournaments, like back-to-back EYC winner. You expect him to be up there. You expect him to be in the finals.
I mean, there were so many trainers from our last time that we got to cast together in Prague that were tried and true trainers. Ones that had been around for quite a long time, ones that had already had well-established names. But then there were quite a few that were going through that were, you know, beginning to rise, making names for themselves. I'm speaking of trainers like the Reeve. At one point, he was the only trainer left in the tournament in the top 8, I believe, who hadn't won a regional championship yet. And he was just crushing people left and right in that. I'm really anxious to see if that's going to be similar here in Utrecht, if we're going to have some of the, not newer trainers, but trainers who maybe haven't had as many accolades to their name really continuing to rise to the top.
I'm curious there as well. Like we had some underdogs still in the competition, like for example
Aniko as well, which I'm quite interested to see in how far he can go with his more old school team. But again, it might be again Pataman. We saw it in the UIC, and I feel like we should maybe look back at the UIC this year and see how that went.
The 2026 European International Championships introduced a new limited meta to Pokémon GO PvP. The field was swarmed by bugs, dragons, and normal-type Pokémon, but it was Spiritomb that proved to be the key piece of the format. 3 European trainers dominated the competition as they made their way to Championship Sunday. Europe's final boss, Colin 6, 2026 Lille champion Hikami, and boy wonder Pataman for his 5th consecutive Championship Sunday. Colin 6 kicked off the day with a statement 3-0 win to send Hikami down to the losers finals. There, Pataman lay in waiting, having already won 14 rounds back-to-back. In a stunning showcase of experience and expertise, Pataman also claimed a 3-0 victory to set up a grand finals for the ages. Colin 6 vs Pataman, a match worthy of the World Championship stage. Pataman quickly reset the bracket with a 3-1 win, leaving everything to play for in the final best of 5. The 2 finalists fought it out until the 5th and final game, exchanging blows amidst cries and cheers alike from the London crowd. As the dust settled following an explosive ending, it was Pataman who emerged victorious. The reigning champion defended his crown and cemented his name in EUIC history.
Pataman winning for the 2nd year in a row!
Back-to-back EUIC champion, Pataman claims the title in London. Nobody's ever done it like the Spanish prodigy.
To keep up with all of the incredible action, make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete.
Of course, that was in London. Now we're here back in Utrecht. We just saw Pataman up on the stage playing up against Kokshak. This match of the best of 3 is in review. Pataman took game number 1, Kokshak took game number 2, and Pataman took game number 3 in the narrowest of margins. So we'll have to see if this is going to result to stand. It looks like the issue is still being discussed on stage. We'll keep you updated as it goes along.
But you saw already in the video as well towards the UIC what you can do still from the losers bracket. You can go all the way and win the entire tournament if you, just believe in yourself, I would say.
I believe, I can't remember for sure what round it was, but I think it was round 3 at EUIC. He got knocked down by French trainer Damon Cash, and then Pataman just went on an absolute tear after that point, defeating opponent after opponent. So you're absolutely right. He's no stranger to the loser side of the bracket. Just maybe getting a few more games into there, getting a little bit more practice in to be able to get those wins.
You're definitely going to be a little bit more in the flow there because you basically have to battle the entire time in the losers bracket because you have a few more battles that you have to play compared to the winners bracket. Well, it's considered to be a little bit tougher, but then again, you have the game practice at least. You are always in the flow.
And speaking of being in the flow, there was a Pokemon that he had on his team that we didn't see during this tournament, but I want to ask you what your thoughts are on that Shadow Galarian Weezing, because he said in day 1 that he took the inspiration from his friend Elite, and Elite had used it obviously a little bit earlier on in Los Angeles, and he was like, I also want to use this Pokemon.
I feel like Galarian Weezing is a very unique Pokemon. Like, Galarian Weezing is having the Poison and Fairy type. I don't think there's another Poison and Fairy type Pokemon really around. And with the coverage it has as well, you have so much potential options with this Pokemon. But again, you have like Pokemon like Azumarill. You're going to be able to beat this quite easily with a Sludge. And you don't really have that many good Poison type Pokemon currently available. So it's an interesting pick. I feel like a lot of people wouldn't really expect it right now, and I think it's quite neutral as well against a lot of the matchups. But then you have also something like the Quagsire, which maybe you kind of want to avoid.
True, especially there's the Quagsires. A lot of them are opting to run Mud Bomb over Aqua Tail, which we saw on Pataman's side as well. I think Kokshak was also running the Quagsire with a Mud Bomb and Aqua Tail, that it is confirmed. But when we were first casting together in Prague, we noticed that there was a lot of them still running Stone Edge, but there was very, very few running Stone Edge and Aqua Tail in this tournament. Why do you think that the big shift has started just a couple weeks later?
Honestly, I'm not too sure about that because, like, we had also the same kind of story with the Fortress, which you see now in this tournament. Like in the Fortress in Prague, for example, was quite even if they're running Volt Switch or if they're running Bug Bite. Now we have only Bug Bite. Now we only have basically Mud Bomb on the quick side. So I guess like trainers had maybe more practice now in the meta of Tinkaton and decided to go for this certain like move update basically there. I don't know, but I actually don't know really directly why we see like such a difference there, because now it's quite set. Like you most of the times rather want to run Mud Bomb over Stone Edge, you most of the times rather want to run the Bug Bite over the Volt Switch.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to go ahead and we're going to go into our player predictions, because I know that Inadequence used Pataman as his player prediction there. Sorry, let me go ahead and rephrase here. These are player predictions from our Pokemon Company region outside of what we're seeing on our actual circuit. So these are players from India, Korea, Indonesia, and so I think that this is kind of an interesting pick. Anything that's really standing out to you here?
I would love to see Umbreon doing well, because I have seen in other regions do actually really phenomenal, but then in EU I haven't really seen this Pokemon that often, and so I'm curious on what this Pokemon can do in the current meta. We've seen other Pokemon, basically the flying Umbreon right now, doing quite well in this tournament, which of course is going to be referring to the Mandibuzz, which we still have on the winner side of the bracket.
Anacor used that Pokemon. Yeah, we call it the Umbreon of the skies, of Umbreon wings. We also have a Celio that is still on that winner's side of the bracket that Neza beat them run, but it's not the Shadow Celio, it is the regular one, giving it just slightly more bulk, but it has a very interesting moveset. I'm not gonna lie, I'm using it in Go Battle League right now.
Yeah, I do think that the Celio is a very interesting Pokemon in general. We've seen it in day one especially, where we had a lot of times that the more bulk that you have of the non-shadowed Celio came in clutch quite often, because you were able to sponge a lot of the hits from those Feraligatr especially, which you're gonna like resist all the charge move damage.
And of course, we've seen quite a few Corviknight. We just saw a Corviknight on screen a couple minutes ago with 3 Air Cutter boosts. There was some talk for a while when Tinkaton was big, when Togekiss was a little bit more prevalent as well, of potentially running Iron Head as a secondary moveset instead of that payback, but I don't think players actually opted to ever do it. It was just a sort of a discussion.
Yeah, it was more of an idea. I've seen it actually quite a few times against me in the Go Battle League, which was hilarious, and I didn't expect it at all, but it seemed to be for those competitive tournaments that players opting to go for payback still, because they have that neutral damage, especially against the super effective damage, even against Pokemon like the Corsola, like the Grumpig, which seems to be the play for most players right now.
Yeah, there was a lot of those in the tournament. There was only one Celio, but it's been doing so well, we should probably talk about it, especially since it was also on that player prediction list, running that fast attack Powder Snow. It can get to those body slams very quickly, and also has more of a coverage move with Surf.
Of course, here we see one of the key losses, which is also still in the tournament. For Sir Corey, we have here the Jellicent, which is the only one that's, I think, still in there, but we've seen quite a lot of Altaria already, which Celio really likes to go up against.
Yeah, we did see a Jellicent earlier on, but yeah, I mean, not only does the Celio not want to see it, Empoleons also don't want to see it either. Body Slam being completely resistant from the Ghost typing of the Jellicent, and Surf being able to do not much damage because of the Water type of the Jellicent as well. But yes, I really like the Pokemon. Not only is it a little bit bulky, able to spam off moves quite quickly, it's just so darn cute.
It is a very cute Pokemon. I like the pre-evolution even more. I want to see someone running in the XL Sphere. But also, what we've seen before in previous regionals as well, bit ago already at this point, is actually Warrain doing super well. Warrain was at one point one of the strongest Pokemon in the regionals. Where did it go?
Well, maybe it'll come back at this point, because there's so many unique Pokemon that have been brought so far into the tournament.
Of course, Warren has the benefit of actually having Ice-type charge move coverage as well. That is a little bit better than I think the Aurora Beam that the Celio runs. But also you have access to Earthquake, which is very cool, because as an Ice-type, you don't really like to go up against those Rock-type Pokemon, against those Steel-type Pokemon, but Earthquake can actually counter them.
Okay, so I'll play into this game a little bit with you. Do you think that Walrein actually would have a place in the current meta of what we're seeing so far? I mean, granted, our current meta is so vast and wide, but I think having the coverage of Surf is a little, and being able to access it a little bit quicker than an Earthquake would be available, is what is making Celio a little more viable.
I do think so that Celio is definitely the right choice currently, because of also the extra bulk that you have on this Pokemon, which I think is quite handy right now. And a Body Slam is a little bit faster as well, I think, than the Icicle Spear. So basically you just have mainly more bulk, better pacing, and I do think that actually Surf is a great coverage move in the current meta. You have quite a lot of ground type Pokemon, of course, Ice-type moves would hit them as well, super effective. But we also see like something like a Talonflame that we had already that, yeah, definitely a Surf does a little bit more than an Ice-type move.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. We've just also got confirmation that there will be no rematch for the game, so it does stand with Patoman being able to continue on that loser's side of the bracket. In case you forgot what happened in those very, very exciting matches, don't worry, we've got you covered here. This is the start of it here. Losers, finals, and Kokshak coming in against Patoman.
Yeah, we have here, of course, the replay of the battles that we just saw. Again, we had, of course, the Corviknight that was actually lined perfectly in the beginning, but still, the Firo kind of fought back there quite a bit, like the battle of the birds, basically. But then Corviknight got those boosts in game number 2 and number 3, which really changed the matchup.
I mean, Kokshak really, game number 1, he didn't have the lead that he was looking for, but he just had some really nice catches. Patoman game number 2 saying, okay, I see what you did there. I think I'm going to go ahead and take a page out of that book. Also, as you can see, catching that Shadow Ball onto his own Licky. But even though these were the catches, these were very, very back and forth matches. As you can see, Patoman winning that game number 2 with the sliver of health left on that Shadow Quagsire.
It was such a close match up in all of those games. And here the Firo would have been able to at least get the Licky very low, but Licky would have just barely survived another drill pack, so Kokshak knew he would have needed to go for 2 charge moves, but Patoman played out perfectly afterwards as well. And yeah, this was fantastic gameplay, I would say. And again, we saw as well what Corviknight can do when it gets the boosts.
So I think that we also saw from the different regions the suggestion of using Corviknight. Looks like that's going very, very well for Patoman. We'll have to see if he can continue on this loser's bracket run as he stays in this tournament here in Utrecht. We still have quite a few competitors left.
We have quite a few competitors left, and we have a very exciting battles coming up very, very soon. And you know which Pokemon we're gonna see next? A Pokemon I can't wait to see, a Pokemon that I maybe have in my Castles prediction. Of course, the Hawlucha.
Hawlucha was a Pokemon that we were just talking about at the beginning of the show, saying, and you said, oh, that would be really interesting. You were already going over the coverage. And then when I was walking around talking with people, they said, Kazim brought a Hawlucha. And so I think that you kind of like popped it into existence.
I feel like that as well. I actually had no idea that he was running this Pokemon, but I was like, oh, it's kind of an interesting concept. And apparently I'm not the only one who thought it was an interesting concept, having a Pokemon that can beat both those ground-type Pokemon like the Quagsire, especially now where we know Stone is not going to be run, so they have to go for the Aqua Tail, which is doing a little bit less damage. And of course, against those Licky, you do so much damage. I played Hawlucha myself already as well in the Go Battle League, and I battled quite a lot of Lickys, and trust me, they don't enjoy the flying press.
I can imagine. And you know what? We've already seen Kazim playing a little bit earlier on stage, but we are, as a reminder, on that loser's side of the bracket. Now, he was knocked down by his teammate and friend Sir Corey, who has been going on an absolute tear so far, being able to top cut, not top cut, but day 2 in both Prague and here in Utrecht. He's going to be playing up against yet another teammate and friend in Colin 6, who we affectionately call the final boss here in Europe, as he's been in so many grand finals.
I'm wondering if Colin 6 is going to be the final boss as well for Kazim here and his trusty Hawlucha. But not only Hawlucha, we saw already what Aegislash can do as well here for Kazim. And I don't think he was too happy with this last game that he played against Sir Corey. He had definitely the opportunity to play this one a little bit better for himself. So he wants to go all the way. You know, he can do it. He is a regional winner, but Colin 6 is a multiple regional winner as well.
And I tell you what, both of them are running a kind of interesting Pokemon that I don't think many people had on their radar. I had it as my MVP Pokemon pick for day number 2, and that is Sableye. Sableye recently got access to the Charge Attack Drain Punch.
Drain Punch got then buffed as well a little bit, which does now basically double the amount of damage that it did before, which helps out quite a bit in the matchups, especially of course against those normal type Pokemon where Shadow Claw is going to be double resisted. But here we see of course the Aegislash and the Hawlucha, which are also very interesting picks, and yet again another Celio. We just talked about this Pokemon and why this Pokemon is so strong, but now let's take a look at Colin 6's side.
Now Colin 6 also running a fairly interesting team here, running that Fortress. Like you pointed out earlier on, not many Fortress left left with Volt Switch. I believe Zzwilus is maybe the only one. Everyone seemed to opt to move over to Bug Bite now that the Quagsires are a bit more prevalent, but also running that Sableye with Drain Punch. And then the rest of the team has been some picks that we've seen throughout the meta.
Yeah, we've seen especially the Empoleon a lot right now. Empoleon is one of the biggest spikes towards the day 2 usage for this region, and I'm curious if you're gonna see it here again as well. But yeah, Fortress, now not anymore running Volt Switch, it's just gonna be the Bug Bite version other than Zzwilus in the competition, and I'm curious on how this Pokemon gonna perform here. It seems to have a little bit less usage on the field, I feel like, compared to Prague, but it's still always gonna have that bench pressure.
Yeah, when I'm looking at all the different water types that we've seen in the tournament so far, you know, we have the water coverage with the Celio, we have the Quagsires, we have the Empoleons, we've seen quite a few Azumarill. Feraligatr was very popular in the North America region, but it doesn't seem to be as popular here with these picks. Quagsire is actually the top used Pokemon of these day 2 competitors.
Find it very interesting on how versatile some of those Pokemon are though. Like for example, the Quagsire, we talked about it already. You have the different options of running Stone Edge or the Mud Bomb, which kind of depends on your team then as well, on what you want to run. And this gives you kind of also then again another option if you want to run it as a Shadow or as a non-Shadow, because what we have here is on Kazim's side, we have the non-Shadow Quagsire, and on Colin's side, we're going to have the Shadow Quagsire. So like there's going to be a difference as well.
Why do you think that Kazim opted for running a regular Quagsire over a Shadow Quagsire? Because I feel at the beginning when we were looking, once again, referring back just a few weeks ago in Prague, almost all of the Quagsires were the Shadow version. Of course, you can hit a little bit harder with that, but you can't take as much damage.
Yeah, I feel like especially if you run Mud Bomb, you're most likely going to have some of those matchups where you know you're going to do enough damage anyway. Like especially against something like the Empoleon, you're very likely going to be fine just going for one Mud Bomb and a few Mud Shots, even if you're not Shadow. And so you rather take the extra bulk there. But then again, if you're in other matchups, maybe the Shadow bonus just helps you out to maybe get Pokemon close to range where you can farm them down, or where you can knock them out immediately.
Yeah, I mean, there's only one Shadow on Kazim's side, so it looks like he is favoring a little bit of bulk overall, maybe hoping to save his shields for something that needs them, like that Aegislash, because as Martine has said day in and day out, if the Aegislash does not have shields, he doesn't think that it is a very strong Pokemon.
I have one last question for you. Are we going to see the Hawlucha?
Well, I think that if he's hearing you, that he would love to bring that Hawlucha in. He did say that he thought it was a very good pick for this meta. Maybe it's a very good pick against Colin's team. Wouldn't be surprised if we see it on the field.
And we see it on the field apparently, as we're going to have the Togekiss here against the Wigglytuff, and we have now in the back that Hawlucha, and of course Hawlucha is happy that it doesn't have to face off against this Wigglytuff.
Yeah, Wigglytuff also in the lead here is a Pokemon that does fairly decently against Togekiss. Yes, because of its partial normal typing, this Aura Sphere is going to do some decent chunks of damage, but the Icy Wind that it would be able to throw back threatens a knockout that Togekiss just can't threaten.
Yeah, and of course, the Wigglytuff is on Kazim's side, of course, against the Togekiss there, man. But yeah, the Icy Wind is going to threaten the KO here. We're going to see an early shield, and of course, you kind of want to keep your shields for that Hawlucha, or even for the Sableye, because the Sableye itself as well is going to enjoy those shields with the Drain Punch.
I think that if you're Kazim, you most likely come into this Togekiss with that Sableye and gain up a bit of energy, because neither one of the attacks of the Togekiss, and that's exactly what happens. Colin doesn't want to fall for it at all, swaps immediately into his Quagsire, only to be met with the Hawlucha taking the field here, also taking that first Aqua Tail as no Protect Shield is used by Kazim.
Yeah, Kazim knows he can take an Aqua Tail all day long, and there's the Flying Press already stored, but he knows as well that one Flying Press at this point is not enough, so he rather opts to use a shield here now, gets more energy, and tries to get the immediate knockout with another charge move there. Let's see the Flying Press. I'm curious on how much damage is it actually going to do here.
Going ahead, going for that Flying Press, that same type of attack bonus here. No Protect Shield used on Colin's side of the Shadow Quagsire. It will be able to not take it. It gets knocked down here, and now Colin at least gets to line the Togekiss back in, but there's already an attack waiting for it.
It's a double resisted Flying Press, but we're gonna still see the shield coming up here, and very likely to swap out now into the Sableye in order to do more fast move damage here, and this is going to be a resisted hit. We see the immediate null shield here. This is going to be a resisted Aura Sphere.
Yeah, big problems here on the charge attacks of the Togekiss into the Sableye, still being able to do a chunk of damage, but not as much much as I think Colin was hoping for, and now be doing even less damage as this Drain Punch goes through, boosting up the defense of Sableye.
Kazim wants to stay on the field here with the Sableye. The Sableye wants to try to fire off another foul play in order to do a little bit more damage, and we still have a shield in play. Do we see the shield coming up? We do not see the shield coming up here.
Colin being able to reach his Sand Tomb beforehand, not only lowering the defense, but lowering the Sableye back into the ball here. Hawlucha coming back in, trying to get some energy. The big thing is, as you can see, the Bug Bites are not very effective, so Kazim just getting a ton of energy.
You need to get to 2 moves here. Can Kazim do it here? We see the shield coming through from that Hawlucha. Hawlucha going to be able to survive it, but the Switch Shock is nearly up, and Flying Press comes through, but there's one more fast move needed in order to get to another one.
Going ahead now, throwing the first one. This will definitely be enough to put the Fortress down, but the main question is, will the Togekiss be able to reach an energy? First, Flying Press is able to reach, even though the defense is dropped.
1 HP in Hawlucha here right now, knocking out this Togekiss with a Flying Press. Double resisted, it doesn't matter. Hawlucha takes game number 1.
Saying, I'm flying, I'm fighting, and I still don't have a problem with you, Togekiss, being able to take game number 1.
What an exciting first game. And especially I feel like the first matchup was so important because Kazim's backline seemed to struggle a little bit against this Togekiss here, which you already got quite low in the beginning, so you were able to knock it out later on with a double resisted Flying Press.
I like Kazim's playstyle there. He took a lot of risks bringing that Wigglytuff in the lead because, yes, it had a quite decent matchup there against that Togekiss, but if it was like the Empoleon in the lead, it would have been so dangerous, and letting the Empoleon get any energy, I think on Colin's side could be a big problem.
Yeah, this could be a very big problem. I'm curious on how Colin is going to adjust here right now. Of course, 2 regional winners going up against each other. Both of them have so much experience, and both of them are thinking right now, what am I going to change?
Yeah, I mean, I guess Kazim was maybe hoping there that, okay, maybe Colin doesn't think I'm actually going to bring the Hawlucha. Maybe if I have so many unique Pokemon on my side, I can kind of draw from the hat there to see which ones I want to bring against this team of 6. Colin's team, as we spoke about before, is rather meta overall, but he does have some unique picks like that Shadow Sableye with the Drain Punch, which is on both sides.
Yeah, the Sableye seems to be kind of one of those Pokemon that are rising up right now at this regional. But again, I was actually so surprised in how strong the Hawlucha was in this matchup. If you align against the Quagsire cannot take a Flying Press.
Well, we saw not many things was able to take a Flying Press. That did a lot of damage there. And it's really nice to be able to see because this is a Pokemon that I don't think that we've seen, at least in Europe, on the mainstream for in the competitive circuit.
Yeah, but it seems to be maybe the Pokemon you need to now look out for because it seems to do so well. But I'm curious if Kazim here is now trying to play this Pokemon again, or are we gonna see him switching up this one? Because there are some answers as well. I do think that if you resist the Fighting type damage, it's quite tough to play the Hawlucha.
Yeah, and I think that's why Kazim is also bringing the Wigglytuff, right? Because Hawlucha's one of the main problems is this Sableye that just took the field here, but they're now in the mirror. The thing is, when these people are friends, they probably have played against each other in the past. They might know very interesting facts like who wins charge attack priority. As you can see there, Colin didn't opt to throw. Maybe he knew Kazim would win that and he opted to go for that Shadow Claw damage instead.
And what happens here if you go for the Drain Punch instead and boost your own defensive up? But we don't see it here from either of the players. We're going to have here a foul play coming through. Do we see a shield coming up?
Going ahead, putting up that first Protect Shield on Kazim's side as that foul play goes through. They're now on even shields, and it looks like being able to catch this foul play onto the Togekiss. Great play there by Colin, but at the same point, Sableye feels rather comfortable into that Togekiss.
And in comes here now the Wigglytuff in order to deal with this Pokemon, as this is, again, like you need at least 2 charge moves from the Togekiss, and we have another Swift Start already. You don't even have to shield here in order to win this battle as a Wigglytuff.
Going ahead now, first one going to be able to connect, knocking that Wiggly a little down past half health, and Wigglytuff just continues to farm a little more energy. One more charm going through before throwing the Swift. Now, if you're Colin, you're definitely going to be coming in with that Fortress, because Sableye wants absolutely nothing to do with the Wigglytuff.
And Fortress is going to be able to farm up a lot of energy here right now, and this is going to be a bit tough. But then again, you're only going to have here in the back the Sableye as well as the Quagsire, and Quagsire can actually take those Rock Tombs quite well, so you're forced to go for the Sand Tomb.
Going ahead now, getting this Icy Wind to also slow down the damage that is going to be output from the Fortress. Going ahead, letting that whole Wigglytuff go down, and you actually see Colin immediately swap swapping out, wants to clear that debuff, and now it's Sableye. Back where we started here, Sableye against Sableye.
Sableye against Sableye, and we see the charge move coming through from Collins to get the shield, actually.
I mean, I think now that Kazim has seen that the Fortress has so much energy there, going for that charge attack priority tie here, both of them on the Drain Punch.
The Drain Punch coming through. Is it going to be enough, though, to knock out this Sableye? It is just barely enough, and now the defense boost is going to allow you to get more fast move damage in, but you also allow the Fortress now to get more energy.
This Fortress is absolutely loaded, and Kazim doesn't have any shields to hide behind here. Santum, #1 going through to lower the defenses, and you're about to see how much these bug bites chunk. There's still a shield on Colin's side that Kazim has to get through, and Colin puts up that last protect shield. It is going to be a race.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's the question, who is going to be able to get to the next charge move in time? Of course, this one is not going to be enough to knock out this Quagsire yet, so you need very likely yet another Santum. But who's going to be faster, the Quagsire or this Fortress?
You see both of these players kind of breathing heavily, wondering who's going to reach it first. Kazim reaches it first. He looks up at Colin as this Aqua Tail goes through.
And this should be it. This should knock out the Fortress. And with this, Kazim is going to knock out Colin out of this competition. Kazim is going to go further into this competition. He's going to still be on the loser's bracket, but he fights for the medals.
A clean 2-0 sweep from Kazim, coming in with the Hawlucha and the 1-2 punch, 1-2 drain punch, let's say, of a Sableye in the back.
This was so exciting. We're still going to have the Hawlucha in the competition. I can't wait to see on how far this Pokemon can go. We saw already what this Pokemon can do, but as well, the Sableye on both sides was a very interesting matchup there. The Drain Punch is such a unique tech move that we haven't seen that often in the regionals yet.
I think that that's something that people will definitely be taking note of. Not only is the fact that Kazim is back in action, being able to take out two very, very good competitors throughout this tournament, but also taking a play at the unique playstyle that he has. He has got a Hawlucha, he's got an Aegislash. We've seen him play basically all of the Pokemon that he has on his team, really utilizing everything in his pocket.
I feel like this makes it so difficult for as an opponent to prepare for that, because you cannot prepare on what is coming up next. You don't know which Pokemon they're going to run. Are they going to bring the Hawlucha again? Well, let's take a look here though at the replay of this battle. This was such an exciting battle. It was again very close though. While it was a 2-0 at the end of the day, it was super close. Both players had the opportunity here. First battle, 1 HP on the Hawlucha.
I mean, this is the way it was for both of these games. It seemed like just winning by the narrowest of margins. Of course, when you look at the score and you see, oh wow, 2-0 victories, Kazim just must have been going crazy there, but it could have gone for either trainer, as both of them went back and forth throughout these matches, having nice catches, having precise counting, but in the end, Kazim really just pulling through there with such unique picks on his team.
And then the last second, Aqua Tail here to knock out the Fortress. And what a performance from Kazim. He's definitely happy about this one. Still being in the competition, still trying to fight. He wasn't, I talked with him just before as well, he wasn't too happy with his run so far this season. He would have liked to also compete a little bit more, but now he has the opportunity to bring home a medal, and he definitely wants to take that.
Colin 6, unfortunately for him, has been knocked out of this tournament. So the last trainer from the Netherlands who has been playing is unfortunately done, but he's going away with quite a few championship points, and he's still, like, I believe, #2 on the European leaderboard. That might shake up after this weekend, but still, I think he has to be pretty happy with his overall performance.
I do think so as well. I think he did great here, and I think he can be very happy with that as well. But yeah, we have more very exciting battles to come, and I can't wait for the next one as well, because our good friend Dartrix is going to be back.
Yeah, I think that the Jay would be pretty happy with seeing the next one. Just like you got to see a Hawlucha on screen before, now we get to see another person with their favorite Pokemon. But in the meantime, there's still like so much to discuss between those last games there, because those two people were teammates and they were friends, and so many actual of those players were able to make it on to day 2. So while maybe one of them, it could have been like a unique pick with that Sableye, right? But the fact is, like, 4 people are running that Shadow Sableye. I think that they kind of had a discussion around it ahead of time.
I do think this is a 2 as well. I feel like the Sableye is definitely one of the main Pokemon that I'm very, like, I really didn't expect to come up. Of course, we have like those Pokemon like the Castform that nobody would have ever expected, but like Sableye is a Pokemon that we have seen already multiple times prior in the regionals, but never really with Drain Punch. But with the meta right now, with the meta around a Licky, I do think it makes quite a lot of sense to run a Fighting type move.
Well, we know that Jay is ready with Kazim to be able to discuss a little bit about his team building and how he feels about making it on in this tournament.
Thank you very much, Amanda. I am currently sat here with Kazim, a very well-known player. We've seen him in the past. He won Dortmund 2025, and he's done so well in so many tournaments since then. But the meta since 2025 is incredibly different. How do you make a team as the meta changes? What is your what do you do as the meta changes? How do you change your team up?
Well, I mean, for this tournament specifically, I really wanted to just try a pick that nobody was expecting. Usually I try and stick to meta, learn the matchups really well, and then try and outmaneuver my opponent. This time round, I looked at the usage, and I just saw the top 3 Pokemon were very weak to a Horlucha. No one would expect it, and I just thought that would be the starting point for the team. You know, I had a few recommendations on the Sableye, Celio core as well, and then I just pieced together to kind of, you know, iron out the weaknesses of the three of those really. And yeah. Here we are,
absolutely. It was so cool to see such a super spicy Pokemon, Horlucha, in action. What was your inspiration in picking that Pokemon in specific? Was it just for the meta, or were you just trying to showcase a Pokemon that you really like?
Well, I've had no affinity, no association with a Horlucha previously. I was really set on running Kanto Raichu and potentially Zapdos as well. However, those two don't have the favorable matchups into Licky or Shadow Quagsire really. And then I just thought I have a Horlucha built for the Great League, and yeah, there's no other reason than being like anti-meta against the 3 that I mentioned before.
Absolutely, and it really did catch us by surprise. I was talking with Martine yesterday when we first saw it on the stream, and both of us were surprised it even had low kick, but apparently it's had it for a very long time, but because it wasn't a relevant move beforehand, we never even really thought about it. But I've got one more question for you, Kazim. How does it feel to beat Colin?
Well, it's bittersweet because Colin is a really close friend of mine. You know, we've helped each other team build in the past, more specifically for the last World Championships. At the same time, it has been, you know, something playing on my mind, and you know, when you've got that mental block that you're facing an opponent that has beaten me. I think he beaten me in 3 out of the 7 tournaments I played last season. That's almost 50%, you know, responsible for my losses. So it does feel great, and just to have one over him. And yeah, I wasn't really feeling confident after I'd lost the previous match, knowing I'd be facing the final boss.
Absolutely, it must feel so good to beat a player with such high accolade. He's gone from strength to strength, and it's just shown a testament as to how well you've played. Finally, would you like to give any shout-outs to anyone?
Yeah, absolutely. My family, my partner, and you know, my cousins also supporting from home. As always, Team Pizza. I've not got the merch on today, but you know, it's been a difficult one with Team Pizza. I faced my last 3 opponents have all been in teammates, so I've kind of had to seek support elsewhere. So I'd like to shout out the HGHC, specifically Boom, Marcy, the Mega Junko, all helping me with some of the tough matchups I've had. So if I've missed anyone, apologies, but you know who you are.
Well, thank you very much, Kazim. I wish you the best of luck for the rest of the tournament, and I'm sure we'll see you again soon. Kicking it back to the casters!
Thank you so much, Jay, for the interview. Thank you so much, Kareem, as well.
That kick was hard.
Yeah, for also the insight there. I would have liked to see the Kanto Raichu. That would have been an interesting pick. Why not?
You know, when he was saying both of those Pokemon, I kind of took note. I'm like, I think Kazim likes electric-type Pokemon.
I do think so too. But let's talk a little bit about Jay. There was a pin that I saw that we may be going to see now as well.
I mean, we know that Dartrix is his favorite Pokemon. He's been saying it time and time again, and lucky for him, one of the trainers that we have coming up next has that on his team. And guess what? That's probably not even the most spicy Pokemon that we're going to see, because look at the teams of both of these trainers.
We have here, of course, Aziz Riders, who is, by the way, the local champion of Magdeburg. He played local recently in order to get more championship points, and he wants to be in the top 8 here as well to
get even more championship points for himself because he fights for the travel awards, and so there's a lot on the line for him here as well. Of course, for Zephy Mastix as well, he wants to showcase on how strong the Spiritomb is going to be. And so this is going to be a rematch as well from group winners semis yesterday, where Zeeswilers won 2-1. Let's see on how this is going to go.
Hopping right into the match as Quagsire proudly displaying its best buddy ribbon here as it takes off against the tiniest Wigglytuff I have seen. Not a matchup I guess Zephy wanted to stay in as he swaps into that Credilli. And the big problem is if you counter swap from a Credilli, you're going to have to take this Rock Tomb. So Zeeswilers opts to stay in, opts to take that Rock Tomb, and now I think we might see him swap out into his Fortress.
Fortress is here now, but Fortress is not running Bug Bite, which makes this matchup a little bit more difficult as a Fortress user because you're not doing the fast move damage. You have to rely on the Rock Tomb damage of this Pokemon.
Now, both of these trainers are going to not rely on the fast attacks of the Fortress or the Credilli. Both of them are relying on the same charge attack here, which is that Rock Tomb. The Fortress has already been debuffed once now, and now is going to try to debuff this Credilli as well.
This will not be enough to knock out a bulky Pokemon like Credilli, and it's not even going to be enough to put into range for the farm down. But in comes now the Quagsire, but Quagsire's defense going to be reduced immediately.
Zephy coming in with a team that is double strong to this Volt Switch Fortress here. Quagsire being able to take that. Yes, the defense is going to be dropped, but now just continuing to just farm up energy because those Volt Switches aren't hurting at all. Now throwing the first Aqua Tail here, and it looks like Zeeswilers is choosing to let that Fortress... No! Last second shield there. He's got a ton of energy, swapping back into that Wigglytuff to cool down that Quagsire.
That Quagsire is not going to enjoy this one. The Quagsire will take the hit though. It's going to do a little bit more thanks to the defense drop there prior, but the attack is not going to be dropped as well. Double drop on this Pokemon.
This Quagsire has definitely been putting in work, taking hits, but also putting out hits in return. This Aqua Tail still enough to knock out that Wigglytuff, and out comes in the Greninja to be met with the Empoleon.
We have the fight of the first partner Pokemon here. We're going to have that Empoleon against the Greninja. The Water-type starters are taking over. We have actually seen 5 Water-type starters already in this regional.
We saw a lot of boosts last game with Pataman with that Corviknight. I think Zeeswilers is hoping for a boost as well, as Night Slash has the possibility to boost the attack. Takes that first Drill Peck, won't be able to take a second one, and a quick pivot back out, and Fortress has now finally found its mark with the Empoleon here, and Zephy puts up his first shield.
And now here is where Volt Switch is going to be a bit better because you're going to do some super effective damage against the Empoleon, getting it quite low. Are you going to shield this move up here?
Going ahead, and that's exactly, Zeeswilers has both of his protections on a very low health Fortress, but that Fortress has found its mark at this point. He doesn't want to let it go. He even waits to make sure that the move wasn't caught on something else. Now throwing on this Quagsire here. This should be enough actually at this range, and Zephy has to put up his Protect Shield.
But is a Mudshot enough to knock out now this Fortress, or is Volt Switch going to do it? We see here the Aqua Tail coming through, knocking out the Fortress, but there's still going to be the Greninja, which can now charge up a lot of energy.
Greninja up against the world here. It's the last Pokemon standing. It does have its attacks already loaded. We know that Zeeswilers is great at counting, and he's able to completely farm down this Quagsire. It's going to win charge attack priority over both of these Pokemon.
But is a Night Slash going to be enough to take down the Credilli? You have 2 Night Slashes stored, but is it going to be enough to knock it out here? Let's find out. This is looking like it's going to be enough. Credilli is quite low.
Zephy's always quite expressive here, and you saw in his face they're not happy about the way this is turning out, as he knows how much energy is on this Greninja. A Night Slash for the Credilli, a Night Slash for the Empoleon. Game 1 for Zeeswilers.
My favorite Pokemon Greninja is able to take home this game for Zeeswilers here, knocking out the other first partner Pokemon, Empoleon, and what a way.
What a way to start out these matches. We talked earlier with Kazima, said he's been playing against his teammates and friends throughout this tournament so far. Zeeswilers up against another German trainer, and I know that those two play together in a lot of grassroots tournaments, so this could be a similar story where perhaps they were team building together, perhaps they've already scrimmed against some of these very unique Pokemon that you see on the screen for Zeeswilers.
I find it very interesting that we see yet again Ninetales and Dartrix doing quite well together in a regional tournament. Of course, it won the score, won the last regional tournament already, but then it was paired with an Aegis
Future Slash, which we don't see on this team here. We see a Fortress, and here, of course, we have the trusty Spiritomb. We hear a lot about it in day number 1, and it's the Pokemon that he wants to take to this regional to showcase on how strong it can be, and so far it worked out quite well. Do we see it here now in this matchup?
I mean, we've seen champions versus champions, and yet again, we also see it on the screen as Zephy and Zizwiles are both regional champions as well. And again, even though there are quite a few meta Pokemon on this side, I'm still looking at that Credillion. I'm definitely looking at that Spiritomb of some unique picks that haven't been used quite so often.
Credilli is definitely having a little bit more of an upwards trend in this regional. We only saw it once, I think, in Prague, and now I think there are 3 in day number 2 for this regional. And it seems to be back. It seems to be such a strong pick in the current meta because there are so many water types.
Let's see as they jump into game number 2 if we'll see any Credilli action. We'd see it in game number 1. Another water type damage here off against each other here as now it looks like going ahead and both of them staying in. Throwing the Hydro Cannon first here, and we'll have to see if Zephy wants to put up a shield.
Immediate Hydro Cannon here from Zizwiles with the Greninja. Shield is coming up, and there's going to be a very much back and forth matchup here. You're going to be quite fast with those Hydro Cannons, but now we have here the Mud Bomb, and this is going to do so much damage against Greninja because Greninja is not really the bulkiest Pokemon.
Needs those shields to hide behind, and we have to take a peek at the back here. I think Jay will probably be grinning as he sees that the Darkrai could be coming in. One more Mud Bomb coming through here. Zizwiles has used both of his Protect Shields so early on in the game. Neither one of these trainers have an idea of what is in the back at this point. Just trying to charge up a ton of extra energy. Catching here this Hydro Cannon on the Licky Licky. Still going to do a nice chunk of damage.
This is very interesting here because he's going to do a lot of damage, as you just said. We are going to see here though as well that Zizwiles tries to at least keep another Hydro Cannon for later on. Or we see him actually stay in here and go for the swap out now on the Body Slam.
Wow, catching a Body Slam onto that Shadow Fortress, and now Fortress on Volt Switch is going to be able to charge up energy just a little bit quicker, and since Zephy had swapped in, the Licky Licky is kind of stuck here for a little bit longer.
The Shadow Ball is still going to do some solid damage here, but I'm wondering now, where are those Hydro Cannons go? Like, they're going to be always going to do a lot of damage. It's going to be neutral against all of the remaining Pokemon.
Now we're going ahead, just continuing to farm up energy. Now throwing the Rock Tomb, wants to guarantee the knockout onto this Licky Licky. Zephy doesn't put up a Protect Shield, so that's exactly what's going to happen. And Zizwiles is going to get a chance to see what's coming in here. It's going to be that Quagsire coming back in, trying to get a little more energy, but actually throwing it right away. Doesn't want to get debuffed at all by this Fortress.
But Quagsire is now energy dry. We have the Dartrix on the side of Zizwiles as well, which can come in here right now in this matchup. Like, this is going to be the perfect matchup to Dartrix. And in comes now very likely the Credilli, but it has to take some Hydro Cannons here from that Greninja. Greninja is loaded. This is doing so much damage.
Greninja has a ton of damage here that is going through because there's no Protect Shield used by the side of Zephy. Even though it's a water type attack, it's already brought the Credilli down to below half health. Zephy has to decide if he wants to use the shield here because he needs to get this Greninja out of the way. Dartrix doesn't want to be facing off against a Quagsire.
And I do think there's another Hydro Cannon coming through. Is this going to be enough to knock out the Credilli? Is Greninja showcasing again why it is here in day number 2 of this regional? It is going to be enough, and there's still the Dartrix in the back.
Dartrix is still lurking in the back and still getting a ton of energy. Great timing here by Zephy, trying to get up a little bit of extra energy, trying to do as much damage as possible because this Dartrix is coming back into a half health Quagsire, and it's almost at the Seed Bomb.
Seed Bomb is going to be enough to knock the Quagsire out of this competition there as well. Zephy Mastix is going to be knocked out. Zizwiles is going to continue his run in the losers bracket, and he is going to be very happy because he wanted to hit top 8 in this regional, and he hit top 8 in this regional. Look at him celebrating. He's super happy with the result.
Zizwiles' birthday was celebrated on Friday, and a top 8 finish at minimum in Utrecht seems to be a great present here for him. Running some very unique picks, knocked down to that loser side of the bracket earlier on today by some great plays with a Unova Stunfisk. Zizwiles managing to stay on in this tournament.
What a performance as well, but again, I'm quite happy, of course. Zizwiles, my brother, is using my favorite Pokemon, and how strong was Greninja in those games? Greninja was able to get so much energy and do so much damage against all of those Pokemon.
Truly, Zizwiles is one of those trainers that I think when he's playing, he has such a unique play style that a lot of people aren't expecting. People have said in the past, it's impossible to scrim against someone if you know that you're going to play Zizwiles later because they're never going to play the way that he plays. You saw him him stay in that matchup even though Zephy had swapped out into that Licky, maybe recognizing Body Slam is not even going to knock him out at that point, and he came out with so much energy, and that energy was utilized later to be able to completely knock out a completely healthy Credilli with 3 Hydro Cannons.
That was a fantastic showcase on what the Greninja can do, but again, I also want to highlight for Zephy Mastic's fantastic performance as well. Like, he went very far in this tournament, a very stacked tournament, a lot of very, very strong players here, and still, he was able to definitely showcase on how strong this Spiritomb can be.
Yeah, Zephy is a trainer who's been around for quite a while. He said yesterday to Martine that he hasn't had the success that he's been looking for lately, but being able to get so far in the tournament, I think, is a great confidence booster for him. He played also with the Unique team. We saw him play some Spiritomb action yesterday, and even though it didn't go for his way now, I think he still has a lot to be proud of.
He definitely does. And again, Battle of the Germans, Zizwai is going to continue his run here in the losers bracket, and I wonder how far he can go. There are a lot more games to be played as well, and I'm very excited on what we're going to have next as well, because we saw just the Kanto Ninetales, but there's also still an Alolan Ninetales left in this competition.
Again, if you would ask me what the meta Pokemon would be, obviously there are picks that we've seen on screen, but I would never have guessed that we would have seen even one Rainy Cast form. Kanto Ninetales, I would be like, maybe, sure, I think Fire definitely has its place in the meta. Hawlucha wouldn't have even crossed my mind. This tournament has got something for everybody.
It's honestly insane on how much diversity we see in those teams. It's fantastic because you have you can't really prepare, but you don't know what's going to happen next. And again, we still have the Raining Cast form in the winner side of the bracket. We are in day 2 of the regional in Utrecht. That is something that I didn't expect at all. But again, we have so many different picks. So such an interesting competition here so far. And we're going to see here as well a Galarian Moltres and of course that Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, so once again, as a reminder, losers side of the bracket here, we have both these trainers. Richie Beckett was just knocked down a little bit earlier today. He's playing against Wolfpack, who we saw win his last round yesterday to be able to put him into this losers finals.
Yeah, we see here, of course, 2 very unique teams, and I do think actually that this Ninetales looks absolutely amazing against Richie Beckett. We have 4 targets for the Ninetales here, so it kind of will force Richie to bring either the Empoleon or the Corsola or both.
Yeah, I mean, if we're taking a peek at that team, if we're comparing it to the Alolan Ninetales, that's exactly the point that you were making there. Togekiss doesn't want to see it. Moltres, definitely not Diggersby, although Diggersby can hit back with those fire punches. And Credilli, it's not the most comfortable of matchups.
Yeah, you have a lot of targets here, but then again, yeah, you have also a lot of coverage against this Pokemon. But I'm curious on how the Moltres is going to do here. I think we actually saw 2 Moltres in the competition so far. We saw one with Fly and Brave Bird. Here we have Fly and Payback going to allow you to hit those Steel-type Pokemon for some neutral damage, which can come in clutch against Pokemon like the Empoleon, against Pokemon like the Corviknight.
And this is a Shadow Empoleon too, so not something that we see as often. Empoleon already not one of the most bulky Pokemon, I would say, in the Great League, and the Shadow makes it even less so. Sometimes it's not the trade-off that you're looking for, but it definitely must have some play within Wolfpack's team, as that's what he's chosen to use for this tournament.
I actually really like to run Empoleon as well as a Shadow with Waterfall as a fast move. We saw that in the last regional actually from Patoman. We didn't really see it on stream sadly, but here everybody is going for the Metal Sound, which is generally considered the better fast move, and we're gonna see an Empoleon immediately against that Corsola.
No, this, I mean, it's fairly neutral overall. Those Hydro Cannons are going to hurt, especially because it's going to be from a Shadow here. But at the same point, as the Nightshades are going to really threaten a knockout onto the Empoleon should Richie Beckett choose to throw one, using a Protect Shield as the first one goes through.
This is doing quite some solid damage, I would say. And we have the option as well for a catch, and the catch is coming through here. This is going to be a Nightshade being caught not on the Licky though. It's being caught on the Corviknight.
Going ahead now, taking it to the skies as the Corviknight comes in here. We see this one being able to just charge up a ton of extra energy, maybe hoping to also get a boost, but the fact that Richie swapped out now into this Diggersby allows Wolfpack to farm up a little more energy before throwing that heavy-hitting Payback.
Payback is going to do some solid damage, but we know already this Diggersby is so bulky, it can take some hits. It doesn't really mind a little bit of damage there from Payback, and you have this super effective Fire Punch to fire back against the Steel Bird.
Coming ahead now, letting it go through. It is super effective, but the fast attacks aren't doing too much to the Corviknight, so Wolfpack just continuing to farm up some more energy, throwing yet another payback that goes unprotected on the side of Richie Beckett.
Yeah, the DSB can still hold on. He can even maybe take another air cutter here at this point, and it's farming up so much energy. With a Fire Punch being reached now, the Fire Punch is going to knock out the Core of Night. Wolfpack lets this Pokemon go through. Which Pokemon are you going to bring in next?
That's the big question, right? Because Wolfpack has seen the Corsola, but no question about it. Immediately popping back in with that Empoleon, saying, okay, already has some energy. Let's get this Diggersby out of the way. Let's see what you have in the back. Licky Licky has such a great matchup against the Corsola that I think that at this point, Wolfpack's like, all right, let's just see what the damage comes in. I dare you to bring it.
And here we have the 2-shield scenario of Licky Licky against this Credilli. And for Credilli, the 2 shields is actually quite nice because he can debuff the opponent's attack, but we see the immediate no shield onto the Shadow Ball, taking the damage immediately instead of debuffing first.
Going ahead now, just continuing to farm away. Richie Beckett now throwing the Rock Tomb before another Shadow Ball is even available here. 2 Protect Shields left on the side of Wolfpack, and he uses the first one here. He knows that he's going to be debuffed from this point on, but he still wants to keep that Licky Licky nice and healthy, knowing that none of the attacks of the Corsola are going to be doing too much, and actually going for a body slam bait here, and Richie Beckett might even call it.
We see a last second shield on the resisted body slam, but this is of course something that you have to understand as well. At this point, you kind of need to play it safe as well. You're kind of in a solid position. You kind of want to keep yourself into that position as well. We see the shield coming up off that Licky Licky. Of course, the attack is dropped quite significantly, and we see the swap out immediately in order for the attack to be back to normal. And this charge move is going to knock out the Shadow Empoleon.
Going ahead now, throwing that Nightshade, an immediate pivot from that Corsola. It does allow the Licky Licky to gain a little bit more energy, but now Wolfpack is at maximum energy here, forced to throw this Shadow Ball, and it once again becomes a race. Richie Beckett still has 1 shield to hide behind for that Credilli. A Rock Tomb is already loaded, and Wolfpack baits one more time. Will Richie Beckett fall for it a second time?
This is going to be such a guessing game. Are we going to see the Shadow Ball? Are we going to see the Body Slam? Or can maybe Wolfpack just go straight for 2 Shadow Balls? We see the Body Slam coming through. What is Richie Beckett going to do here? Are we going to see the shield coming up here again?
He's got 1 second to decide, and he does put up his last Protect Shield on a Body Slam. It looks like 1 rollout away from a Shadow Ball, but this is a debuffed Licky Licky that doesn't have a heavy attack to begin with, but this Shadow Ball will connect.
Is this enough to knock out the Credilli? It looks like the game is waiting a little bit. The Shadow Ball is connecting, and the Credilli goes down.
Wow, brave moves there by Wolfpack, being able to double bait body slams into the Credilli, getting both Protect Shields, sealing him that game number 1.
I'm curious, like, this was a very interesting game generally. We didn't see the Empoleon, we just saw like the Corsola on the one side, and then again, Wolfpack played it really, really well at the end. Like, trying to, of course, take as much damage in the beginning on that Licky Licky from the Credilli, then swapping out to try to clear the debuff again for later on to hit that Shadow Ball. But again, getting 2 times the bait correctly with a Body Slam was what decided this battle.
Absolutely, G. You saw how little health was left on that Licky Licky, and we know that Credilli paces quite quickly there. That did get that debuff, but getting both of those shields was the thing that really tipped it in favor of Wolfpack, because he wouldn't have been able to reach 2 Shadow Balls, I don't think, if he would have gone straight for both.
I think he would have not been able to do that at all. So like, this was the only play, and this player worked out so well. And now I'm curious, are we gonna see the 9-tiers? Wolfpack already in the driving seat here, having 1 game already won. Is he going to bring this Pokemon? Because we haven't seen from Richie Beckett that Empoleon in the first battle.
Right, I mean, it kind of maybe scared him off of bringing certain Pokemon, but even still, Richie Beckett has to really think about this moment here. He's 1 game down in the loser's side of the bracket. He needs to be able to pull out a win. He was able to do that last time to be able to tie up the series. Will he be able to do it against Wolfpack? Looks like both of these trainers have now locked in. We're getting ready to see a matchup that I don't think Wolfpack wants to see, but it's great for Richie here with that Empoleon lead up against the Ninetales. Quick pivot out into the Empoleon. Now we're looking at a mirror.
This is definitely not what Wolfpack wanted to see. This was the Pokemon Wolfpack wanted to avoid here. And in comes the Hydro Cannon. Of course, Richie Beckett now in the advantage because you have that extra energy, because you didn't need to swap out at all. And of course, you can decide as well if you want to go into a different Pokemon. And in comes the Moltres.
Moltres coming in to start doing some fast attack damage, which opposing Empoleon would not have been able to do. But these Hydro Cannons are going to hurt, maybe forcing Richie to be able to put up a Protect Shield, because the next one is already loaded.
shield is coming up here. Protect shield is placed from that Moltres, not wanting to go down, wanting to get more energy, because even now at this point he can hit that fly against that Ninetales. And look at this, is still going to do a lot of damage. Or do we see the shield? We see the fly going through.
Fly will connect at this very, very healthy Ninetales there. It takes it on the chin and it's going to try to... And actually, look at this play, getting some farm here on the side of Wolfpack. So it tanked all that damage onto the Unova Stunfisk, and now comes in the Diggersby. And this Unova Stunfisk is switch locked.
I actually really like the play there of Wolfpack, because at this point you kind of have to hope that there is no Diggersby in the back. At this point you have to hope, okay, I hope the Stunfisk is safe, because there are other options. For example, the Torkiss, for example, that Corsair with Stunfisk, with especially a little bit of energy would be good. But here, of course, this is exactly what Wolfpack doesn't want to see. First, the Ninetales against the Empoleon, and now the Diggersby against his own Stunfisk. This is a matchup that you just can't really win.
Yeah, going ahead, trying to get up just as much energy as possible. Both of these trainers here, Richie Beckett not even bothering to shield this very thick Diggersby, as yet another super effective damage comes in. An immediate pivot back out into this Alolan Ninetales, but what can you do at this side if you're a Wolfpack here? You're just going to get completely farmed down.
Yeah, Wolfpack is not going to be too happy with this one. But again, for Richie Beckett as well, this is the thing as well here for those tournaments. You have to predict on what the player is going to run, like your opponent's going to run here at this point. And Richie Beckett was perfect there with his prediction. Running the Empoleon against the Ninetales, running the Diggersby still in order to counter the Stunfisk. This worked out perfectly.
Back against the wall there, Richie Beckett was able to fight through, coming up with perfect alignment in that game number 2 up against Wolfpack, tying up the series, making us go into a decisive game number 3 on this loser's side of the bracket. If you think about that team composition that he brought, it was kind of what we call an ABB team that was like strong against the Alolan Ninetales in the front, but I think Richie maybe had a plan to lure out the Alolan Ninetales with something. He wasn't even having to do so because the Alolan Ninetales was in the front.
He didn't need to, but yeah, you're absolutely right. We had the Diggersby as a potential option as a say-stop, with a Fire Punch still being able to hit up against that Ninetales, expecting the Ninetales to come. Was actually a very good strategy there as well from Richie Beckett. And I'm curious if we're going to see similar Pokemon played again, or if we're going to see the Ninetales drop now, because Wolfpack didn't need the Ninetales in the first battle. Wolfpack was able to win without this Pokemon, and while it looks quite solid, maybe you go back to what you used to, what worked before.
Right, if it's not broke, don't fix it. But at the same point, if you have a Pokemon that you feel like, oh, it's just so strong if it can get its right placement, maybe it's kind of playing a game of peekaboo, or hiding away, trying to find those exact right moments. Because let's face it, if it was that Alolan Ninetales in the lead versus, say, the Diggersby or that Galarian Moltres, it could have been a completely different story.
It could have definitely been a completely different story. But here's the thing as well, which I kind of want to highlight. We have here payback onto the Moltres, and this changes completely in how this Pokemon is going to be played, because it's going to allow you here now against Wolfpack's team to be better against the Empoleon, to be better against the Corviknight, and also to be better against the Stunfisk because you have neutral damage.
Well, so we'll have to see. It looks like both of these trainers are locking in for this decisive game number 3. Another great lead for Richie there, as that Diggersby has found its mark with Unova Stunfisk. Now Wolfpack swaps into the Shadow Empoleon once again, but this is a much more favorable matchup.
Empoleon is trying to fire off immediately the Hydro Cannon against this Diggersby, and getting the shield immediately as well. Don't want to take any of the damage here, but the Scorching Sun is reached already, but we see the bait with the Fire Punch. Do we see a shield off Wolfpack? Yes, we do.
Richie says, I know that you double baited me that first game. How does it feel as he gets the first Protect Shield off the side of Wolfpack, now coming in with the Empoleon of his own? Richie has already saw the Unova Stunfisk on the side of Wolfpack, maybe thinking that this Empoleon doesn't have much play, but there is still that Ninetales lurking in the back.
There is still the Ninetales. We have here the Empoleon against Empoleon. We have the Shadow, though, against the non-Shadow.
Now, we're able to not take this damage very well, but in the meantime, still dishing it out and making it hurt here, as the next Hydro Cannon is going to be ready before the side of Richie Beckett. And I think this one could threaten the shield should he decide to go for it. And it looks like he almost decided to go for charge attack priority there.
He must know that he would win this with his Shadow Empoleon, but the shield is coming up here straight away from Richie Beckett. But can you farm it down this point? You can't. You have to throw a charge move.
And Richie realizes that as well, and actually Wolfpack putting up a Protect Shield on a very low health Empoleon. I think he knows his Hydro Cannon, no matter where it's going to go, is going to hurt. And going for it now onto this Empoleon, getting it off of the field here, and it looks like Richie will have to decide what he wants to come in with to farm this Empoleon Empoleon down.
And this is actually great for Wolfpack, because now already Wolfpack knows there is going to be the Diggersby. I have actually a good answer in the Ninetales still that he can use, but now you can expect there's going to be the Moltres, and you're still going to have the Stunfisk in order to counter it.
Now keep in mind this Diggersby has a ton of energy from the previous matchup. Fire Punch is going to be super effective and can start chunking away at this Ninetales. Tries to pivot, tries to catch on this Galarian Moltres that comes in, and Wolfpack actually goes ahead and throws an attack that is going to be doing a lot of damage, maybe thinking that he wants to just stay in this matchup for a bit.
You can stay in for a bit, take some energy with you for the next game, or like for the next matchup, and take the hit here, the fly actually as well, onto the Stunfisk. This is going to be a resisted damage, and you're going to be able to farm up a little bit against the opponent's Diggersby, trying to put this maybe into range for a Weather Ball.
No Protect Shields left on either side. Diggersby does have a bit of energy. It does have a lot of bulk, but there's 2 Pokemon left on Wolfpack's side. You know, Stunfisk doesn't normally like this matchup, but it's going to do everything it can for its partner to make sure that this Diggersby gets as low as possible.
And at this point, you have to hope that you can maybe even survive the set to maybe even get it lower. But I do think, actually, maybe it's already in range for that Weather Ball. While Diggersby is very bulky, can take a lot of hits. We see the debuff here coming through as well. I do think this might be it. Ninetales still having the move stored in the back. This might be the best play for Wolfpack.
Wolfpack going ahead, making sure that Mud Bomb goes through, and actually doesn't even want to bother waiting, going straight for the 1-2 punch here. Combination play, 1 Mud Bomb to get it low, 1 Weather Ball to knock it out.
And Wolfpack continues into the top 8 of this competition. And what a way. After not having the most favorable leads there, being able to come back in the middle matchup of the game number 3 here, being able to get a 2-1 victory.
You see Wolfpack very excited about how that went down for him. We didn't get opportunity to see so many of his games yesterday, but we did see him win on stream with that Alola Ninetales, and we saw win this last matchup for him as well. Not being afraid of losing that mid game, even though he didn't get the alignment that he wanted, recognizing that the team was strong and he was able to pull through, get that victory, and continue on the loser side of the bracket.
What a way of playing this last matchup, especially like Wolfpack didn't start off well at all, but then was able to come back in that middle matchup, aligning the Pokemon correctly and being able to continue his journey here at the regional in Utrecht. And what a way. Like, honestly, like the Ninetales was a Pokemon that we've seen a few times in the NA region, I feel like. I saw, I think, Rise to the Occasion play this Pokemon, I think. And so I find it cool to see it here as well. Literally cool, of course. But we see both versions, the fire version and the ice version of Ninetales, both continuing in this tournament.
So many different unique picks being used throughout here. Richie Beckett, one of the few using a Galarian Moltres and being able to make it quite far in this tournament, barely missing out on a top 8 finish. He has to be so incredibly proud of how he played, but those double baits from Wolfpack at the beginning there just sealed him that game number 1.
And then, of course, the Weather Ball at the end to knock out the Diggersby was all it needed. But also, Richie Beckett, again, I do think, though, as well, that his choice of having Payback onto that Moltres was definitely the right choice for this tournament. It's definitely something where I'm now mostly considering running this as well, because there are so many more targets for Payback compared to that Brave Bird.
I mean, Richie is one of those trainers who's been in the grassroots scene for quite a while. He pops in and out, but this is a tournament that he hasn't really played for a while, but he's been able to do so well to be able to make it this far here in Utrecht. He will be unfortunately knocked out, as this was the loser side of the bracket. Wolfpack continuing on, and there are once again still so many more players to go, because we are now in our top 8.
We are now in the top 8, and I do think we continue as well with the winner side of the bracket afterwards, where we still have that rainy cast form. I'm curious on how far this Pokemon can go. What is currently still your pick that is still in the competition? What do you want to see going far?
Well, I had a Shadow Sableye with Drain Punch, and there are quite a few of those still left in the tournament, so I feel like pretty confident that one of my picks will still be in at least Grand Finals. At least Grand Finals.
At least Grand Finals. Maybe even winning the entire competition. Just easy, isn't it? No, but I'm actually curious on how far also Halucha can still go. It was my pick as well. I find it so hilarious that we talked about it before it even came up, before we even knew it would be at this tournament, because it's not the Pokemon that you would see at most tournaments, I would say. But it has done so far so well, and even beats some Fairy-type Pokemon with a Flying Crest.
I mean, Kazim really talked about it with Jay earlier on, saying, you know, I just looked at the top 3 Pokemon of the meta, and I was like, you know know what? Hawlucha plays great into all of them. Sometimes that's just what you have to do. You have to take a look and say, do I want to play meta or do I want to beat the meta? And that's where it really gets interesting. And that's where I truly think all these different unique picks that we've seen so far in Utrecht have been coming from, because this meta is definitely not anything I think people would have predicted.
I think we heard as well in the interview in day number 1 from Patterman that he rather plays something that's maybe a bit off meta, because if you just play the Pokemon that everybody else plays, you're kind of at a position where it's like, oh, it depends really on which matchups you're gonna have. You can't have the advantage prior because everybody knows what you're running, how you play against it. But if you play something that people don't really expect, they are gonna be caught off guard.
I mean, I think the more we get to know these trainers through the interviews, through watching them play, you start to develop little known things about these. Like Colin 6 is one of the trainers, unfortunately just knocked out one of our last Netherlands players. He's been a trainer in the past that's just been able to pilot people's teams so well, saying, oh, is that a team that you're running? I have those Pokemon. I think I'm going to play it. And then he plays it better than almost everyone. And then there are people like Pataman, who's been able to pick unique things, just has a really strong overall aggressive play style that has been playing to his advantage. I'm really excited to see how the rest of this tournament is going to shake up, because there are still quite a few trainers left in it that have very unique play styles.
Absolutely, and yes, we've seen a few players already being completely knocked out of the tournament, but this doesn't mean that there's nothing else to do at this regional. There are always some side events. I want to hear a little bit more about them. Here we are at the side event area of the Utrecht Regional, and there are a lot of exciting side events that we can run. And I'm not here alone, I'm here with one of the best players for Pokemon GO PvP, who's also very excited for some side events. So what's up, Zweiles?
Thanks for having me. And yeah, the side events are very important for me personally, because local tournaments are a great opportunity to connect with the community and earn championship points. But where I live, I do not really have local tournaments unless I drive for like 2 or 3 hours. So when I'm already at an event, it's so amazing if I just get to do a challenge or a cup to get those points, fill my best finish limit, and maybe shoot for the travel award that I'm still seeking.
Exactly, you're wanting to get the travel award, and of course there are some side events that can help you with it. Do you want to talk a little bit about those side events that can give you some CP towards, also of course for other players to try to get up to the World Championship?
So if we're talking about championship points side events, there's challenges where the winner can earn up to 15 points. And then there's cups, which are a little larger. The winner can earn up to 50 points from those. And in addition to those points, you also get prize tickets that you can then take to the prize wall and maybe get like a plushie that you want or something else, some fun Pokemon merchandise to take away from Utrecht.
I hear there's not only those side events as well, there are also some exciting side events where there's sometimes some interesting metas being played. Talk about this a little bit.
Yeah, so those can be everything really, and you can essentially just play them on demand. Sometimes it's like a blind threes format where you emulate what you play in the Go Battle League and just bring some fun Pokemon to play against each other. Or I will be traveling to the North American Championships actually, and there they have the Switch series where you can actually compete for a Nintendo Switch 2. So there's big prizes to be won at side events. And yeah, like whether you play in a small one with your friends or in a large one against serious competition, there's something for everybody.
As I hear already, side events are for everyone, side events are exciting. And thanks so much for the interview, and going back to the casters.
Casters are here. Thank you, Jonks, for that interview with Zweiles, who's still in competition as well. There's not just competition here, but also side events where you can win a lot of prizes. Maybe a Dartrix plushie.
I would love to win that. Oh, actually, maybe not, because I already have one, and this one goes with me everywhere I go.
Why not two? Yeah?
You make a very valid point. What's greater than one Dartrix? 2 Dartrix.
There you go.
2 Dartrixes is Dartrix? 2 Dartrix.
Yeah.
2 Dartrix.
That'll work. Our next match that we're going to have upcoming soon is Anikor versus Nessa Beathan. It's been quite some time for Anikor to have some success, because his last best performance was a top 4 at 2025 Birmingham. It's been a while. It's pretty much a year ago by now, and he's been using Mandibuzz a lot, but now he's finally making it far again. This is the top 8, and opposed to him is Nessa Beathan. I think by now his signature Pokemon Celio, and he got top 4 in Prague with that Pokemon as well. What do we expect here?
I'm expecting big things. As you mentioned, it's been a while since he was in the very top, but to get to the top at one stage or another is just a testament to how good of a trainer you are. So even if you have it at one point, you never really lose it. You know how the game works, you know how your signature style works, and then you can use it in different places, and it may catch current metas off guard.
I think that's kind of a testimony to these players, because it's hard to be consistent. When you have that form going for you, that's when you want to reel in these prizes that you can get. Nesabethan has had success, has had losses in the past. Of course, we know he had the top 2. He already has that silver trophy from 2023 EUIC. But yeah, the World Championships are not far from now. This could already be a good test for that grand tournament.
And these players are in a fantastic position. They're already in the top 8 on the winners' side. So they can even afford to lose a game here. They won't want to, of course, because it will make the game a little bit harder for them. But they can still lose a game and still manage to take it all in the end. But they will want to continue this forward to get to the final.
And birds are so prevalent in this tournament. We talk about Dartrix the whole time, but Mandibuzz for Anikor has been a menace, even in what looks to be its worst matchups, such as Fairy-type Pokemon like Galarian Weezing or Togekiss. Mandibuzz, now with Shadow Ball instead of Aerial Ace, still can put a dent in anything that's not a Dark-type Pokemon. And we just hardly see any Dark-type Pokemon, because we saw on Nesabethan's team, there is one, but it's Sableye, and Sableye has the Ghost typing, so that means that Dark-type and Ghost-type attacks are actually neutral on Sableye, making Mandibuzz a formidable counter to it.
You know what, I looked at the Anikor team yesterday and I thought, oh my goodness, my time machine has worked. We're back in a few years ago, and we're seeing these Pokemon used again. I'm not expecting to see this get very far in this current meta, in the current climate. I don't think this will do as well nowadays, but lo and behold, here we are in the winners' semi-finals, and he's got all the way.
Yeah, and you talk about a blast from the past, Medicham, one of those. It has kind of two sides of it here, right? Celio and Polion, great matchups. Shadow Fortress, playable. You know, with Stunfisk, pretty good because you have super effective Ice Punch. But then there's two Ghost-type Pokemon. You do not want to deal with those, especially that Shadow Sableye will tear through Medicham. That makes Medicham a really good core with Mandibuzz, and those are two Pokemon I kind of expect Anikor to bring here. How is Nesabethan going to answer that?
Well, both of these Shadow Fortress are using Bug Bite. We've seen some using the electric move.
Swallows was.
Yeah, exactly. We see the electric using some, but it's used as such a different Pokemon because it gets moves a bit faster. This is just consistent Bug Bite damage. It's getting into a lot of typings in this meta.
Both trainers almost ready to lock in for their first match in the top 8 here. Who can advance further in the 2026 Utrecht Regional Championship? Two trainers from the UK, pretty similar teams, but also their own unique picks that have been pulling them through this tournament.
These two trainers have seen it all. They've gone through so many other teams to have got to this point. They will have studied the opponent at this point, and they will know exactly what the other player likes to bring, and they may be acclimatizing their own team towards it.
Well,
we're going to see
out.
as they lock in now. Mandibuzz into a Stunfisk.
And that is a great lead for Nesabethan here. Anikor has to get out. He's going a little bit soft to this Unova Stunfisk, staying in for a little bit. I would expect him perhaps to try and make a catch, or maybe soak some damage on Mandibuzz while building up a little bit first. Perhaps Mandibuzz is just fine in this matchup with this new Shadow Ball that I'm not aware of. However, you are going to take super effective damage consistently from this Unova Stunfisk, and I doubt that 2 or 3, maybe 3 Charge Sticks could be enough, but this foul play is not going to do that much.
Even though the typing is much in the favor of Nesabethan here, this Mandibuzz is just so tanky. And we are seeing a swap now. We're into Lickitung.
I like this play. Softening up the Unova Stunfisk, perhaps making Nesabethan think, oh, perhaps there's an Empoleon in the back. That's why he's staying in. No, now he swaps in Licky, because from full health, Licky does not do that well. But now in comes Shadow Fortress. With this energy advantage though, Licky is not that bad here. 2 Shadow Ball will knock out this Shadow Fortress, so I would not be surprised if Nesabethan decides to use a Protect Shield on one of these attacks. Yeah, there we go.
The Licky has a lot of energy. The first one going shielded, but he's got another one waiting in the wings, ready to be thrown again, which will do a lot of damage if gone unchecked.
You want to launch that attack immediately before the Rock Tomb is being launched by this Shadow Fortress, because then it would drop the attack of this Licky and the Shadow Ball would do less damage. Sandtomb's coming through. Normally it wouldn't have done enough, but now that Sandtomb has been buffed this season, it will knock out Licky. You even have some energy for the next Pokemon coming in, and Mandibuzz does not want to deal anything with the Rock Tomb. Anikor sends out Medicham instead. You should not throw Rock Tomb in this, and Nesabithan knows that. He's going for this neutral Sand Tomb to lower the defense. Now Bug Bites are going to do even more.
The Sand Tomb will lower the defense, as you mentioned, and now the Psychic type is being thoroughly punished by the Bug type fast move, Bug Bite.
Dealing a lot of damage here. Now going for Dynamic Punch to knock out Shadow Fortress, but Nesabithan doesn't care. He has alignment. He has Shadow Sableye to send out and shred this Medicham. You have a shield advantage on your Medicham, going for a little bit of chip damage here. I think this could have been useful for Unova's stomach as well, but now it's all in the hands of this Mandibuzz. You have only Drain Punch on the Shadow Sableye, so we see the swap immediately from Nesabithan. In comes a Foul Play. I think the next one might barely not be enough to knock out two, but maybe with Snarl damage, it could get close. I think you need a Shadow Ball plus a couple Snarl, or perhaps just 2 Foul Play.
Nesabithan has seen this Mandy-Core used on the side of Anakor several times this tournament and has absolutely read it to perfection here as he brings back Stunfisk to do devastating damage into the flying type Mandibuzz.
Stunfisk is just so fast to its charge attacks, but I do think that you are nearing Shadow Ball range here. Anikor is protecting the Mandibuzz, knowing that it's not in range of any charge attack from Shadow Sableye. If you can knock out this, you know when Stunfisk is going for the Foul Play, but this definitely won't knock out. I think a Shadow Ball may get really close, and if Nesabithan knows that, he might put up protection. No, he calls this!
Calling the bait here, and it doesn't do as much damage as you would expect from this same type attack bonus. And we're seeing now another move being thrown off.
Here we go. Do we see enough protection? I would expect so from Nesabithan because he needs this Pokemon to take out. Oh, we see the catch, but is this going to help Anikor? The problem is, yes, now you've soaked this all on your Medicham. Medicham is kind of redundant anyway into that Shadow Sableye, but look at the health of this Shadow Sableye. I think you need 2 charge attacks here as Mandibuzz, but it has no energy.
Oh, and straight away going for the Drain Punch, which will raise the defense. So even if Mandibuzz gets to several moves here, it knows that it will have to go through even more of this Shadow Sableye.
Yeah, I think without a Drain Punch, perhaps a Shadow Ball could have almost been enough. Well, we're actually going to test now. If this gets close to knocking out, perhaps without a Drain Punch buff, this would have knocked out. So, curious to just see some science here.
Shadow Ball,
I think Shadow Ball would have gone really close without that defense boost to actually knock out this Shadow Sableye. But it doesn't matter. Shadow Sableye is pulling through for Nesabithan here. He still had the Unova Stunfisk. A very convincing win with the correct alignment here for Nesabithan, taking it to 1-0.
A very good play from Nesabithan there, reading the team line from Anakor very, very well. But we've seen Anakor go down before, and we've seen him rise back up to the occasion, and he's been doing very, very well up to the winners semi-final so far. Will he be able to bring it back?
If anyone can do the impossible, Anikor has proven that that could be him. In some of even the worst matchups earlier this tournament, he has come back from really bad situations, like for example leading Mandibuzz into Azumarill and his opponent had Galarian Weezing in the back. He still won that game. He brought Medicham into a team that was 3 times stronger to Medicham, and Medicham won him 2 games. Like, don't count Anikor out just yet. Nesabithan, yes, a formidable opponent who just won his first medal at Prague 2 weeks ago. I mean, Anikor can still take him on here.
Nesabithan on a hot streak. Is he going to be able to keep it going? 1-0 up in this, the winners semis. It's such a great feat to have gone throughout the entire tournament without having a single loss. To make it this far, you want to keep it going.
And you know, this is actually one of the very few times that we see Nesabithan play other Pokemon than his core Pokemon. Usually he's just spamming Celio, Gourgeist, and Stunfisk, the main core of his team. This time, he was actually playing Shadow Sableye and Shadow Fortress, so kind of being pulled out of his comfort zone here by Anikor to actually counter his picks.
Well, that's why we're allowed 6 Pokemon on our team. You might be very happy and complacent that your 3 Pokemon could do everything, but sometimes you might come up against a team and think, oh, I'm a little bit challenged here. Maybe I want to just pivot out a little bit, expand my reach, and just see what these Pokemon can do into the opposition team.
And important to know for Nesabithan, there's not just the championship on the line. The more points he gains, the further he gets in this tournament, he gets more championship points, the closer he gets to the Travel Award. Currently, I believe he is in the 9th or 10th spot on the leaderboard. If he can get to the top 2 placement, he will actually be in the top 8, which would grant him a travel award pricing of $3,500 for the World Championships.
Lots on the line here for Nezabethan, but not just Nezabethan, Anakor as well. Is not just the prize money, there's also the pride of winning a tournament. Let's go. Let's see if either of these two trainers are going to make it through.
Anikor has been here before with Mandibuzz into Shadow Fortress, and most trainers consider this a decent matchup for the Fortress. Mandibuzz pace is way quicker to its charge stacks than Shadow Fortress does, though, but you have Rock Tomb, which will deal a lot of damage, and Bug Bite is neutral because it's super effective against Dark, resisted by Flying. So Mandibuzz actually takes a lot of damage here, and now swapping into Licky again to soak damage. But if you look at the team from Anikor, he went kind of weak to Unova and Stunfisk in all 3 Pokemon.
I do like what the Fortress has done there, shielding the first move that would have done the most damage. I call that the Dugong Gambit, where you can throw shield first and then throw a move that will debuff your opposition's attack.
Shadow Ball's coming through, and now with this debuff, I think 2 might still knock out here. They definitely will, but you can get to another Rock Tomb that would knock out the Licky. Looks like Nezabethan is just staying in because he wants alignment. He wants to have his Unova Stunfisk match up into that Mandibuzz.
Absolutely, and we are seeing a Sand Tomb come through now, which will be enough to knock out the residual health of the Licky. Anikor now deciding what he wants to bring in.
This does look kind of dire for Anikor, but keep in mind that Empoleon can actually defeat this Unova Stunfisk when there's an energy and shield advantage, but looks like he's sending in Empoleon right now. The problem is that if you don't shield this, the fast attacks from the next Pokemon are going to add up, and even these Bug Bites are actually going to deal a lot of damage, even though they're resisted. So now you're kind of throwing away your Empoleon and putting it all in the hands of Mandibuzz here. Oh, but catching a Sandtube is an interesting play. You gotta know that there's Unova Stunfisk in the back. This Shadow Fortress has been wiping out pretty much half the team here from Anikor.
Absolutely, and it was a fantastic catch, but now you're switch locked into a Pokemon that will be debuffed until the switch clock is up. So Anikor is a little bit on the back foot here, throwing the Shadow Ball into the Stunfisk.
Will deal solid damage, but Unova Stunfisk is just about as bulky. A discharge coming through, not the strongest charge stack. This is finally the time for Anikor to use Protect Shields because he doesn't have as much health left on that Empoleon. He did bank 2 Hydro Cannon, keep that in mind, but Nezabethan with that Shadow Fortress at low HP also has a catch available for later.
Both trainers on 1 shield remaining, and Anikor deciding to use it now. This is the appropriate time to shield this discharge, which would have been super effective, maybe enough to take it out from this range.
Swap. Yes, he does swap into the Hydro Cannon. Nezabethan can use a Protect Shield to make sure Unova Stunfisk is still around, but the timer is up for Nezabethan. He can just swap. He goes to swap into the Sableye. This is a great catch, but it's going to deal massive damage. Is this an opportunity for Mandibuzz to farm up a lot of energy to then take on Unova Stunfisk?
Anikor's Empoleon was solo there. He had to throw back to back, but unfortunately the swap timer was up, so it did end up going on to a full health Sableye. But we are going to see the matchup here. This should be enough to knock out the rest of the Sableye.
How much energy was on that Unova Stunfisk? Can Mandibuzz outpace Unova Stunfisk to 2 charge attacks here? I think not, because he's only 1 away. This discharge is not the strongest charge attack, but it doesn't matter. Mandibuzz is at low health, and Unova Stunfisk is going to take out Mandibuzz.
And it is enough, and Nezabethan has played fantastically. Read the team very, very well in game 1. Number 2 ended up dancing a little bit, but ended up perfectly making the mark and winning the game.
All Nezabethan had to do here, Jay, was to bring his strongest Pokemon. That's all he did, because Anikor disrespected the Unova Stunfisk so hard. Mandibuzz, Empoleon, and Licky all don't have a good time against Unova Stunfisk. If you bring all 3 of those and you face Unova Stunfisk, you're not in for a good time as Anikor.
Absolutely, and Nezabethan, I tell you what, both these players have done ever so well to have got to this stage just as a whole, and Anikor is not out. He will drop down into the losers bracket, and we will still see him continue his games as it comes towards its finite conclusion. Who will win?
He will later face the winner of Wolfpack versus Kazim on the loose side of the bracket. So there could be a Alolan Ninetales or a Hawlucha. Which Pokemon is that Mandibuzz going to face? I don't think you want to face, especially not Alolan Ninetales, I'll tell you that.
I don't think anyone wants to face this Hawlucha. It seems to be a real shock in the play Pokemon circuit as of this weekend. And I wouldn't put it against anyone bringing it in the future because it's been so good.
Well, if Licky is just all over the place, and Licky is top meta currently, right? Anikor played it twice, and for good reason. It is such a safe Pokemon. Sometimes you kind of want those fighting type Pokemon, but some ground type Pokemon can also do this. We've seen Unova and Stunfisk in this match, but also non-Shadow Quagsire can hang on to Shadow Ball and actually take on Licky a little bit more reliably. So every trainer with their team building always has to be thinking, how do I make sure Licky isn't too safe against me, it can overrun or be too much of a wedge against my team.
Absolutely, Licky is such a tanky Pokemon, but you never know how the meta is going to evolve, and you never know, you might come countering Licky and then not see any that tournament.
That would be unlikely with Licky, but with less meta Pokemon, like Dartrix, I would agree that it is perfectly fine to not account for Dartrix or Shadow Kanto Ninetales in your team building. The worst that could happen is that you face Arrow in the Grand Finals. And then he wins.
Well, that would be not the
Still
most
second.
optimal. Second place, I'll take it. I personally would take it.
The next match that we're going to have is going to be Sir Corey versus Stone Collection. Do you remember what Stone Collection had?
Stone Collection had Cast Form, the
Yes.
rainy Cast Form.
It's the Pokemon that reminds you of the weather here in the Netherlands. It's always rainy.
Do you know
I can
what?
tell.
It's also rainy where I'm from as well, so we have that in common.
We have that in common here. Just gonna take a look at the winner's side of the bracket here. Nesipethan just has defeated Anikor. We're looking at the top 8 winner's side of the bracket. We also have a loser's side where we have 4 more competitors that all the battles will be streamed. So you are going to see some of your favorites here on the broadcast.
Absolutely. Anyone that you've seen today that are still in, you will still be seeing them progress as we get towards the grand final. We're getting there ever so slowly and ever so eagerly.
And if you are here just to watch Amanda and Jonkus, you have to deal with us for now. We are going to broadcast this match soon with the Rainy Cast Form. And it's actually a very interesting Pokemon. Sir Corey also has an interesting team of Jellicent and Cradilly.
Oh, yes.
How do those Pokemon fare into a Rainy Cast Form? You have Thunder on it. Cradilly probably is very good into it with his grass type charge attacks and fast attacks. But you have Thunder for Jellicent. I wonder how that goes.
It does have Thunder, but it also does take 3 to 6 working days to charge up to it. So it's at the cost of, are you willing to throw this really expensive energy move that it takes so long to get to, or are you going to bait and hope your opponent shields it?
Didn't expect you to use exactly those words, actually, to describe that. There is a way, there's many different ways to describe the pacing to charge attack like Thunder with a fast attack like Water Gun. We see many of those. Let's take a look at the teams that we have here. Both Fortress, again, are on Bug Bites. Zizwalos is the only one with Volt Switch in the tournament. Sir Corey has really been an upset in this tournament on paper, but if you look at his games, he's just been destroying opponents like Colin 6 and Kazim earlier as well.
I tell you what, both of these trainers have done so well together with these specific teams. Look at Sir Corey's team. It's not got really any of those meta Pokemon that we were talking about at the beginning of the day that nearly every team is bringing. Its normal type, as you were mentioning earlier, is that Wigglytuff instead of the Licky that nearly every team is bringing. It's really awesome to see him, especially running his favorite signature Pokemon.
Wigglytuff? Oh, Cradilly.
It's Cradilly.
Okay, yeah, I guess. Wigglytuff is also a very good normal type Pokemon, obviously. This is the same team that Sir Corey ran in Prague as well, so some Pokemon he's well acquainted with. And he's not really been making deep runs as often, but, you know, that makes it extra nice when he actually does. And here's Stone Collection, the only European ever in Pokemon GO to have won a regional championship in North America. Fun fact for any North Americans who woke up early to see specifically this trainer here, he will also be competing at Indianapolis and then at the North America International Championships. Keep an eye out for this guy.
A European player to haunt the dreams of the NA circuit.
Definitely something you got to be careful of. I'm not I cannot promise at this point that he's also bringing Rainy Cast Form. But you never know with Stone Collection. He likes wicked Pokemon.
Absolutely, and it's the limited meta at NAIC, so you never know.
Well, Rainy Cast Form is allowed there.
Is
but
it
also
allowed?
regular. They're both allowed.
Well, he might bring it if he does well with it today. Well, he's already done well with it today. He might as well bring it.
Regular Cast Form actually also has access to Energy Ball, and in a Pokemon in a meta full of Water type, it might be very useful. So Pokemon you may want to keep your eyes out on if you are competing at the North American International Championship. But to this matchup, How likely do you think it is that Stone Collection actually brings this Rainy Cast form?
Well, you look into his opponent, and you generally over the broad spectrum of this event, you do not see many grass types. It's been a highlighted problem in many of these teams, but Sir Corey's favorite Pokemon just so happens to be a grass type. So, and you know he's been bringing it to loads of these games, so will Stone Collection be confident bringing a water type into it?
Oh, what about Talonflame though? If you can get your Rainy Cast form aligned to a Talonflame, that is the dream for the raindrop. Now, of course, you have to be very wary. We've seen Shadow Talonflame in the past with Fly and Flame Charge, but this non-Shadow Talonflame prefers to have Brave Bird specifically for the Quagsire matchup. Now, Stone Collection also has Quagsire, but I don't think that Rainy Cast form will appreciate Brave Bird either. We have a lock-in. We're getting ready for game number 1. We have some Stone Collection on the right, the Tinkaton, and it's met up with Jellicent from Sir Corey on the left. This is a great lead for Sir Corey.
And we see the Tinkaton again, which we haven't seen much of in this day 2. Tinkaton coming in and throwing in against the Jellicent.
Going for the resisted Gigaton Hammer here.
How much damage will this do?
It's still gonna look like it's not resisted. Here we go. Boink.
Bonk.
And that does actually almost bring this Jellicent into half. Now the catch attempt. Sir Corey's not falling for it, but how does he anticipate? He's going over the max energy. Now finally going for a neutral survey, expending some energy. I don't think that Stone Collection minds that per se. Let's take a look. Licky is definitely here to soak some energy, but this is a great opportunity to align your Stunfisk there. The thing is, the Stunfisk is kind of also meant to counter Tinkaton.
I really like throwing the Surf in there before the swap was made, and then also it softens up the Licky going forward in towards this next matchup, which he wants to be able to win to hold Switch.
Mud Bomb is coming through, but you're gonna need 2 of these at the very least as Sir Corey, because Licky is just so bulky. Here comes a Body Slam. Shadow Ball would be more efficient, but perhaps Stone Collection is trying to preserve some energy and make a switch into the Shadow Quagsire, as his timer is going to be up now.
Licky, the glue Pokemon coming out now, and we are seeing Quagsire enter back into the fray, but is only met by a Mud Bomb on the side of the Sir Corey's Stunfisk.
Sir Corey is a little bit stuck in this matchup for now. His timer is now up. He can swap into Wigglytuff. The problem for Shadow Quagsire here is, and for Stone Collection in general, he kept this Pokemon that throws a lot of charge attacks, but all the shields are in play, so it's possible that the Shadow Quagsire might not even be launched the last 2 charge attacks if Sir Corey decides to shield. Going for the Mud Bomb now. This will get really close to knocking out. Sir Corey's actually letting everything go. He's putting everything on the Jellicent. I like that play.
Mud Bomb, let go, and all of a sudden Wiggly is very low on health, but it will stay in and it'll be able to throw a Swift.
At this point, Wigglytuff would become a farm over Tinkaton. Looks like Sir Corey's going for an entire undercharge because he doesn't want to get farmed down by opposing Tinkaton. But Stone Collection instead preserves Quagsire. Now swaps in Tinkaton anyway. The switch clock is so misaligned. You can get the entire Fairy Wind down here. And we saw earlier, Gigaton Hammer does a lot to Jellicent, but you also still have Unova and Stunfisk. You have 2 Pokemon, 2 shields to actually take all this energy on. Trying to catch a Bulldoze here. It fails. In comes the Shadow Ball. This is going to deal massive damage. Stone Collection lets it go.
Unshielded. Here comes the Shadow Ball. How much damage will this do? Oh, it does so much damage deep into the red now, but Gigaton Hammer is going to retaliate.
Whoa. I was going to say, it's so obvious to bait here. And Stone Collection doesn't bait.
It is a big move, but he just hangs in there. I was quite shocked by the fact he hung in there.
Wait a second, I think Stone Collection just cooked. Because now he can get to 2 Bulldoze, and I believe he has an Aqua Tail, or he's really close to one on the Shadow Quagsire.
This has been...
Here it comes. He's very close, and he's getting there on charge attack priority tie.
Expertly played by Stone Collection, reading into the future. So Corey left having to shield this move, but does have a move now in retaliation. But unfortunately was thrown on charge attack priority, so it's thrown when Stone Collection has no energy on his Quagsire.
Remember that Stone Collection threw a Body Slam into Unova Stunfisk earlier, so it's only 2 rollouts from another Body Slam here. Here it comes. It's actually going to outpace Unova Stunfisk, and Sir Corey realizes how did Stone Collection reverse engineer his way to a victory here. Such a terrible lead, a terrible swap in, but somehow he danced all around Sir Corey to take the first match.
And that may well be the power of Tinkaton, even though it was a resisted move. 2 of them were nearly enough to knock it out in right.
It's so strong. You can compare this charge attack to the likes of Groudon and Kyogre's signature charge attacks, which are Precipice Blades and Origin Pulse. These are really strong attacks, and it's the same as Gigaton Hammer. So that way you can kind of imagine how powerful this attack is. Even when Gigaton is resisted and Playoff is not, Gigaton does almost just about the same amount of damage.
And that just shows the skill of Stone Collection. He has made it to day 2, when in day 1 there were loads of Tinkaton being played by players out there, but only a few made it into day 2, and Stone Collection being one of them made it all this way and is still showing a masterful showcase of how well this Tinkaton can do.
Okay, so Jay, I just came up with something. This is what I'm going to call the Galaxy Bolton theory.
Okay.
When a trainer with a Spice pick that they are unlikely to bring, it's more like just looking like a funny Pokemon, like a Rainy Castform or a Leaf Tornado Superior, they're not going to bring it in the first game because it's too risky. But when they are 1-0 up, there's actually less risk to it. So it's more likely now that maybe Stone Collection is going to be a little bit memeing and be like, you know what, maybe I can make Rainy Castform work, I can lose one game. Are we going to expect Rainy Castform here for Stone Collection now? The Galaxy Bolton theory.
I also see a very similar theory, but when you're 1-0 down.
I've seen that, yes.
Exactly. We may end up seeing, in a similar regard, the Credilli being played on the side of Sakori, because it is a Pokemon they're familiar with and they want to do well. And yes, we do. He is on the back of Sakori here.
Zizwados is the only one with Voltris Fortress, and the others all have Bug Bite. There we see a great lead and a great swap in again. How is Stone Collection going to play out of this one here? Now, this Credilli has Bullet Seed as the fast attack, so it will actually deal formidable damage, but Shadow Quagsire is actually not that helpless here with the pacing.
We did see a couple of Credillis yesterday, and they were all running Acid except this one. The Bullet Seed gets to moves in very nice timing. It's only after 4 Bullet Seeds you get to a move, so it doesn't get it very quickly. He is holding onto a move here and is opting to throw the Rock Tomb.
This won't look out. His Stone Collection is fine, just getting a farm now with Fortress. He's going to no-shoot here, but perhaps he tried to flip it. No, he lets it go! And I think at this point, 2 Bullet Seeds won't knock out. You have to throw another Charge here, Sakori, but he doesn't! Now you have to expend a shield if you want Switch Advantage, and you need Switch Advantage because there's Licky that is really waiting to devour the Jellicent, but Sakori is not allowing that.
Sakori was looking very good if he had thrown the harder hitting move there, but again, it all comes down to this bait. Are you going to bait? Are you going to throw the correct, the super effective move to try and win swap there? It's such a high risk, high reward situation.
Yeah, in this case, you only want to go for Rock Tomb. You definitely don't want to throw Grass Knot into this Fortress as it's double resisted. Now in comes Licky. It can actually cook a little bit with the shield advantage, but Rollout is resisted here. And this is the ground type that Licky actually really doesn't like to see, simply because this Unova stuff is much bulkier than, for example, a Quagsire, where Licky can actually just knock out with 2 Shadow Ball. I think now you need 2 Shadow Ball, maybe then a Body Slam?
Well, it's not a great situation, but it's definitely a better situation for Sakori having these Pokemon aligned here, watching the Mud Bombs chunk away at these at this Licky.
Now going for the Body Slam here. I don't think Sakori can shield because he needs them for the Jellicent. If somehow this Licky would get aligned again to Jellicent, you need to be able to protect yourself from a potential Shadow Ball. Let's take a look here. I don't think Stone Collection is present to shield just yet. Not only does Surf from the Jellicent more, but Hex from Jellicent is also double resisted. So you can go pretty low in health here. You won't get knocked out that quickly by Jellicent, but the more Thunderstrokes add up here, the more dangerous it gets. Now you have to use a Protect Shield.
Now we're in a situation where it's getting a little bit stickier, and we're getting very close to the end of this game with Discharge going shielded. The energy is very, very high on the side of this Licky.
This Shadow Ball is going to knock out Unova Stunfisk. Does Sakori sniff it out? Yes, he does! But I think that Licky will be able to get to another charge stack. The important question is, can you overfarm enough here as Stone Collection to land a Shadow Ball on Jellicent as well? Sakori has to be very, very careful here.
Sakori opting to throw the last of the energy here with the Discharge, but very far away from the next move. Stone Collection has a lot of energy once more on this Licky, but will he be able to get to a Shadow Ball on the Jellicent in the back?
I think Sakori... Oh, he actually gets... No, he predicts the swap, and now getting to the Shadow Ball, which might be crucial, but keep in mind, Fortress already took 1 Rock Tomb. It might actually be nearing to be in range of Shadow Ball from Jellicent. It has a little bit of energy, but not enough here.
And we are seeing a retaliation Shadow Ball. Shadow Balls all around here, being thrown straight back at the Fortress.
Can Fortress get to a charge deck? There's absolutely no way. Sakori was looking to be a little bit nervous there with all that Licky action, but this time Jellicent is getting its revenge, and Sakori ties up the score. Not this time, pal.
How often do you see a Jellicent fast move down a Licky? Well, that's what you get to see here at the Regional Championships.
We saw there the flaw of Credilli. like, okay, cool, you have your grass-type Pokemon for that so-called Mud Boy, the water and ground-type Pokemon Shadow Quagsire. Problem is, if you don't throw the Grass Knot there, the Rock Tomb won't knock out, Shadow Quagsire just gets to another charge stack. But if you threw the Grass Knot and it was shielded, Shadow Quagsire can even be more obnoxious and get to multiple charge stacks, perhaps even flip that matchup.
Absolutely, but we did see the Credilli on the side of Sir Corey. This is something he likes to bring. We saw him last time. I think he was down and he ended up bringing it and it overturned. It made everything start going swimmingly well for him. Unfortunately, for any swimmers on the other side, it's not very swimmingly well for them.
I think this is actually a great call from Sir Corey, because Credilli with Bullet Seed has an excellent matchup, not just against Shadow Quagsire, but also into Licky and Rainy Castform. But Shadow Quagsire and Licky have been played the whole time as Stone Collection, so bring Credilli makes perfect sense, actually.
It does make very good sense into this team. It's even got good answers into that Togekiss. It's got the debuffing move, Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb will debuff anything that it throws into by 1 attack stage.
That is only if it has the fast attack acid. Because Bullet Seed's resisted, you need 2 charge stacks anyway. And don't forget, Togekiss does have Aura Sphere. But I'm not sure if that's the Pokemon you want to bring as Stone Collection, because you know when Stunfisk and Jellicent are played over and over by Sir Corey. Let's see if Stone Collection can adapt, or does Sir Corey make another great prediction in the team composition. Here we go! We have Credilli! Oh, Mentor into Fortress! Finally! This is wunderbar for Stone Collection!
Stone Collection laughing here in this one-apiece situation to see who ends up going through to the next stage.
A very curious switch here. Swapping your Fairy type into a Steel type Pokemon is rather unusual here, Jay, because these charms are resisted. So are the Bug Bite though. So Wigglytuff has some play here, but I think Stone Collection, yes, he's just softening up this Wigglytuff, now swapping in his Shadow Quagsire. And if Stone Collection sniffed out the backline, he knows he's in a really good spot here.
I don't hate that idea of switching from Sir Corey because you don't want to show your best answer to a Pokemon you're very, very weak against in the lead straight away.
Well, you'll also probably expect Licky. If you safe switch your Jellicent and it's answered by Licky, have you met Jover? You will meet Jover. Yeah. It's probably the game is done by then. In comes a Mud Bomb. This is a nice farm for Credilli, but at the expense of a lot of damage. I don't think 2 charge stacks will knock out. So maybe you just soak all of this and have some Rock Tombs to hit Fortress back, potentially get a shield advantage. But man, if you look at the back line, I'm not sure if Jellicent's able to overcome that Licky even with a shield advantage.
You know, this Credilli is holding a lot of energy at this moment in time. I am looking at the back lines and I am very fearful for that poor Jellicent in the back on the side of Sir Corey. But maybe the energy here will be enough to compensate that. No!
Oh, Stone Collection says, jawohl, I got you. That is where he wants that Licky. It has access to Shadow Ball and double resist Hex. It has an excellent matchup here. 2 Surf are not going to be enough here, not even remotely.
We're seeing the Shadow Ball come in now, and this will be a good time for Sir Corey to expend his first shield.
Yeah, it's a super effective charge stack. Perhaps there's a play where Sir Corey can actually try to get his Licky low, try to get shields down, and potentially then swap in your Credilli and take out this Licky with a charge stack from Credilli, but I don't know. So far, Stone Collection is just not bothering to use Protect Shields.
Credilli still has that energy in the back, and these Surfs are doing good damage, but the threat of these Shadow Balls is so much into the residual team here from Sir Corey.
And if you actually catch a Shadow Ball on Credilli, you lose all your energy. I think what Sir Corey has to do is the so-called Charge Stack Purity tie switch, but even then, in comes this Credilli. Is there a play where you can actually get a farm down later with Jellicent and then throw a Surf on this Licky that no longer has Protect Shields? Wait, is there a play? I mean, maybe? Can Jellicent do something here?
Maybe Jellicent has an ability. If this goes low, perhaps Jellicent can farm it the rest of the way down, but it is a long shot. Here we go. We're going to get towards that Sand Tomb.
Wait,
doesn't throw it.
I don't think this is over. I don't think this is over. If you get the Hex down here, I'm pretty sure that Jellicent would win the Charge Stack Purity tie, into Licky Licky. Sir Corey shaking his head. I think he might have play here.
I think Sir Corey also has play here. If you can get the rest of the farm down here before the next move is reached, it's going to be incredibly close.
I think you get there, yes. Now, does this debuff Surf actually knock out this Licky Licky? He wins Charge pretty time, but it's debuff. Keep in mind, this doesn't do a lot of damage. But can Licky Licky hang on? Or does Sir Corey have this? It's going to be really close. Jellison is going through. Here we go. Surf, he wins!
Sir Corey does it! He ends up taking the victory here, 2-1. What a play, having gone 1-0 down. Sir Corey ends up beating a very formidable trainer.
The crowd goes wild. Sir Corey is celebrating, smiling. Stone Collection smiling. Jellison was smiling. Wow, did he do it? Sir Corey moves on to the top 3. He moves on to the winners finals here in Utrecht. What a performance.
What a performance. What a player. What an occasion. I'll tell you what, we were talking earlier on about the fact that there are no Jellisons anywhere. We were like, oh no, it's a write-off. There are no Jellisons. There's nothing to be fearful of. There is something to be fearful of.
I thought that the play was to actually first try to get a shield from that fortress with your Cradily energy. But Sir Corey had a different idea there. He invested fully into the Jellicent, made sure he first strips all the shields away from this Licky Licky, then land as many serve as possible. And because Jellison was healthy, it actually wasn't threatened by any energy from Fortress. He gets the farm down, and suddenly Licky Licky's not that good anymore into Jellicent.
Halfway through that game, we honestly believe that there was just no way. There was no coming back from this situation. But Sir Corey pulled it back from the grave, a resurrection, and said, no, I am not losing this game. I'm giving it all I've got. And he did it.
What a storyline in this game, actually. Because in the first match we saw here, Stone Collection had an almost impossible lead and swap in, and he still managed to dance around that and win. In Game 2, Sir Corey had incredible alignment, but in Game 3, Sir Corey basically did what Stone Collection did in Game 1. Impossible lead, impossible swap-in, impossible backline, and somehow he still cooked. Incredible and meticulous play from Sir Corey. If he can keep this up, he might take it all away.
At the end of that second game, where Sir Corey brought it back 1-1, I said to you, how often do you see a Jellison end up taking it back against a Licky Licky?
Never.
He's done the repeat. He's done the repeat. He's done it back-to-back games and ended up winning. And you can just see the elation on his face. This must be a fantastic moment for Sir Corey.
We see many of the same trainers over and over. And at some point, it's like, okay, Pokémon won another championship. Okay, Zizwilos won another one. Cool.
Okay,
they're
Martine won another tournament.
I wasn't going to say that. But then you have Sir Corey, who hasn't won a medal yet, and you can see the eruption, the emotion to win your first prize. I love to see that excitement. I love it. I'm all here for it.
I'm absolutely here for it as well. I'm so excited for Sir Corey as it comes towards the end of the overall tournament as to see where he will place.
Incredible. You know, I just mentioned those players as well. We're actually going to have them come up very soon too. Zizwilos versus Pokémon. That could be like a World's Grand Final on paper. But you know, both of them has lost so far. Trainers like Sir Corey and Nessa Beethan are on the winner's side of the bracket. Who are the real titans here in Utrecht? At this point, I mean, Zizwilos and Pokémon are in the top 8, but chances of Sir Corey or Nessa Beethan winning this entirely are much higher.
Absolutely, absolutely. But these two players are definitely ones that could topple that of a king, that of someone at the top pedestal. These two players are definitely Titan crushers. They're Titans themselves.
Yeah. Now, question for you. Have you commentated a battle featuring Dartrix yesterday?
No, I have not battled. I've not commentated.
You've not battled ever with Dartrix?
I have not battled ever with Dartrix or commentated ever a battle this weekend with Dartrix. I've watched ZZ play, but I've not seen him bring it yet. Will this be the game coming up?
Take a look here at the losers rounds that we have coming up shortly. Zizwilos versus Pokémon is coming up first. Then we have Wolfpack with that Alolan Ninetales versus Kazim. You know, Alolan Ninetales, I think that is the one Pokemon that Hawlucha does definitely not want to see. So we're going to see spies all over the place. Zizwilos with Dartrix Greninja, Pokémon with the Shadow Galarian Weezing. There's a lot to see still in Utrecht here.
Do you know what? Yesterday, by the end of the day, I was thinking, oh, tomorrow we're going to see a lot of the same Pokemon. The the same Pokemon in every team, and it's going to be pretty standard. But I tell you what, these teams that we are watching are anything but standard. We are seeing some really, really spicy picks make it all the way to the very, very bitter end.
I think meta is meta for a reason, right? We see a lot of spice picks, but they're complemented with that Pokemon like Shadow Quagsire. I cannot remember the last time I didn't see a Shadow Quagsire, actually. Zizuanos and Patman both have it on their team. All the Shadow Quagsire, as far as I can remember in the tournaments, have Mud Bomb as well. So the Shadow Quagsire from Zizuanos is really going to struggle with the Shadow Altaria of Patman. In fact, that Shadow Altaria looks like crazy good here into Pokemon like, sorry Jay, Dartrix, Shadow Quagsire. He does have Volt Switch on his Fortress, so it does help us there. But Shadow Kanto Ninetales, Greninja, like, that's 5 Pokemon that are not happy to see Shadow Altaria. Zizuanos is really going to put his best foot forward to make far here.
You would expect him to have to perhaps hinge on that Wigglytuff in these games.
He just has to play good here. And Patman, obviously, he has won many championships, or actually, he's only won 1 regional championship. His other wins are like 2 international championships or something. But yeah, Patman, of course, a trainer of success as well. Do we finally see Shadow Galarian Weezing for once? He's hardly been used. I don't think he's used it once on the broadcast yet.
I don't think it has been used yet, but it will be exciting if it is seen here in this game. It looks like the 2 players have locked in, and they are ready to go.
Here we go.
Go, Dartrix the Owl, quickly! It's time against the Weezing, which...
no, you don't want to be there!
It's not really the best place to be, but I'm excited to see it! Let's go, Dartrix!
No, but looks like Zizuanos went really weak to Shadow Galarian Weezing. Patman has made the correct call here to bring the Shadow Galarian Weezing. This Sludge is a very efficient charge attack, comes out very quickly, is going to deal a lot of damage to Dartrix, but this Dartrix with the hat can actually... Wow, that actually did more than I thought. But it can hang on still. Oh, going for the C-Bomb bait. That is diabolical. This would have dealt pretty much no damage as it is resistant, but a Brave Bird could have knocked out, which is why Patman put up the protection here. Now swapping into Volt Switch Fortress, which is looking pretty good with that shield advantage. In comes Shadow Altaria, but this is not going to like all this Rock Tomb damage.
No, and getting the energy in a little bit earlier means that the Rock Tomb will come in before even the threat of a fire type move.
I think while we are in this match, this Rock Tomb does a lot of damage. I think Zizuanos is really hoping to get the farm down here, which he will be able to get. Flamethrowers coming through will definitely knock out this Fortress. Zizuanos has to keep Fortress because the only thing that is going on in Zizuanos' mastermind right now, how do I take care of this Shadow Galarian Weezing?
I know, Shadow Galarian Weezing hasn't really been used by Patman. Zweilous may have taken into account that you're probably not expecting to see it. Seeing it straight away may have... mishmashed what he's going to do, his game plan.
I mean, I think it makes perfect sense to bring this Pokemon and now swapping into the Dartrix. Oh, this is exactly what Zizuanos wants, though. This is only a resisted C-Bomb. It might still chunk a little bit because Shadow Galarian Weezing is quite fragile, but because Zizuanos now baited back out the Shadow Galarian Weezing, he has the opportunity to bring back the Shadow Fortress into this. And this is exactly what Zizuanos keeps into this game.
Absolutely, he does not want to see this Pokemon on his Wigglytuff in the back. So to hard lock Patman in here is fantastic. We are going to see a move here from Patman.
It's just a brutal swing. He doesn't have Overheat, so this doesn't knock out yet. Zizuanos doesn't use a Protect Shield.
And the Brutal Swing lands. It does a significant amount of damage still, and he's going to throw another one. But this is okay, because he's going to use a lot of his energy. Zweilous decides, nope, I'm not reading that essay. I don't want any of this damage.
Is the timer up for Patman? Yes, it is. Is he going to switch? Oh, he's switching with a charge attack. Wait a second. Wait a second. I think he has a Sludge Banked. That is going to be crucial later.
That would be crucial coming into the Wigglytuff. Has this been an insane team read from Patman? Let's find out.
The teeny tiny Wigglytuff comes out. At this point, you have to wonder as Zizuanos, 1, does my opponent have a Sludge Banked or not? And 2, if he does, can I win Charsac Birdie tie? It's a pretty close one here. So Zizuanos is just going for a farm down. And then it comes down. Who wins Charsac Birdie tie? Between Galarian Weezing and Wigglytuff. I think that Galarian Weezing has a slightly higher attack, but let's take a look here. Here it comes, and the Sludge is there, and it's there to knock out the Wigglytuff.
The Sludge winning charge attack priority. Very well played by Patman here, and that will be that for game number 1.
Excellent play by Patman there, and honestly also by Zizuanos. Look at how close that game got to pretty much 1 HP there. Maybe if Zizuanos didn't use a Protect Shield on that Fortress, he could have charmed down this Galarian Weezing instead, and then you only have to deal with that Licky. But perhaps because of the fast pacing of this Galarian Weezing, it is so easy to lose track of energy.
He has to really think about his team here, reshape and reform into maybe a different team, maybe pivot out. It was Dartrix the Owl the correct play there. We're going to see as he decides to maybe wiggle around in his team, try and bring back a point.
I think it was a very bold play from ZSwallows to just throw in the Fortress there, because it was like a last resort. If there was Shadow Quagsire to meet that Shadow Fortress, ZSwallows would not have had a single chance against this Galarian Weezing. So yeah, moving forward, I really like the play from Bottomman there to bring Galarian Weezing. This is probably the matchup to bring Galarian Weezing, because Shadow Quagsire is so hard to play for ZSwallows. You likely always expect Shadow Altaria, and that might even make it tempting for Bottomman to not even bring Shadow Altaria, because my opponent is always going to bring Wigglytuff. Maybe I'll just focus on countering Wigglytuff.
It's such a mental game here, knowing that one Pokemon is so good against most of your opponent, knowing that he's probably going to bring that. But what if I don't bring it, and then I can change it and target other Pokemon in your team? Maybe I can even target the Wigglytuff. It's a crazy game. It's a crazy game for crazy people.
Oh, well, I'm playing it too, so I guess what makes that me, Jay? Yeah, so Shadow Quagsire, do you risk it now as ZSwallows? If you realize that this Galarian Weezing could be too strong, do you risk Shadow Quagsire matching up versus Shadow Altaria? Let's see how both trainers adapt to this. ZSwallows needs to make a comeback. Bottomman leads Shadow Altaria. This is a great step forward for ZSwallows. Bottomman has to get out of here, but does ZSwallows have the answers for this Licky?
Oh, ZSwallows definitely has the initial alignment that he wanted, but will he stay in? He's letting the switch clock go down a little bit here before switching out. It's definitely the best answer that he has.
This already is a very important moment, because this Body Slam puts this Wigglytuff closer and closer to potentially future Icy Wind range. Keep in mind that ZSwallows has to tread very carefully here. If he swaps in Shadow Quagsire, that means that Shadow Altaria later can come back in and actually get a massive farm. So he doesn't want that and brings in Shadow Fortress instead. But I don't think Bottomman might even bring in Shadow Altaria into this. He also has his own Shadow Quagsire, which could get a huge head start soon.
I did like the Icy Wind before switching out to make sure all of these subsequential Shadow Balls will do less and less damage, but there is a big catch here from Patoman.
It was perfectly executed by Patoman. Just barely as the timer came up, he was able to go into this Shadow Quagsire. ZSwallows has now seen the entire team. He could throw another Charge Attack to stall the clock. He's actually going for the Rock to make sure that whenever he swaps, the opposing Pokemon would deal less damage.
Well, Patoman has only just come in and is now debuffed on both ends of the spectrum.
Let's take a look. Going into his own Shadow Quagsire now. There's a lot of energy on this Pokemon from Patoman. ZSwallows has debuffed the Shadow Quagsire from Patoman though, so he can actually hang on just a little bit there. I think you have to be very careful using your Protect Shields. Licky still has energy on the side of Patoman. You probably want to preserve these shields for the Wigglytuff.
Aquatel coming in here against the fellow Shadow Quagsire, a Pokemon that is so spammy. He gets the moves ever so quickly, and a huge catch here for Patoman. This is going to do next to nothing into this Shadow Dragon typing.
The clocks are so misaligned. I think ZSwallows' best interest is to throw a Charge Attack immediately, because he needs to stall the clock. The clock will be up after this. He can swap back in Wigglytuff, but now this Shadow Altaria has gained so much energy. And again, the clock has been stalled a lot. So after another Charge Attack from the Shadow Altaria, the timer is almost going to be up again.
This is looking much better for Patoman, who was in a really bad position as the game first started. ZSwallows here deciding to see the value in his Wigglytuff and giving it a shield here.
Let's take a look. Can you get the charm down before Patoman is able to get out or get to another Sky Attack? I think Altaria goes barely down on the dot there, putting Patoman behind so much. Even Wigglytuff now has more energy than Shadow Quagsire. Do keep in mind there's still the Body Slam on this Licky, but Wigglytuff is not in range of that just yet.
That was so close to swapping out, but not quite there for Patoman as he builds up to 2 Aquatails.
What is the play for Patoman to win this game? If you swap in Licky, you will lose Charge Attack Purdy Tie. If you stay into this match, you will lose your Quagsire. Oh, he makes another catch! These trainers are just dancing around!
These two trainers know this game inside and out. As you can tell, they are playing out of their skin right now. So many catches in one game.
ZSwallows, this may have won him the game just now, because if you throw your Charge Attack and you know he swaps into Fortress. Interesting gameplay here now. Catching the charge attack on Licky Licky, but it doesn't matter now at this point. Patoman had to get the charge attack off here. He wasn't able to, and Wigglytuff wins the charge attack pretty tight against Shadow Quagsire. Shadow Quagsire, I don't think even has enough health to pull through here.
It's incredibly close, but I do think one charm will definitely, at this point, be enough to take down the residual health of the... I bet he already had a move back.
There's almost no health left on this Shadow Quagsire. I mean, you could have knocked it out with a charge attack or a fast attack. It doesn't matter. Zizwilos ties up the score here. An incredibly difficult matchup, but it helped that Patoman didn't bring that Shadow Galarian Weezing this time, because that is pretty much his sole answer to Wigglytuff. Patoman, in fact, just went weak to Wigglytuff in general. Altaria, Quagsire, Licky Licky. Can you point the Wigglytuff counter to me, Jay? Yeah, it wasn't there.
No, I can't. No. Well, look, I'll tell you what, it takes a lot of grit and determination to bring a Wigglytuff lead into Patoman, who just won with the lead that it's the worst against. So when you win a game, sometimes you think, well, this is my best team. I might just run it again, the exact same order. We'll play it back, see how it goes. But very well played to decide that that's not what's going to happen here. I'm just going to call it, see what I can do.
I'm not surprised by the lineup from Patoman there, though, really. Even though maybe he could have protected his team better against Wigglytuff, Shadow Quagsire makes perfect sense, because it appears that Zizwilos keeps bringing Shadow Fortress to take on Shadow Altaria and Galarian Weezing core. So that's why that Shadow Quagsire came out from Patoman. An excellent call, just not in the right position.
It was an excellent call. Well, both these trainers know the opposition's team pretty much inside out at this point. Will they make amendments? Will they make changes? What will they do?
We're about to find out. Decisive game 3, Jake. Get ready!
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. They are locked in and... Go quickly! Dartrix! Dartrix, go quickly! Dartrix the Owl, now, fight!
It has a great matchup here, but what does Patoman swap into this Corviknight? But what does that do, Jay? It baits out Shadow Fortress, and now we see lurking in the back. It's going to be Shadow Galarian Weezing. This is exactly what Patoman wants. Zizwilos lets the payback through. This does a lot of damage now.
Payback going through, and it does, as you say, a lot of damage. Rock Tomb in retaliation, if gone unshielded, will also do a detrimental amount of damage, considering it is a Shadow variant at this time. Yes, it does. It's very, very close to knockout. Which one of these will go down first?
I think that this Corviknight might actually be able to take this matchup in the zero shield scenario. Looks like Zizwilos is going for energy on his Dartrix instead. I mean, at this point, maybe if you live this, you swap out, but you cannot swap out. Do you throw a Charge Stick? It doesn't even matter. He can't get it off. Going into Dartrix again for a slight energy advantage, but in comes the problem.
Dartrix into Weezing. We've seen this before, and last time he did bait the Seed Bomb. He's gone for it again. Does it get called second time in a row?
Let's see. Does Patoman call this? Oh, he puts up the protection at the very last second. This might actually allow this Dartrix to gain an advantage. I don't know if he can outpace though, but going for the brutal swing. This wouldn't even done remotely enough damage like the Sludge would, and maybe gives Patoman an edge in pacing.
Like two great fishermen, these two trainers have brought lots of bait to this specific matchup, and so far they have been fallen for every time, and again we've got another Seed Bomb going shielded by Patoman.
Because Patoman knows that the win condition is going to be the Galarian Weezing, swapping into Wigglytuff now, going for a Sludge, but Patoman actually uses some energy here. He has to make sure that he keeps a Sludge here, but you have to throw away that Shadow Quagsire at some point. The problem is, if you don't, then you have to... Oh, wait, he comes out with two Sludge.
Oh! Building up to two Sludges. Dartrix only has one shield.
Listen, Jay, I think this might be Dartrix's moment if Zizwilos places out correctly. He has a Protect Shield to hide behind, so if Zizwilos is able to come out with a Seed Bomb and a Brave Bird, that might be his win condition. Patoman has to stall the clock as much as possible so he can actually swap in and launch those Sludges. If he's not able to do that, he won't be able to knock out this Dartrix.
Dartrix can build up to both those moves back to back, but it has to get to max energy, 100 energy. It has to get all the way.
The timer is not up yet for Patoman. Does Zizwilos know that, though? Does he have that switch clock in his head? The timer is going to be almost up. This Dartrix still can farm up, and now going for the Seed Bomb. Does Dartrix have the Brave Bird here?
I think Dartrix does. Dartrix throws the Seed Bomb, and is enough to knock out.
It's the Brave Bird!
Dartrix the Owl on charge type priority does lose it, but he's smiling to the camera. He knows that he's about to throw the move straight off the back of this, and it will be enough. Dartrix the Owl securing the victory here.
Go quickly, Dartrix the Owl. Launch your Brave Bird. Here it comes, taking down Botman. Zoom!
Oh my goodness, fantastic play from Z's Wireless. Dartrix the Owl finishing it off in great style.
I need a second, bro. I need a second. What a play there. And just, you saw how close these margins were. Zizwilos, it's like in one eye he looks at the game, the second eye he has a clock. Because he threw the energy just before the timer from Pataman was up. He threw exactly when he had enough for C-Bomb and Brave Bird. This is as precise as it can get. I hope I'm not red from the tension. Hi.
I am so overwhelmed. This is amazing. I'm so, honestly, to see it
Dartrix fan.
to see it showcased in such amazing ways. Well, I thought the game was over. I saw back-to-back Sludge, Dartrix's greatest fear. Sludge? Oh no, that's not a great situation, especially in red HP. That's never going to happen. But to have that instinct, to have that thought, to build up to two moves, to throw one at one and one at the other, it was just a masterpiece.
That Shadow Galarian Weezing was such a threat for Zizwilos. In game 1, he almost overcame it, even though he led Dartrix with Wigglytuff in the back. Two Pokemon that preferably would avoid this Pokemon. In game 2, Zizwilos made the prediction Pataman would bring the Galarian Weezing, and it paid off. Pataman was quite weak to this Wigglytuff, and this catch. We saw catches all over the place, but this one didn't help as much for Pataman because he had no tools to take on Wigglytuff. So he brings back Shadow Galarian Weezing for game 3, but in game 3, we saw the magic of the owl.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you what, Z's Wireless has played it to absolute perfection. To beat a trainer as esteemed as Patoman, a very, very good player. He's done so well in this tournament overall. He'll be proud of himself, I'm sure. Z's Wireless will be elated, over the moon.
I'm still blown away by how this went. Everything here went perfect for Zizwilos. That is a major victory for the trainer from Germany here, taking out the 2025 Worlds finalist Pataman, who seems to get far in pretty much every single tournament he plays, overcoming a trainer like him. You know, I've heard people say that trainers like myself and Pataman, we always have plot armor. Somehow we get away with it. This time Pataman did not get away with it.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you what, you said that you were blown away with the situation. Not nearly as blown away as that Weezing right at the end there. Oh, the feeling is just...
Of Dartrix?
Nothing compares to a great win with your favorite Pokemon.
Yeah, well, that's for Zizwilos to say, in fact. But I can imagine that with your MVP pick, that Dartrix, you know, that was a good call by you, Jay. I wonder how you got to Dartrix being successful here.
Well, I wonder how Z's Wireless came across playing this Pokemon, why he decided to bring it, but we might be able to find some of that out now as we go over to Amanda.
I'm here in the lounge with the birthday boy, the winner of the last round as well, Z's Wireless. Welcome in. It's been a while since we've had an interview with you.
This is true. It's also been 2 days since my birthday, but I do treat this as a birthday weekend, so this is still a nice little belated present for myself.
A guaranteed top 8 at minimum there seemed like a pretty good gift from Utrecht itself. They were just talking about Dartrix, how it's Jay's favorite Pokemon, and how did you come up with this for your team, as well as all of the other crazy picks? Because if you take a look at your team, it's very unique compared to everyone else.
So essentially I was seeking some grass-type coverage for my team for a long time. I hit Legend with Cresselia, Ampharos, and Florges this season, all of which can have grass-type coverage. But it's very difficult to have a Pokemon that doesn't just lose to the entirety of the meta still. And after Arrow's victorious run in Los Angeles with a crazy team, I felt inspired to try out Dartrix. Like, you know, it has the stat product of Meganium, it has stat Brave Bird, it's just a really good Pokemon. And yeah, I believe in a meta with so many Quagsire, it is just a really, really strong pick to cover that and make that not be just the safest option for every opponent. And thus far, it has done really well.
Now, you got knocked down to the losers bracket earlier on today, and we just saw you play up against Patoman, which kind of has become a storyline throughout the competitive circuit. Can you briefly walk us through your competitive history?
So actually, before our match, I asked him to let me win, so I can still call this a rivalry, because at this point he is so much more accomplished than I am. But yeah, essentially it started all off with my Barcelona championship. The only tournament that I ever won. It was in the finals against Pato, a bracket reset, everything on the line. It was a big moment. But then he got his revenge in London at EUIC a year ago, where it also went to like through three best of fives, not 5 best of threes. That would be strange. But yeah, it was like another epic series. Then we faced each other again at the North American International Championships, and now I got my rematch from then, because back then I had the Galarian Weezing, but he beat me. So it's like a little bit inverted, a little bit mirror images, but yeah, I'm glad to keep this rivalry alive for a little while.
Yeah, I think we are too. They were very, very engaging matchups. And speaking of that Galarian Weezing, that Game 3 where everything was on the line, Pato had a very good plan. He swapped in his Corviknight, and you counter-swapped with basically your only Galarian Weezing counter. Did you realize that Galarian Weezing was in the back at that moment, and that you had to realize how to play around it?
I was kind of figuring that. I was always like, I don't know, like I did a little grimace. I almost wanted to lose the Corviknight matchup in the middle more decisively, because I believed that energy on Dartrix would be the key to victory. And that ended up being the case. And yeah, I think I had to play it a little different, where I just needed to take the shields before sacrificing my Wigglytuff, and then he had two options. Either he dumps all the energy into Wigglytuff and Dartrix up energy, up a shield, is just going to close out the game, or he brings in Quagsire, and with the delayed switch timer, it would allow me to farm up to 2 moves. And with the shield, I could afford to lose charge attack priority and still win the game. So yeah, at that point, I kind of had him pinned, even though his Pokemon on paper did beat both of my remaining.
Yeah, well, I always love to listen to your insights. Thank you so much. Congratulations on the run so far. You still have some tournament run left to go. You are on the loser side of the bracket. Deep breaths, keep going. We still got more matches to go.
Thank you very much, Amanda, and well done again, Z's Wireless, with not just Dartrix, my favorite Pokemon, but bringing so many spicy Pokemon in, and just he's done so well for himself.
He kept the rivalry alive, goal achieved, right? Because these trainers played so many times, starting, like he said, in Barcelona, then EUIC again. They play each other quite often, and it's nice to, you know, have a victory out of that win. It just reminds me of like Rise to Occasion versus Doombug in North America Championships. They just play each other over and over, and it's just fun when it goes, when it's not just one direction.
Yeah, exactly. You see these two very high-level players, and you see them as these, I don't know, insurmountable players. They're so good, and to see them play against each other, and one usually beats the other, to see, I don't know, a good contest is always very fun, especially with such fun Pokemon.
Well, there's gonna be a good contest here and some fun Pokemon there. Hawlucha, EG/, very specific Pokemon here from Kazim, but that Celio has seen even more success this tournament, as Nessa Beathan also has it on his team. We have here Wolfpack. I remember that he got that top 4 at 2023 Liu. I believe he did that also with a Shadow Ninetales and an Umbreon at the time. Very solid gameplay. He's got some top 8s, but it's been a while, and now he's got top 8 here again.
Top 8 again, and it's possible that he can go even further. He is playing against Kazim33. I was speaking with him earlier. He was so happy to have got this far. He's a very, very formidable player, and he has that spice pick, the one we've looked at so many times, the one we've discussed so many times. It's that Hawlucha, and it keeps popping up.
It's a Pokemon that could really be formidable into Pokemon like Empoleon and Licky, which Wolfpack both has on his team. But you have to be careful of Pokemon like Altaria or Stunfisk or Alolan Ninetales in this case. One of these trains has locked in, the other one now has locked in. We are getting right into game number 1.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. These two players are ready to play against each other. And we have Quagsire, non-Shadow, versus Alolan Ninetales.
Go quickly! Alolan Ninetales the Fox! It's up against this regular Quagsire, but it doesn't have Stone Edge, so these charge attacks are not going to threaten this as much. Keep in mind that this Alolan Ninetales has Chilling Water as a charge attack that will lower the attack of the opposing Pokemon. It's like an Icy Wind, but then in water typing.
Yes, the Community Day move that we had recently hasn't really been used that much in the meta at all, but we're seeing it here from Wolfpack, and it definitely has its place.
Going for another Aqua Tail there. Kazim was waiting just a little bit to make sure that Wolfpack doesn't catch this charge attack. That shows how aware Kazim is of where his energy is going. And I think this Wettable won't be enough to knock out just yet. Charge attack down the Mud Bomb. This will get close, but it's a regular Quagsire. It might barely be able to hang on. Let's see.
The move comes through and it'll just barely hang in there. Ready for response from Kazim, throwing the Mud Bomb.
This is exactly what Kazim wants, because he wants to get rid of this Alolan Ninetales.
As well.
And we see the Simul swap here, but this is a great swapping for Kazim, because Malamar does not want to be in this matchup here. These Psywave are double resisted on the fragile Shadow Sableye, but you can see how much the Shadow Sableye, the claws are coming through on this Malamar, and Foul Play is going to do hefty damage.
Kazim happy to shield the first one, building up to back-to-back Foul Plays, ready to throw.
I think that Malamar, it's quite bulky Pokemon, but I'm not sure if it would hang on to that Foul Play. Maybe it barely would. Going for another one right away. At this point, if Malamar would hang on, Kazim may be giving up the Shadow Sableye. No, Wolfpack shields again! And this stalls the clock so long that at some point Wolfpack might be able to catch a Foul Play here. Look, timer's almost up after this charge attack.
There is still a shield in play here from Kazim. He's going to decide if this is worth shielding, and does in the end.
Do we see a catch here from Wolfpack? Kazim is making a prediction, and what a play here! Excellent from Kazim. The prediction really coming in clutch here.
Absolutely, Kazim played ever so well, playing out of his skin generally overall in this tournament. We're seeing Corviknight come back in now, and we are seeing a Foul Play immediately thrown off.
This energy is going to be so useful into Corviknight. The flexibility from Shadow Sableye really shows. Now swapping in his final Pokemon, Celio, just to slam the door shut, because if any Pokemon can take charge attack, it's this Thick Seal.
It is one Thick Seal indeed, and this non-same type attack boosted Payback will... Actually did quite a decent amount of damage there.
It
but,
actually did.
But still just under half the total amount of health.
But you also shouldn't underestimate Serve. I always feel like it does more damage than you think it would. Corviknight goes down, in comes Malamar. It has a superpower, but Kazim still has that Shadow Sableye hanging around. And this superpower will even drop your attack and defense, so the Shadow Claw from that Shadow Sableye will deal even more damage.
But
we see Quagsire coming in instead. Oopsie. I think that's an oopsie.
Just for a moment there, and now bringing in the Sableye, just to add a little bit of insult to injury.
He just didn't want to do the 2-ball flex. We usually have the so-called 3-ball flex, where you win with 3 Pokemon around still. But I guess Kazim wanted to be respectful and be like, you know what, I only have 1 Pokemon remaining.
You know what,
better luck next time.
You know what, let's make this a close match.
Yes, exactly.
A very respectful moment from Kazim.
Now, how does Wolfpack come back here? Was Alolan Ninetales the play? I think that even this Shadow Sableye doesn't have that bad of a matchup if you can just keep buffing your defenses with Drain Punch. On the other hand, Alolan Ninetales could drop the attack of Shadow Sableye with Chilling Water, which makes this kind of a weird matchup. I think that the Shadow Sableye is always coming back from Kazim, because with Drain Punch it even has play into that Licky Licky.
I think that Shadow Sableye, especially with that move Drain Punch, I know you don't like it very much, but it's so good. It gets that attack, that defense buff, and because it's Shadow, it already has that attack buff just inbuilt into the Pokemon, but by using that, you almost get the same bulk of just a regular Sableye back from the defense buff that it gets. So
that's not fair. You have the Shadow bonus, but you don't have the lower defense.
Exactly. So it just makes it just a very, very good Pokemon. A Pokemon that I was overlooking before this tournament started. But as I've seen it go on and on, I've seen it be just so useful overall.
Sableye is shown to be a very flexible Pokemon, just like back in the days. How is Kazim going to utilize this Pokemon? Maybe we see Shadow Empoleon come in play for some heavy-hitting charge attacks, but this Pokemon is so fragile, I would not be surprised if it gets entirely Shadow Clawed down when shields are up by Shadow Sableye. Wolfpack has locked in. Kazim now is locked in as well. Get ready for Game 2. Can Wolfpack make the comeback, or is Kazim going to proceed? Here we have the Shadow Empoleon met up with Shadow Quagsire. Not a matchup where you want to be as Shadow Empoleon. A great lead for Kazim.
Yeah, Empoleon, typing-wise, does not like this situation whatsoever. However, these Hydro Cannons do a lot of damage, but we're not waiting to see that right now, switching out immediately.
The attempt to catch the charge attack on this Corviknight fails, now answered by Celio. And Celio is just going to be decent here simply because of its bulk. The Corviknight has the fast attack, Sand attack. And this is not the same type of attack bonus. It's a ground type fast attack. Corviknight is still in flying. So the sand attacks, you see that they will hardly do any damage. Corviknight mostly relies on its charge attacks, Air Cutter and Payback here.
You know, even though we saw that Payback land in that first game, it still surprised me to see the exact same amount of damage be dealt here against this Celio. Going for an Air Cutter now, the Community Day move that doesn't do a lot of damage, but it does have the ability to buff the attack of this Corviknight, which it does.
Ooh, that makes things interesting. If Wolfpack shields here, can he actually get a farm down? Doesn't matter. He decides to no shield instantly, realizing that if I go shields down, then that Shadow Sableye in the back might go to town. In comes Empoleon for a nice farm down. This energy will be very useful into Shadow Quagsire. Does Kazim throw immediately predicting the charge security tie? Then he would actually... Oh man, Kazim doesn't fall for anything, but he swaps his Sableye into this Alolan Ninetales, but just in time, because he actually outpaces to the Drain Punch before this Alolan Ninetales can debuff the attack with a Chilling Water.
Absolutely. This Alolan Ninetales is a fairy type, but it doesn't have any fairy moves, so it isn't the worst case situation here for Kazim with his Shadow Sableye.
Letting it go, I think Kazim is thinking to perhaps just put everything on his Quagsire in the back anyway, but I mean, Shadow Sableye is still just hanging in here and farming up energy, going for Charge Security Tie again. Wolfpack could have gone for the Weather Ball here, but I guess he didn't want to go for Charge Security Tie, and now he does anyway.
And not what Wolfpack wanted, but it is what Wolfpack got. One turn later than was possible.
Let's see, does Kazim use a Protect Shield here? I expect him to put everything on this Quagsire, and he does. Even though Shadow Quagsire doesn't have the same power as Shadow Quagsire, it doesn't really matter, because this is almost Mud Bomb range already.
Kazim throwing just before this Alolan Ninetales was able to reach its move, which is very good.
And knocks out.
It loses all that energy now.
And it has 2 shields. Quagsire has 2 shields. Now you have the harder hitting Hydro Cannon from Shadow Empoleon. But what does it do when it's blocked by the shield? The water just splashes off there.
It does splash off. He did already have so much energy, but now Kazim has so much energy. 1 shield left from Wolfpack, but he's got back-to-back moves, Martine.
Quagsire is a dirty boy. He's just going to throw mud on this Shadow Empoleon. Not before Wolfpack wants to strip the last Protect Shield, but I think if you look at the face of Wolfpack, he kind of knows what time it is. There's another attack loaded. Quagsire going for the final charge attack. Mud Bomb is gonna take Kazim to game to the next round. He won game number 2.
Absolutely. Kazim, very happy. You can see the smile on his face as he realized that he had the shield and he was ready to throw. He's done so well. I was talking with him earlier. He's so happy to be where he is. He's got a really spicy Pokemon in his team. Didn't need to use it here in this game, but his team is so well-rounded that he could do it anyway. Well done, Kazim!
A very swift victory. I mean, it helps when you win those leads as well. And of course, Shadow Sableye was just used to perfection there. He slipped a little bit against Corey on the winner side of the bracket, but now Kazim locked in. He needed to wake up a little bit. He needed the cooling down from the chilling water, a cool shower to wake up, and now lock in. Now Kazim is going to win.
Well, sometimes when I sleep in a little bit too late, my partner comes in with some chilling water.
Yeah, and, is she an Alolan Ninetales?
No comment on that particular statement. I tell you what, that game was so interesting to watch. Kazim played so well up until this point. His opponent as well. To make it this far into this game, Wolfpack, well done.
Another top 8 for Wolfpack. A tremendous performance. And now Kazim moves on to play against a teammate of him. which is Anikor. We saw Anikor earlier with that Mandibus. It's going to be a very exciting match that we have. And on the other side of the loser side of the bracket, we're going to have a German clash between Mr. Rainy Castform, Stone Collection, and Mr. Dartrix. That's going to be Zwilo. So a lot to come, a lot that's going to come up. But yeah, these trainers that you just saw is just a showcase of how do you play that Shadow Sableye. It's been an absolute staple in the Utrecht Regional Championship.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, it was a Pokemon that we weren't really looking into yesterday. We did have glimpses of it, but overall, it really proved how much it is worth being in this tournament, how much it's worth being in these teams, and it's definitely showing its worth here in the regional.
I just wonder how much better it would be with Power Gem. Sorry, I'm just not a Drain Punch believer.
Well, I'm sure all these trainers having the exact same thought to run Drain Punch would... surely they're cooking something here. Why would you run something different?
I mean, it's just easier as a viewer, right? You're just like, yeah, I would have done this and then I would have won. I mean, Drain Punch definitely has its uses, and we haven't seen the table matches either, so maybe it has been useful now and then. But if you have Power Gem, what's a Alolan Ninetales without a Fairy type attack gonna do? You just get hit by rocks and the Fox faints.
Yeah, that is a very valid point. However, they haven't chose that, and they chose a different move, and they've done really well. So have that. And how many Alolan Ninetales are you realistically seeing in one of these tournaments?
Let's take a look at the genius of Kazim here, because he made an incredible prediction here. If we take a look, let's play this. So what I want to say here is that at some point, right, Wolfpack's going to take away the last shield. But you have to know that these trainers swapped equally fast, and they paced equally fast to their charge stacks. Psywave to foul play, Shadow Claw to foul play. So that means that if Wolfpack throws his charge attack, then Shadow Sableye would win charge stack pretty tie, and Malamar gets knocked out. Kazim, for that reason, thinks, oh, 2 shields have been used. You can see, let's take a look real quick, that here the timer is up. So that means Kazim probably knows this, that Wolfpack can switch. So we play here, and now you see the switch exactly at the moment Kazim is at his charge stack. But if I go back a little bit here, you see here that Wolfpack is also getting to his charge stack. So that if Wolfpack threw his charge stack there, if he actually went for it because he swapped 1 turn early, then Kazim would have lost his Shadow Sableye there, because he was making the prediction that Wolfpack would switch, and there was the correct switch there. There was the correct call.
Absolutely, you can see how locked in he is on his face there, and watching every single moment, because even these 1 turns, half a second, could be everything when it comes to winning or losing one of these games. Because he could have just thrown the move, but he didn't. He went for the swap, and Kazim was literally... He was ready. He was ready. He was eager. He was watching intently, and he called it correctly. Absolutely.
It's a champion's mentality to predict and know what your opponent is doing. Now, I interviewed a trainer yesterday who usually competes in Pokémon GO. He got 3 silver medals, but this weekend he's actually competing in the video game, perhaps hoping to win gold there for once. I'll show you. Let's take it away, Farid. Hi there, I'm here with Farid. You may also know him as Tomag UK, a content creator, commentator, but also normally a competitor in Pokémon GO. I haven't seen you on stage this weekend, though. Where have you been? Tell us.
So this week, I've actually been trying my hand at VGC. I'm obviously normally playing Go or casting it as well, but I thought that with the release of Champions, with the popularity and lots of these people playing across different formats, why not give VGC a go? And I have to say, it was a lot of fun.
How did it go for you? Tell us.
So I aimed for 3 wins. Bearing in mind, I've never played before, but they currently use the Swiss format. That means even if you lose, you can keep going on throughout day 1. I aimed for 3 wins, Martijn. I got my 3 wins.
So you achieved your goal here. Is this something you want to keep doing in VGC, or do you prefer Pokemon GO after this experience?
I think they're both 2 really different games, very exciting in their own way. One of the things that I've really liked about VGC in my experience so far is the strategy. It feels almost like chess, the way that you're trying to predict what your opponents are doing, but you have a little bit more time than you would in Go. In Go, it's very, very fast-paced. The games are short, they're aggressive, and I think you can often catch your opponent out because of just how quick it is. But the VGC strategies that I'm seeing, they are interesting, they're exciting, and I'd love to play more.
Do you think I could do this too?
I think that you're better at like building different bases, and I know you've enjoyed lots of different Pokemon games, and there are some legendaries in the games you play. The legendaries that I got to use this weekend in VGC were very, very cool. Some that we don't even have. We don't even have them in Go. Calyrex Shadow Rider, Raging Bolt, Zamazenta Crowned. We don't see that in Open Great League.
That's actually really cool to hear. If you were to advise anyone who wants to start or look into VGC as well, what would you advise them?
So I think that there are lots of players and content creators in the VGC world as well, just like yourself, and so you can watch plenty of things online, but also get involved with Champions. It's super accessible, it's a lot of fun, and I think that the learning curve, even though it's a very high ceiling, the entry floor is actually very, very available to a lot of people, so I really do encourage it.
Well, if you think I can do it and you can get 3 wins, I think anyone can do it. Thank you, Farid, for this insight. Maybe we'll see you soon again playing Pokemon Go, maybe on VGC. We have more action coming up very shortly, though. Let's head back.
Thank you, Martijn and Farid, for the little bit of insight into the video game. Of course, there's so many different things going on at all these regional competitions. We are, of course, focused on Pokemon Go, but there's also the card game, the video game, and a bunch of fun side events as well.
There are always so many things to do here at those regionals. I'm personally following the VGC scene as well quite a bit. I'm very interested in the game as well, and I'm also very interested in the games that we're going to have ahead here. We're going to have Zweilous again, who just knocked out Patoman. Very, very good opponent here. And Stone Collection. Again, 2 German players with a lot of spice here today.
Yeah, not only 2 German trainers, the last 2 German trainers in our top cut overall. Stone Collection playing that Rainy cast form earlier on in the day, getting knocked down to the losers bracket by Sir Corey. And of course, Zweilous, like you pointed out, just beat Patoman on this loser's side of the bracket. Still a lot to play for, but of course, in this double elimination tournament, that means whoever loses this will be out of the tournament, and there will only be 1 German remaining.
Only 1 German can go on, but we have here now 2 spicy water-type Pokemon. It's gonna be the battle of Greninja against the water cast form. Let's see, battle number 1. We're going to have Castform against Greninja.
Right at the very, very beginning here, of course, the cast form does learn Thunder, which would be doing super effective damage to the Greninja. Greninja can head back a little bit quicker, though, with those Night Slashes. Doesn't even want to bother. Immediately swapping into the Volt Switch Fortress on the side of Zweilous, now met by the Licky Licky on the side of Stone Collection.
I think Zweilous is actually quite happy about this matchup. And generally speaking, there's only really one answer to Volt Switch Fortress on this team, which is going to be the Quagsire, which Stone Collection decided to keep on the bench.
Going ahead now, just continuing to ramp up energy. Volt Switch paces so much quicker here. Going for the Rock Tomb, that guaranteed debuff. And Stone Collection doesn't use a shield on the Licky Licky. Knows that it can tank it, and also knows that it's getting very, very close to its next Shadow Ball.
And now the Shadow Ball is going to be reached. This is going to do some solid damage. I don't think that Zweilous is going to use the shield here after the debuff. He is more than comfortable to take this hit. And now he still has a lot of energy, and he can go maybe even for just a Sand Tomb in order to knock out this Licky Licky.
This is the benefit of the Volt Switch Fortress. The last one that we have standing in this tournament is it just paces so much quicker than that Bug Bite one, and it's really relying on its charge attacks here to be able to take out that Licky Licky. But the Raining Cast Form doesn't want to face the Volt Switch, so we might see Stone Collections come in.
Maybe we're gonna see as well here though the Castform, because Castform still has some energy on it, and in comes the Rock Tomb, no shielded immediately from Stone Collection, is totally fine with taking the damage here, and maybe Water Gun down is the play here?
Going ahead now, just going to see a very aggressive Water Gun down if that's what he's going to try to do. Able to reach yet another, no, goes down with the attack on the side of Zweilous. Now coming in with Dartrix being met by the Bug Bite Fortress on the side of Stone Collection here.
Bug Bite Fortress is going to be quite tough for Zweilous at this point, and goes straight for the Brave Bird. Do we see the shield here from Stone Collection? Immediately going to shield up this charge move. This would do so much damage.
There is a lot of energy left on the Greninja. Now the Brave Bird has been done. That means it's going to lower the defenses of the Pokemon, and now Zweilous is forced to use a shield in this matchup here because he wants to try to keep 2 Pokemon around, because if the Fortress gets to another Rock Tomb, his Pokemon would be debuffed for the rest of the game.
And going straight for the Hydro Cannon. Is this going to be enough at this point? We see the shield coming up, but another Hydro Cannon is going to be reached very, very soon after, and it's going to be fired off immediately. The Fortress cannot avoid the damage of this Greninja. Hydro Cannon coming through. Is this going to be enough to knock it out?
Wow, getting it desperately low. I tell you what, the Greninja could barely hang on as well to all that damage from that bug bite, getting it very, very low. Stone Collection coming back in with that Rainy Cast Form, just a weather ball at this point, but it is enough to knock it out, and now being able to charge up a little bit more energy, goes for the Thunder right before the next attack is available.
There's going to be a neutral Thunder. Can Dartrix hang in here? We see here the Seed Bomb on this Pokemon already. Dartrix survives it barely, and Seed Bomb is going to be enough to knock out this Rainy Cast Form, winning Zizwilis the first round.
A tip of the hat from the Dartrix with the hat as it's able to take out that Rainy Cast Form, sealing game number 1 for Zizwilis there. Really, really close matchups if you looked at that, and also a lot of Pokemon that I think many people are not super familiar with.
Definitely. I don't think that really anybody expected the Castform to still be in the competition at this point, but Castform showed there as well on what it can do. It came very, very close to knocking out the Dartrix at the end. The Thunder is fantastic coverage on a World-type Pokemon, and yeah, this was a battle of the spicy water types, I would say.
Indeed. Zizwilis was chatting with me a little bit earlier in the lounge, and he did mention that his only ever regional win was in Barcelona a couple seasons ago. Stone Collection is fresh off of a win this season, but he has not had a title for himself in Europe. So both of these trainers still feel like they have a lot to prove in this scene. Zizwilis is up 1 game. He just needs 1 more to continue on that loser's side of the bracket. Stone Collection, however, has been able to do some very, very fantastic plays. We saw how close that game 1 would be. Doesn't surprise me if we're going to see a very, very close game 2 getting ready to start right about now.
Fortress into that Castform, and because it's not Bug Bite, it's a Volt Switch that's gonna do a lot of damage against the Castform. Maybe threaten it to go out, but no, Castform wants to stay in and maybe fire off that Weather Ball.
Going ahead, look at both of them discharging a little bit of extra energy. I like this play by Stone Collection, firing off the first one before the Rock Tomb is available, and actually pulls that first shield from the side of Zizwilis because he wants to be able to at least get off a little bit of extra damage as well.
At this point, maybe the Rock Tomb is even enough to knock out the Castform. We have to see here, Rock Tomb is going to be unshielded, and it's not going to be enough. A 1 more Volt Switch maybe. We see the Castform stopping out before that, and Licky Licky comes in. But now, you have the option to debuff the Licky Licky with a Rock Tomb.
I like this play a lot by Stone Collection. He knew the Volt Switch damage would be able to knock out, so he did a little bit more, swap into his Licky Licky to absorb everything, and even puts up a shield to keep that Licky healthy, as now that Dartrix is popping back in to say, who? Me?
But what a play here from Zizwilis, going actually into the Dartrix, which takes super effective damage from the rollout from the Licky Licky, expecting maybe that there is a Tinkaton in the back. Instead of going into the Quagsire, we have now the Dartrix in, a matchup that usually doesn't want to be in, but it's gonna rather be in against a Licky Licky and then against the Tinkaton.
2 Shadow Balls have been able to connect. They are debuffed, so they're not doing quite as much damage, and now just continuing to gain a ton of energy here, throwing the Brave Bird. This will lower the defenses, but when you're such low health at this point, Zizwilis is maybe just favoring it, and also gets another Protect Shield off of the side of Stone Collection.
And we see the swap here out into the Tinkaton. A Seed Bomb is going to be reached. This, of course, not going to do that much damage, but maybe you can still swap out with the Dartrix here, or does the Dartrix go down? We have to see. We see the swap out. Dartrix still with 1 HP. This could help out for a potential catch later on.
Going ahead, still has a Protect Shield to ZZ's side here. This Yucatan Hammer will be able to connect. ZZ knows it's not enough to knock out, doesn't use his Protect Shield at this moment, but look how much damage that does for a not very effective move.
That really does not look like it's not really effective. It does so much damage, but Quagsire hangs on. Quagsire has his super effective coverage here of the Mud Bomb. Is this going to be enough to knock out this bulky Pokemon?
Go ahead, screams it in, screams that Tinkaton off of the field, and now back comes the Licky Licky, only to be faced off with another Mud Bomb.
Mud Bomb is not going to be enough to knock out the Licky Licky, but it's going to put low, very low, maybe even into farm down range for the Fortress. But here, Stone Collection is going to do a very good play here, getting a lot of energy and still having some energy now for the late game.
Going ahead now, throwing that Shadow Ball should be enough at this stage to knock out that Quagsire. Down it goes, and now the Volt Switch Fortress coming back in, takes one, tries to catch on the Dartrix, not able to do so, and now the next attack will be going through. Zizwilis has 1 Protect Shield, and he's going to use it right now. You see him grimacing, he's not quite sure if this was the right call.
This is going to be tough because there is still there's no Weather Ball stored. Weather Ball was just barely not reached, and with this, Fortress will knock out this Chaos Storm, and with this, these Riders is going to be able to win Losers Round 2, and with this as well, he's gonna continue his run in the Losers bracket of this tournament.
A quick sweep by the birthday boy. They're celebrating this entire weekend, as he said, as he's able to take out Stone Collection, our Seattle regional champion, to be able to continue on here in Utrecht. He told me after our interview that his best placement last season was in the top 8, so he's already done better than that by being able to make it past Stone Collection here.
Yeah, the birthday boy is definitely happy about how he played there. A 2-0 victory against Stone Collection, knocking out a German player as well. But yeah, maybe those locals gave him a little bit more confidence there as well. I know that these Riders just won the locals in Magdeburg. It's always a great training ground, I would say.
I mean, sometimes people use the local cups and challenges to be able to try out Pokemon that they're not as familiar with. Maybe they saw someone play it on stream and they're like, oh, I have that Pokemon. I want to see how it does against everyone. But Z's Wireless always picks some rather interesting Pokemon anyway. If you took a look at that team, having a Greninja, having a Dartrix, being the only Volt Switch Fortress left in the tournament, probably only one of the Volt Switch Fortress to even start with in the tournament.
But I feel like this was also a great showcase again on why Dartrix is on the team. Dartrix did so well in his last few battles. He had taken the Thunder and knocking out in the first game, of course, the cast form. And I wonder if now Arrow's performance and the Zoila's performance might influence the meta for the upcoming regionals, because Dartrix seems to be like a very good Pokemon.
Dartrix seems to be doing quite well for not only Arrow, but also Z's Wireless. In the meantime, Kazim also still in the tournament with an Aegislash, which has won the past 2 regionals. So there are definitely still a lot of open picks for this. Our meta has not been solved in the slightest, but congratulations, ZZ, making it on. One thing to point out as well with this is we did an interview yesterday with a team that Status Dan was talking to. All of those were day 2 competitors that were on the same team. 4 of them are still in, and Z's Wireless is the only one that is not. So it's basically Germany versus the UK at this moment.
What an interesting twist here for this tournament. I actually didn't really expect this one either, but you have a lot of awesome newer faces in the top cut, which I really enjoy as well. We still have Sakori in the winner's bracket. I'm really curious on how well he's gonna do, and we're very likely gonna see him very soon as well, still on the stream. But we have to see who's gonna be up next.
I mean, a lot of these trainers, definitely, if they've been teammates, have probably had chances to scrim against each other, to play against each other, to maybe even team build. Maybe they've even played against each other in those cups and challenges, like the one that ZZ has just recently won. And if you're wondering also how you can get involved in that scene, then you're gonna want to stick around for this video.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
And if you also want to be part of those events, then scan the QR code that you see currently on the screen as well. Yeah, they're always a lot of fun. And in locals, you can also get yourself some CP points for qualifying, for trying to get those travel awards as well for the World Championship. So definitely make sure to scan the QR code on the screen.
I know that a lot of trainers who are at this event who have been knocked out of the tournament also have competing in the cups and challenges that are provided at the regionals. So that's a great opportunity. If you're around, maybe you didn't make it as far as you wanted in the tournament, you have still chances to gain some prizes, some championship points, and just to, test out your team against different people.
And we see some familiar faces, of course. We in day number 2, we've seen those players battled plenty of times already on stream, but we have 2 players who decided to bring some more unconventional picks, I would say.
I mean, there has been a team composition by Anacor that has been really taken notice of this day 2, and that is the fact that he is running a Mandibuzz and he is running a Medicham, and those 2 seem to pair very, very well for each other because they really counter each other's differences.
They are definitely countering each other's differences, but there's one similarity that it might be a bit tough for them though as well. Because
Perhaps Wigglytuff?
Exactly, perhaps Wigglytuff. They are both quite weak to the fairy typing. But let's take a look here. Anikor is already been in top 4 twice so far at regional level. And now, of course, he wants to win another medal as well.
He's doing quite well this season. He's been playing some interesting picks. We know that he's such an incredibly talented trainer. Kazim, also a regional champion of previous seasons, saying maybe this hasn't been his season so far, but he's been very happy with how he's played in this tournament. Also bringing maybe the most unique spicy pick in that Hawlucha.
I really like the Hawlucha. Kazim as well, Dortmund regional champion. I was there when he was crowned regional champion. He actually knocked me into the losers bracket in the tournament. So yeah, it was great though to battle with him as well. Like, he is a very, very nice guy, and I'm excited to see on where the Hawlucha is gonna bring him. I wish him best of luck with this Pokemon, but also I'm excited to see the Aegis Slash. It's a Pokemon that we're talking about a lot already in Prague. It's a Pokemon that I want to see do well because I like the idea of this Pokemon a lot. You have those two forms and they're so different to each other.
I think that these trainers specifically are, not that they have similar playstyles, but they have similar storylines. Kazim has had a regional championship, but before he's always been a consistently good player, but hasn't really had his breakout moments until that point. Anikor is sort of getting to that level of notoriety as well. He's been able to top cut now a couple times. He's really been able to prove how good he is, but now he has to do it against a friend of his, a teammate, someone who's maybe even helped him build these teams. Maybe they know each other's weaknesses, how they want to play around. We talked about how tough that Wigglytuff could be for the core that Anikor likes to use with that Amanda Buzz and that Medicham, but Anikor is also running an Empoleon, which is one of the Pokemon that could completely scare away the Wigglytuff.
But what looks really good for Kazim here right now is actually the Hawlucha. Hawlucha has not a singular bad matchup directly. It resists the dark type damage of that Mandibuzz and can hit basically every single Pokemon for either super effective or neutral damage right now, which seems to be maybe the play for.
We'll see if it takes the field. Looks like it's front and center here. Capes out. Hood is on up against the Shadow Quagsire on the side of Anikor. If you're Anikor, however, you're probably happy to see it in the lead because this is the best position it could be in as this fighting type Pokemon with the Empoleon and that Licky Licky in the back.
While it is the best position, we saw already in previous matches on how much damage this Flying Press does actually to the Quagsire. But we actually see here as well that there's going to be another shield coming up first because you want to kind of get some extra energy prior.
Yeah, we've seen this Kazim do it before. He tanks that first Aqua Tail. He goes ahead and shields up the next one until he has maximum energy, now releasing the Flying Press. If Anikor doesn't shield, which it looks like he's not going to, this will be enough to knock out the Quagsire. At least it was to knock out the one that we saw earlier on stream.
But what are you gonna do now? Which Pokemon are you gonna bring in? We're gonna see the Empoleon entering the field, but Flying Press is going to definitely press some shields here.
Yeah, this is the big problem for Anikor. He has no fast attack pressure with either the Empoleon or the Licky Licky against this Hawlucha, who has a ton of energy, and this is what Anikor is saving the shields for. Has to go 2 down immediately because these Flying Presses would do so much damage to that Empoleon because of that steel typing, and Kazim actually just pivots out at this point, saying, okay, fine, you have 0 shields left. It's basically done its job here. Still 1 for his name as this first Hydro Cannon goes through on the Shadow Sableye.
I guess at this point, Kazim is thinking there is not going to be any Mandibuzz in the back, and he was thinking we'll say that he will not need the Sableye as much anymore either, but in comes now this Licky Licky, farming up some extra energy. But what we see as well is going to be now the Foul Play instead of the super effective Drain Punch, because HG Foul Play does still do a little bit more damage.
I really like that play. Kazim saw how little of health he had left on that Sableye and says, I don't need to boost the defenses by any means. I have the energy to do, really, really impactful charge attacks. And this Licky Licky, which was fresh and healthy, is now down to the bare bones as Wigglytuff comes in to just soak up all the damage.
Wigglytuff will just let those moves go through because you have to protect, of course, against this Empoleon. Empoleon is the main threat. And actually, the Body Slam is not even going to be thrown here from the Licky Licky. It's now down to the Empoleon to try to win this battle.
Anikor trying to do everything he possibly can here. Wants to try to get up to 2 Hydro Cannons, 1 to at least threaten the shield on this Wigglytuff, but he can get a ton of energy because it's so low here. But, has to throw 1 because he might get charmed down. The Empoleon is very, very low.
I like this play from Kazim here, trying to just get the charm through because he's still going to have that Hawlucha in the back, and with that we just see another another charm coming through. Annika knows there was still another Pokemon in the back with that amount of HP, and Empoleon has no business.
Sometimes at the end it can seem anticlimactic in games like that, but that's because for both of these trainers, they recognize their win conditions, and Anacor, once seeing his Empoleon was down so low, just recognizes the win conditions were out the window at that point.
Yeah, there was nothing he really could have done at this point anymore. But I'm curious if we're going to see now the Mandibus maybe entering the field in order to counter maybe that Sableye, which we just saw as well. But it looked like that even though Wigglytuff wasn't aligned against the Pokemon you really wanted to see it against, it still did so much against the Empoleon.
I mean, that's the whole problem, right? Wigglytuff looks pretty tough for this team. The only real counter for it is the Empoleon. But when you have a fighting type Pokemon that really can put in the work, Kazim just kind of read him like a book for that game number 1, and now it's up to Anacor to decide how he can play around this very unique pick to be able to continue on in the tournament.
And I do think as well that Kazim here has actually like a very good call together with that Hawlucha together with that Wigglytuff. It seems so safe because again, Hawlucha doesn't really have an answer on Anicor's side. Like, how do you deal with this Pokemon if you're Anicor? I think your best answer actually might be the Medicham.
Going ahead, Medicham though, if you have, I think in this scenario, if you have the Medicham, you definitely have to be wary of multiple Pokemon on the side of Kazim. Yes, you have great targets with that Celio, but at the same breath, Sableye, there's pretty much nothing you can do in a lot of the scenarios, and Wigglytuff can really start to really chunk away at you with the charm.
I do really feel like for Anicor, this seems to be a very tough matchup just based on the Pokemon each player has. But this is the thing for the competition as well right now. We have just such a variety. The only Pokemon they have the same is going to be the Quagsire, and then one is Shadow, one is non-Shadow as well. It's just so many Pokemon to prepare for. Sometimes you're just going to be in those scenarios where you just really have to try and risk something in order to make stuff work, just because you just have not really all the answers that you need.
Exactly, and just because you've ended up maybe losing a match on paper doesn't mean that it doesn't give any wiggle room. We've seen Anacor play himself out of very, very difficult situations here in Utrecht. He's had his Mandibuzz lined up against Azumarill, still able to pull out wins. So while he's led a Medicham into a team that was 3 strong against Medicham and still pulling out wins, don't count him out just yet as we hop into game number 2. And this is actually a fantastic lead for him there, getting that Mandibuzz aligned with that Shadow Sableye, forcing Kazim to make a choice here and swapping into his Hawlucha.
Amazing read from Anicor. I'm curious now on how much a Shadow Ball is going to do against Hawlucha. We know Hawlucha is not the Pokemon that can take those hits, but it dishes out so much damage. Flying Press is doing so much against a bulky Pokemon like Mandibuzz.
Being able to just completely get to that so quickly, swapping in and still getting to it before that Shadow Ball is ready is huge for Hawlucha, and actually a Shadow Ball only takes it down to a little past half health there, so just charging up a ton of extra energy, throwing before the next Shadow Ball is available. We saw how much a Flying Press did. It wasn't quite enough to threaten the knockout here, but it does get that Mandibuzz very low.
It gets to a point where you kind of have to swap out if you're the Mandibuzz, but we see a very interesting play here. Anicor is trying to go for the bait, is going to go for the foul play. It's not going to hit the shield though. Kazim here is just going to let this move go through and stops out straight away into the Sableye, and now we have the Drain Punch available against the Empoleon.
Going ahead now, Sableye is not fearing the Mandibuzz at this low of health and not fearing it much anymore either, as it's now just starting to bulk up its defenses here with the first Drain Punch.
Great read from Kazim here, knowing that if the Mandibuzz is gone, the Sableye seems to be quite free. And here is the shield coming up, trying to, of course, keep this Pokemon healthy with all of the defense boosts that you're going to get here now. With another Drain Punch coming through, you kind of want to keep this Pokemon around.
Exactly, especially when you see the Empoleon on the field and that Wigglytuff just hiding out in the background, not looking so tough against that steel typing of the Empoleon there. That's why Kazim used his first shield, but there's so much energy on this Empoleon. It is double defense buff. Does he hang on, or does he want to use his second Protect Shield?
Well, lets the move go, hangs on, but now we have the opportunity for a catch, and Kazim is going to read this and swaps out into the Wigglytuff here against the Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz goes down with a charge move just basically reached.
So we have a very, very low health Sableye with some energy. We have a Hawlucha in the back, also pretty low health, and actually Anacor coming straight in with that Quagsire instead of the Empoleon, maybe hoping to strip some shields and at least use Quagsire as a bit of a sponge.
Now this Mud Bomb is not going to threaten the Wigglytuff yet. We see the move coming through. No shield from Kazim. This is still actually going to be enough then to knock it out with another charge move.
Coming in now, no protect shield on Anicor's side. Swiftly coming through from the Wigglytuff. Won't be enough to knock out, but there'll still be some charms coming through. And actually, Anicor just charging up a ton, swapping into Napoleon, tries to get as much damage off as possible. Kazim swapped in the Sableye, too low of health, ended up just giving more metal sound damage for the Empoleon.
And now it's gonna come down here to what this Empoleon is gonna do. We have the charge coming through. The Hawlucha is going to take it. But now at this point, there's still the Wigglytuff with a shield. Empoleon goes down before firing off another charge move. And with this, the Swift comes through. And there's Quagsire is not going to take this. Kazim is going to be able to win. Losers round 2 here.
You see him shaking his head a little bit as he was like, okay, not quite what I planned to do. Still worked out for him in the end. Kazim staying in the tournament here. You see him breathe a sigh of relief as he knocks out teammate after teammate in this stacked tournament here in Utrecht.
Hawlucha still being in the competition. What a blast. It is so cool to see on how many different Pokemon are still here that you would have not really expected prior. And again, I find it also very interesting to see Wigglytuff knocking out a Steel type twice in a row.
I was saying, okay, maybe I would be a little bit too scared to bring a Wigglytuff. No, not Kazim. He recognized the strength of it against the teams that Anicor like to play, used that to his advantage. And we also got to see some really fantastic Hawlucha play. So we'll go ahead and mark that down for today. That's on your bingo card.
Hawlucha looked so good in that matchup. There was basically no Pokemon that really wanted to take a charge move there. Even like the Medicham, while yes, it might be the best matchup against it, you still have the Aerial Ace, which does super effective damage against it as well. But still, Hawlucha wouldn't really want this matchup. But it was such a strong pick there. Like, there was no Pokemon that you can really safely bring into it. And so maybe we see some more Hawlucha gameplay in other regionals.
I mean, we even saw a really bad lead for Kazim there. He led his Shadow Sableye into Anicor's Mandibuzz, swapped in the Hawlucha, and was still able to get off an attack right away that didn't threaten the knockout by any means, but definitely put Mandibuzz in a position where it wasn't as threatening to the team.
Anicor did definitely his best there, trying to rotate the team, and also did a great job with the adjustment in game number 2, but it was just not enough. At the end of the day, Kazim had a very good team advantage there. I feel like against Anicor's team was not really a lot that he could have really done there, but still Anicor, interesting team, very interesting team that went really well for him. I think the Mandibuzz was one of the most surprising picks that we've seen this weekend. It did so well in so many matchups and brought him all the way up here to the day number 2.
I mean, if you looked at the damage that Shadow Ball did to the Hawlucha, it was surprisingly little, in my opinion, because of course Hawlucha is a part flying or a fighting type Pokemon, but Mandibuzz doesn't have that same type attack bonus on the Shadow Ball, even though Shadow Ball is arguably one of the best charge attacks we have in the game currently.
Yeah, you would have still need another Shadow Ball now to knock out that Hawlucha, but you know what we're gonna take a look as well right now? A lot of trainers got already knocked out, but we still have the losers bracket and we still have to fight through them. And so let's take a look real quick at how the losers bracket looks right now. We've seen, of course, all of those games already on stream, and the losers semis right now is going to be Zweilous against Kazim.
Yeah, Kazim was able to knock out Wolfpack a little bit earlier on. Wolfpack with that Alolan Ninetales. Now he will be up against Zweilous, running a Kanto Ninetales, who just beat Stone Collection and our EUIC champion Patoman. So this is going to be very interesting as we continue on in this tournament.
It's very interesting. Zweilous just in the last 2 battles as well was able to knock out the 2 regional winners. So he is well prepared, had a lot of practice there, and I'm curious if the Dartrix is going to take him all the way, or if you're gonna see Hawlucha being able to take home maybe even a better medal.
I mean, this is a battle of spicy Pokemon. Kazim said he looked at the top 3 Pokemon in the meta and he thought Hawlucha would do so fantastic against him. It looks like he's been proving right so far, but what do you play against an opponent who's not really typically running those top 3 Pokemon?
Exactly, we had basically something like a Dartrix, which I think most ideas is going to do quite well against the Hawlucha with the super effective pack. And so yeah, Zweilous is not really ranking the Pokemon that you would expect to see at this stage in the tournament. And so maybe Hawlucha might be a bit more bench pressure than anything else.
We originally called Zweilous the reverse engineer because he was one of the first trainers that had really taken a look at a whole meta, you know, that top 12 usage, and said, I don't really want to play that. I want to play around with Pokemon that I think will counter that meta rather well. But same on the flip side. What do you do against an opponent who also maybe has that same game plan as you? This is going to be a really, really interesting matchup coming up. Of course, all of the matches have been incredibly fun to watch, but when you see so many unique picks, you have to really, really kind of tip the hat of the Dartrix to them.
You're basically going to see now as well then a clash of two anti-meta teams, as you said. It's going to be interesting how those going to perform against each other, and especially with knowing that there's still going to be, of course, the winners finals. It's going to be up there as well. There's still two players on the winner side as well, and how those going to play against the teams that we see right now, against the anti-meta teams.
Yeah,
maybe they're going to be better there as well, but clash of the anti-meta teams. It's going to be a very, very interesting losers bracket there.
I like that clash of the anti-metal teams. One thing that both of these teams do have in common is one pick, and that is the Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff was really, really impactful for Kazim in those last matchups there, kind of negating Anacor's whole core of that Mandibuzz and Metachamp together. As you can see, these are the recommended movesets for the Wigglytuff. Charm as its fast attack, just being able to do a lot of heavy damage by fast attack alone. Icy Wind thrown as a charge attack, which can lower the attack of your opponent. And then also Swift, which just gives really nice, quick pacing.
Yeah, I really like the Wigglytuff still in the current meta. Well, there are quite a lot of other fairy types that recently came up, especially something like the Togekiss, which we've seen quite often. We had now the Tinkaton, we had some Clefable, especially day one in Prague. I still feel like the Wigglytuff is kind of the main fairy type of this meta.
Yeah, although it does lose very heavily to that Tinkaton, so maybe be a little bit wary when you're choosing your fairy type Pokemon, deciding what utility that they have on your team of 6, because sometimes, even if Wigglytuff might look like a good pick on paper, if your team is already super weak to a specific Pokemon, like say a Tinkaton, maybe you want to bench it and find a little bit stronger of coverage.
I have a question for you as well now. Do you still feel that Togekiss should be considered as a fairy type, as it doesn't run any fairy type damage?
Well, I'll counter your question with a question. Actually, yes, I do think that, because it's able to resist the Dragon Breath damage pretty easily. But do you consider Togekiss a bird? This is a conversation from day number 1.
I do think it's definitely a bird.
It has wings.
It has wings. If it has wings, it should be a bird. But it's a bird with fighting type coverage, which I feel like is so unique towards it as well. Let's see what those players going to have here. Of course, as you pointed out, there is going to be the Wigglytuff on both sides, but is Hawlucha having a good matchup here is my question.
Hawlucha looks like it maybe will fear that Wigglytuff, because he might get a little bit of taste of his own medicine there. But looking at the rest of the team, I don't actually know if it has a lot of play, because Zeus Wireless is running, again, some off-meta things that you would not necessarily consider when you're making your team of 6.
Especially as we had the interview prior with Kazim as well, where he said, oh, yeah, everybody's running Bug-Bite Fortress. That is not the case here. We have the Voltage Fortress, which is of course doing quite a bit better against a Pokemon like Hawlucha, having more fast move pressure against it.
It actually does fairly decent against the Celio on Kazim's team, but it really needs to be wary of that Quagsire. Quagsire and Wigglytuff are the only 2 Pokemon that these 2 trainers have in common, and then the rest of the picks are sort of like throwing spaghetti at the wall and being like, okay, yep, that seems like a good one, I'll put it on my team.
Basically how the more sighted team will. Of course, now we hear it already from both of those players in previous interviews and how they built the team, why did they build the team, who helped them, who inspired them. And of course, there have been a lot of inspirations as well from, for example, for Zeus Wireless from Era's team, which just recently won a tournament as well in NA. And now we're going to have here still some Pokemon that we've seen also quite often in the last Prague regional. We have the Aegislash and the Celio on Kazim's side, which both did quite well in the last European regional.
As a reminder too, the Quagsires in past were more often running Aqua Tail and Stone Edge as the charge attacks of choice. It's now shifted over to be Aqua Tails and Mud Bombs, maybe for a little bit better ground coverage. However, there's not a lot of flying type damage on Kazim's side, so I think Zeus Wireless might be very happy with this change in that meta.
Wigglytuff into Greninja. That is not what you want to see as Zeus Wireless, but great read from Kazim. This is going to force not an immediate stop out actually. Okay, we want to take some charm damage here on that Greninja and go just straight for the Hydro Cannon to weaken up the Wigglytuff. Kazim is looking around. He's a bit confused.
He's saying, okay, you should have swapped out by now. It looks like, and that's what Aziz took the note there, swapped out, tried to catch an attack, and now is being met with his own Wigglytuff with the Celio on the side of Kazim.
But here's the thing as well.
for these Wigglytuff, unless Kazim is running the Aegis Slash, the Wigglytuff is actually a very safe stop there. There's no Pokemon that really wants to come in and punish this Pokemon. And as we're gonna see as well, there's going to be the Celio, which, yeah, is an alright matchup, but it's just neutral.
Yeah, it's a neutral across the board. Celio is going to be able to take this Body Slam. These Wilds did shield up the Surf, which was the heavier hitting damage, so most likely he will be able to maintain the alignment that he was looking for should Kazim not use any shields in this matchup. Kazim doesn't want that to happen, wants to get off a little more damage first, puts up his first Protect Shield, and looks like going for a couple more attacks, but These Wilds already swaps back into the Greninja here.
Just gonna take the hit here. Let's Greninja most likely just go down. And with this, we have a swap into that Fortress, which is doing definitely very well against the Celio, but there's still going to be the Quagsire in the back, and as we're not running the Bug Bite, we're running the Volt Switch. This is going to be a very tough battle for these Wilders, as this is going to be resisted damage against the Quagsire.
An immediate pivot by Kazim there, knowing what was coming in, already ahead on energy, and throwing the heavier hitting Mud Bomb, knowing that Z's Wireless only has one shield, doesn't use it at the very beginning portion of this matchup. These Volt Switches are doing pretty much nothing to the Quagsire. Z's Wireless wants to make sure that the Quagsire is doing a little bit less back as this Rock Tomb #1 goes through.
Rock Tomb, a resisted hit instead of the Sand Tomb, just in order to drop the attack of that Quagsire, so you can safely take a hit with the Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff is trying to chunk away the health, and we're gonna see an immediate no shield here from these Wireless.
Very calm on the side of Kazim here, making sure he's hitting all that bubbles. You can see him look up quickly, doing some calculations, saying, okay, will this be enough to knock out the Wigglytuff here? Because it's the Quagsire is getting kind of low, and Z's Wireless uses his last Protect Shield on the Aqua Tail.
At this point, you kind of have to. You don't really have a lot of health to play with, and the Swift is coming through straight away, which Kazim apparently didn't really expect. He looks a bit surprised by this, and now this is going to be knocking out that Quagsire. There's going to be still the Wigglytuff with a Swift in the back, though.
Coming back in with his own Wigglytuff, hoping to completely charm down. That's exactly what he gets to do. Fortress coming back in, clears all the debuffs, and Celio already at the Surf.
This Surf is most likely going to be enough to at least threaten the KO here against that Shadow Fortress, and with this, Kazim is going to get this Pokemon super low. One Powder Snow, all it takes, and Kazim takes game #1.
Kazim already a little bit shocked about a lot of things that went on in that first matchup. Starting out with that Greninja, going ahead, staying in a little bit against that Wigglytuff, and then also, again, just proving the point a lot of players have of it's really hard to play against these Wireless because he's doing things that are not quite expected.
In this game as well, you saw Kazim made an insane read in the beginning already. Bringing the Wigglytuff immediately in as the lead against that Greninja was just what decided kind of the battle, and then of course you had the alignment later on as well. These Wireless never really found into the game. I feel like you had the Fortress aligned against that Quagsire, which you really don't want to do if you're running Volt Switch, which he is the only one in the tournament.
Yeah, both of these trainers are running some pretty divisive Pokemon, so ones that win very hard against certain Pokemon, and also ones that will lose. Greninja, as we could see, lost pretty hard to that Wigglytuff. Just by the charms alone was chunked down to over half health. But in the meantime, the Fortress of the side of Z's Wireless had no play against that Quagsire on the side of Kazim.
And I'm curious on how these players are going to adjust the teams. Do we see the dart tricks now maybe? It's a bit of a guessing game. It's a bit of a risky play there as well, because you saw already on how strong that Quagsire was for Kazim in game #1. But then you have the Celio, and then you have the Icy Wind off that Wigglytuff, which dart tricks really wants to avoid.
And Kazim already kind of showed his hand game #1, saying, I think that these three Pokemon are the strongest against your team. Maybe if you do have a Shadow Sableye, you don't want to bring it in against a team with a Wigglytuff. So that sat on the bench, even though it had been doing quite well for him in the rounds before. We're going to hop in right to game #2 here. We got that Shadow Celio in the lead. A much better matchup here for Z's Wireless, as this Volt Switch Fortress will take on against it.
A much better matchup. In comes immediately the Wigglytuff, and he can stay in here, Z's Wireless, and go for a Rock Tomb maybe in order to weaken it up for the later matchup, because now you have the safe play. You can swap out into your own Wigglytuff. But let's see what Kazim gonna do. Lets the move go through, Rock Tomb goes in, and Wigglytuff comes through.
Listen, this is a problem probably. You know, if you're swapping a Wigglytuff into a Fortress, you might not have the best Fortress answer, or you're trying to save it in the back. That's exactly what Kazim did there by swapping in the Wigglytuff. But now his Wigglytuff is so low, it's not going to be able to do so much damage to the opposing Wigglytuff that ZZ swapped in, now getting a ton of energy.
And even the Celio is not going to enjoy those Swifts. Well, yes, the attack is dropped from that Wigglytuff, you're still going to be able to do quite a bit of damage, and you can still withstand at least a body slam, so it kind of forces Celio to go for a Surf.
Even still chunking away this Wigglytuff, going for its first Swift against that Celio here. It looks almost like body slam damage after that debuff, but even still starting to chunk away. Celio at this point doesn't want anything to do with that Fortress, so just kind of forced to take all of these attacks, build up energy, and threaten the knockout with that Surf.
Yeah, and Kazim is doing the best play he can possibly do in this situation, getting so much energy and now trying to put it into the range where Body Slam is going to be enough to knock out the Wigglytuff, so we have some Surfs stored already for that Fortress.
Going ahead now, knocking out that Wigglytuff. In comes the Fortress, an immediate pivot into that Quagsire, and you see ZZ's immediate pivot now into the Dartrix, and Kazim throws his hand in the air.
And we have here the triple resisted Mud Bomb, no bubble. I'm curious on how much damage this is gonna do. Is it gonna heal the Dartrix? It does! Okay, of course, this game is now in the hands of these Rilers. We're going to have the Seed Bomb that's gonna knock out the Quagsire, and Kazim knows it as well. But this is kind of a great showcase as well, again, on how strong those players are at reading the opponent's team. First game, Kazim completely reads these Riders' team. Second game, these Riders completely reads Kazim's team.
Exactly, too. This game is not just on the field, it is kind of in the heads of both of these Pokemon trainers. Stay tuned for the Dartrix show, taking out both that Quagsire and the Celio as Kazim concedes game number 2, going into a decisive game number 3 in the losers semifinals.
I'm actually not too sure if I ever seen at a regional stream that a game went basically through without anybody throwing a shield. Like, both players still had both their shields left. Yeah, I mean, it just showcases again the reading skills of both of those trainers. It really just came down to the alignment of the Pokemon.
Yeah, of course, alignment is very key, especially when you look between the 6 Pokemon that each of these trainers had brought. We kind of saw, like you brought up earlier, John, because like at the beginning it was really in Kazim's favor. There was nothing that ZZ Wireless could do because he had his Volt Switch Fortress locked onto that Quagsire. In game number 2, the script was just completely reversed. You saw Kazim set down the phone even saying, okay, yeah, there's absolutely nothing I can do right now.
Yeah, and now it's gonna be a decisive game number 3. And I'm curious on how this is gonna play out because we are 2 extremes here right now. And I'm curious if the players are going to adjust the teams. Do you think, okay, maybe I'm just gonna play the same, maybe my opponent just gonna adjust it and I think my team is actually okay like this. It's just a guessing game, or it's just trying to have an educated guess based on maybe you looked at the opponent's plays prior in other games and see, maybe they change up the team this kind of way in game number 3. We have to see.
But truly, that's all you can do at this moment is you can just guess. Maybe you can send up a little bit of a wish and hope for alignment on your side there. But in this Show 6 Pick 3 format, anything is possible. You could truly go very, very wild and go completely weak to a Pokemon and just bank on the fact that maybe one of them isn't going to bring it. We do have a lock-in from one of the teams, the other one taking just a couple more seconds to rethink everything, and I think that's pretty smart because this is where the tournament will end for one of these trainers.
And we are ready. Let's take a look at round number 3. Let's take a look at the same leads. Fortress going to go up against the Celio, and Kazim is not really happy here.
Wow, this is like pretty much the exact same teams I think that both of these trainers ran back to back. You see him safe swapping in that Quagsire only to be met now by the thing that made Kazim stop tapping in game number 2. He is going to play this one out a little bit, maybe hoping to stall the clock, but you can see neither one of the attacks that the Quagsire is throwing is going to be that effective. Maybe also making a case for Stone Edge Quagsire once again.
Kazim in absolute disbelief. Safe swapping the Quagsire here is not a safe swap if you have a Dartrix against you, and that Seed Bomb is not gonna find a shield. It's gonna find the Quagsire, and it's gonna take down that Quagsire with 1 hit.
Going ahead now, letting it take it down, wants to use its shields at a later moment. In comes the Celio, which I think Kazim was hoping to land on it, but this Dartrix is already loaded with energy, and Celio, with its part water typing, has to put up a shield here because he wants to try to keep it healthy, wants to try to be able to make a little bit of a comeback, have the Celio have some impact in this game.
Do we see the Brave Bird? We see the Brave Bird. This does a little bit more damage than the Seed Bomb would do, but we see another shield coming up from Kazim, trying to store as much energy as possible in order to deal with that Volt Switch Fortress from these Wireless. And in comes the Body Slam. You need to kind of bait here. You need to kind of make some plays in order to come back from this really bad lead matchup.
Here's the thing, though, with Z's Wireless, when he's like, yeah, you're a little bit bummed that you shielded the Body Slam bait, but with the Quagsire out of the way, Fortress can put in work to basically the entire team, at least slowing it down with a Rock Tomb or lowering the defenses with a Sand Tomb, going for that Rock Tomb, that heavier hitting attack, and no Protect Shields are remaining on Kazim's side. The Celio will take the full force of it.
Super effective Rock Tomb, just barely not enough to knock it out, but the Voltage would have done it. But in comes now the Wigglytuff, and in comes now as well a Rock Tomb to seal the deal. Kinda, we're going to have the debuff here now onto that Wigglytuff, and there's another Wigglytuff waiting on Z's Wild side.
Just going ahead and making that Rock Tomb lower the attack, swapping into the own Wigglytuff to make this matchup a bit tougher for Kazim. Kazim's going ahead and now throwing an Icy Wind. This will also lower the attack of Z's Wireless. You can see them already discussing, already kind of laughing about how this is turning out.
Yeah, I think Kazim knows at this point as well already. This is going to be a tough one to come back from. There's going to be Slow Shield on the Wireless side. There's going to be the Swift coming up from the tiny Wigglytuff. And the tiny Wigglytuff is all it takes to knock out the big Celio.
Kazim recognizing what happened, losing there in the losers semifinals to Z's Wireless, the only German trainer left in this tournament here. Both of them running super unique, spicy teams, but in the end, it was all down to that Wigglytuff.
What a performance from both of those players, bringing anti-meta, as we talked before as well. And sadly, now we are not going to see any more Hawlucha action at this tournament, but it's down to Dartrix to maybe take down another tournament. We have to see on how far Z's Wireless is going to go.
I believe Kazim was also the last Aegislash user in the tournament, so this means this is the first tournament since Prague that it has not been on the winner's team, but that just gives plenty more opportunity for some of the other unique picks these players have been bringing.
We still have quite a few unique picks left. I'm also very excited for the players that are still in the winner side of the bracket, which we're going to talk about a little bit later, but that was an exciting losers round. That was an exciting losers round. I still can't believe on how different I feel like this round was compared to the rounds prior, because it was really down to the alignment. I feel like there was way more back and forth in the rounds prior, but here it was just reading your mind, reading the mind of the opponent, reading the teams from the opponent, and trying to align yourself perfectly.
I mean, I wish that people could kind of see to what goes on in the players' minds. We sort of get a sneak peek here and there because we can see what they're deciding of what they want to bring. It was just so funny to me, the fact that they both decided to run back essentially the same team in the same order for games 2 and 3. Sometimes this really can play to your advantage because you think your opponent is going to switch things up, but both of them kind of stayed tried and true, and it really paid off for Z's Wireless there in the end.
It really paid off there. It's something that you just kind of have to have a feeling for if you want to change it up, if you want to try to use the same Pokemon as before, and this just always does the thing. Is the opponent going to change, or is he not? And in this case, these Wireless didn't change, Kazim didn't change, and it was the same result as of game number 2.
And a sad wave of Kazim as he recognizes his tournament run is over. But congratulations to him making it so far once again, making it into that top cut. But we're getting really down to the wire where there was a lot of players left. We went to our top 8, now we're down to our final 4.
Final 4 time. So all of those players who are still in there are going to be able to get a medal at the end of the day. But the question is, which color is it going to be?
And I think a lot of these trainers are hoping for gold, but who knows? Who would? I think most of them would settle for at least that. I don't even know what a 4th place medal color is.
I think it's
silver-ish.
I think it's still bronze.
Bronze-ish.
We're going to have here though the winners finals coming up very, very soon. There's Habithna, of course, running the trusty Celio, and Sirkori running one of the hardest answers in Jellicent. So it's going to be a very interesting battle, I would say. And yeah, again, also a battle of teammates.
Teammates, and these two trainers are very, very well accomplished. As Habithna is a previous champion, going up to that LATAM region and getting a regional championship. Sirkori, I mean, he was able to top cut in Prague. He's just on an absolute rampage here, being able to take out very, very high level competitors, becoming someone that is really, that everyone just start recognizing his name.
Yeah, and he had such a competitive, like he has such
great runs recently in the tournaments as well. He was so consistent, and I'm very happy for him as well that he is now in the winners finals for him the first time ever, first time in the top 8, and he can even reach, of course, still for the golden medal. And let's take a look here at the teams of the last 2 players in the winners bracket.
So these 2 trainers have gone from that winner side, which means that they have not dropped a whole round yet. And this also means that it's going to be a little bit different of a formula here. Let's go ahead and take a peek at the teams here. Nezabethan really relying on these past 2 tournaments on his Celio, the Unnovan Stunfisk, and the Gourgeist core.
And we have, of course, here the Sableye again. Your favorite Pokemon, running the Drain Punch yet again. Back in now the winners finals. Could go all the way. Would be very cool for you.
I'd say Quagsire was the #1 used Pokemon of day number 2, not on the side of Nezabethan, and taking a quick peek, not on the side of Sir Corey either. So the winner's side of the bracket has not the #1 used Pokemon. Also some very, very unique picks here. Talonflame, something that's been a little bit in the past, and a Bullet Seed Credilli, doing a lot more damage to those water type Pokemons like those Quagsires, or even like those Greninjas that we saw a little bit earlier on.
I do feel like that also Sakori really enjoys to debuff the attack of the opponents, as we have Raktum on that Credilli, we have Raktum on the Fortress, and we have Icy Wind on the Wigglytuff, which are all going to debuff the attack of the opponent. But if he wants to debuff himself as well, we still have Brave Bird on Talonflame.
Exactly, he has, all things balanced, saying, okay, fine, we'll throw a Brave Bird on there just to make it a little bit more fair. These 2 trainers are getting ready to lock in to see who will be staying on that winner's side of the bracket.
Yeah, I'm curious on what these players are going to run. I could see definitely the Jellicent coming up for Sir Corey, mainly in order to counter the Celio, especially as well, though the Empoleon, which you're seeing quite often. But then you have to fear that Sableye that you like so much, because it's going to be able to do quite well against, actually, I would even say Credilli with a Drain Punch now, as well as the Jellicent.
I mean, wouldn't be surprised to see it, but at the same point, like your point, if there's a Wigglytuff, it kind of scares you from bringing a Pokemon that doesn't have super big play into it, even though it is a Shadow with some Shadow type damage. Shadow Claws itself doesn't do much to the normal typing of Wigglytuff.
It doesn't, but if you take a look at the rest of the team, actually Sableye seems to be quite safe. So I do think we might expect this Pokemon to be on the team quite often. And so with it as well, Sakori might be kind of forced to bring the Wigglytuff every game, because he might fear the Sableye.
I think Sableye definitely should be a Pokemon that is feared because of its prowess, and also because of its total cuteness here. These 2 trainers, as a reminder, winners finals, this is a little bit different. It is a best of 5 format rather than a best of 3 that we've been seeing throughout the tournament. So even if someone is up 2-0 and you're still seeing them on the screen, that's because they have to get the 3-0 to be able to cleanly sweep in these brackets.
And we've seen also players already come back from 2-0 being down there. We saw it even in the last regional, where Arrow was able to come back from being 2-0 down as well. And yeah, so it doesn't mean that any trainer is out there yet or goes down into the losers bracket. When you're down that far as well, you still have, of course, a chance, and you can swing the momentum around to you again.
Both of these trainers kind of discussing. You can see them laughing with each other, but while they are friends right now, they are foes. They're getting ready to see who is going to be in the grand finals, and both of them wants it to be them. Nezabethan wants another title to his name. Sir Corey wants his first. We have both trainers look like they're getting ready to lock in, and we're going into game number 1.
Fortress into Wigglytuff. I don't think that Sakori enjoys this matchup too much, but great reading again from Nezabethan. But then again, it's not Volt Switch. We were just seeing so many times the Volt Switch Fortress. It's Bug Bite, and Bug Bite is resisted by the Fairy typing.
Going ahead, throwing that Rock Tomb right before the Icy Wind here. This will lower the attack of the Wigglytuff. No Protect Shield used on the side of Sir Corey there. And if you're Nezabethan, you're probably fairly happy about seeing one of the hardest counters for Shadow Sableye getting very, very low in health.
But then as well, you don't actually need to have that much health on that Wigglytuff in order to deal with the Sableye, as the fast move is double resisted on this Pokemon. But now at this point, I do think that the Wigglytuff most likely going to go down very, very soon.
Going ahead, throwing a Swift for good measure. It's not very effective. The attack has already been lowered, but just wants to chunk away, get this Fortress low as well. Nezabethan just charging up a ton of energy, going for the aggressive farm down to be able to throw an attack at whatever comes in. Rock Tomb's going to lower the attack. Sand Tomb's going to lower the defenses. He's got his choice.
And we see the Fortress coming in there as well. And there's a Phantom being fired. Do you see a shield here from Sakori? This is considered a bait, but no, Sakori is going to let the move go through. The Phantom is going to go up against the Fortress, and he might be able to reach another one. No, Fortress goes down.
Fortress goes down with a decent amount of energy, not able to take 2 attacks off, but the defenses are now down on Sir Corey's side. Nezabethan waiting out the clock a little bit there before coming in with his Unova Stunfisk, making some decisions, maybe making a decision of what is in the back that the Sableye could be doing so well against here. First Mud Bomb coming through, no Protect Shield on that Fortress with its defenses lowered.
And we will see now the Phantom doing some super effective damage, but not that much either. As Stunfisk, one of the bulkier Pokemon here, this is not doing as much as you would expect. In comes the Sableye and swap out into the Jason, and Sakori is shaking his head. He's not happy about this.
This is maybe one of those scenarios where you swap, I swap, so then realizing, ooh, I actually maybe didn't want to swap here, forcing Sir Corey to put up a Protect Shield. He knew the Unova Stunfisk matchup was not great for Jellicent, and that maybe it's one of those out of the frying pan into the fire here as the Shadow Claw from Sableye and the Shadow damage is going to be putting in a ton of work.
Surf is going to get shielded, but the Sableye is so fast to get to those charge moves. The foul play is reached again, and the final Protect Shield from Sakori is going to go up to try to save the Jellicent.
Going ahead now, all Protect Shields on the side of Sir Corey are gone, going for another Surf instead of the Shadow Ball, but also getting that last Protect Shield from Nezabethan. Now, so many charge attacks have been going. The switch timers are up for both of these trainers, so we could see a potential try for a catch, and it looks like maybe that's exactly what he tries to do. Both of them swapping back into the Fortress and Unovan Stunfisk.
And this is looking a bit tough for Sakori as there's still the energy on the Sableye. This is not going to be enough to knock out this Stunfisk either, and Stunfisk is going to be able to farm down, has a discharge stored, and now the Jellicent is going to go down. Nezabethan is going to take round number 1.
Going ahead, Jellicent is a pretty unique pick for this tournament. It's taken Sir Corey so far, but with the Shadow Sableye and a Unovan Stunfisk in the back, too much to overcome for game number 1 of these winners finals.
Interesting game number 1, I would say. I feel like Nezabethan was very happy about the alignment that he had in this game. He had the Fortress in the lead against the Wigglytuff from Sakori. This was definitely the matchup that you want to see there, especially when you have your own Sableye in the back, that then was able to avoid this, yeah, not so great matchup, I would say.
Unfortunate for Sir Corey, the alignment there just really wasn't in his favor. If you're looking at these team compositions with Kazim versus these Wireless, both of them had a Wigglytuff and a Quagsire, but the rest were unique picks. A similar story here for Nezabethan and Sir Corey, as they both have the Unovan Stunfisk and they both have the Fortress. However, the rest of the team looks completely different.
And we see actually quite a lot of Ghost types here. We have 2 Ghost types for Nezabethan and we have 1 Ghost type for Sir Corey. And again, it's the only Jason that's still in the competition at this point, which has quite unique play against as well Nezabethan's team here, being able to kind of shut down that Celio and that Empoleon.
So looking at the teams here, I know that you are pretty much a Go Battle League expert. A lot of the skills are very similar in the Show 6, but is there anything that is sticking out to you as a core or a team of 3 that could be very useful for Sir Corey against Nezabethan's team?
I do feel like you maybe want to take some risks here. Maybe you want to kind of leave out this Jellicent. I do think still that the Fortress seems to be very good. I do think also that the combination of Fortress together with that Wigglytuff is kind of good. But then you need to kind of also still consider that there might be one of the Water-type Pokemon in the back. So maybe something like Fortress, Wigglytuff, and that Stunfisk could be a good core together.
Yeah, it's so difficult to tell, especially when you're in this position, playing against someone who you've probably team built with, who've definitely scrimmed against, and you know that they're going to be making it far into day 2 as well. So both of these trainers have a lot to play for here, but have plenty of wiggle room as we've just started this winners finals. Round 1 going to Nezabethan. Looks like we're hopping into game number 2. Right now we have a Wigglytuff field on Sir Corey's side up against that Unovan Stunfisk that Nezabethan likes so much on the left.
This is going to be quite a bit of a neutral matchup. You have the Ice Ranger, of course, doing some super effective damage, but these Stunfisk are going to get to those charge moves quite a bit faster compared to the Wigglytuff, and we see the first no shield here from Sir Corey.
Mud Bomb takes a little bit longer to pace to, but it does just a bit more damage as well. Wigglytuff goes ahead and takes that first one, and the next one will now be doing a little bit less as this Icy Wind connects. No Protect Shield used by Nezabethan.
Super effective damage, but no same type attack bonus on it, and so still the Stunfisk is going to be able to take this hit, and in comes another discharge, which is going to get the Wigglytuff quite low.
Gets it down to the low yellow here, but still being able to just farm away. The real question is going to be that pacing there. Does he want to protect a shield now that the next discharge is ready to go, or is he willing to let that Wigglytuff go down? Last time there was a Sableye in the back and the Wigglytuff was vital, but look at this, actually being able to throw a move, but Nezabethan catches it on his Gourgeist.
I have a question for you right now.
I might have an answer.
If you're Sakari, what do you do now? You have a grass type that has fire type damage. We have a ground type, and we have a Pokemon that's double weak to the fire type damage. I don't think he expected the Gourgeist.
Gourgeist was a Pokemon that Nezabethan has been using in Prague, has been using throughout the tournament, and proving how vital it has been for him here, being able to comfortably take the attacks of this Unova and Stunfisk. Both of these trainers, their heads are down, their fingers are tapping, but I think Nezabethan must be grinning on the inside here, saying, okay, I think I have a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, I do think that Nezabethan knows at this point as well what more side he is going to be hiding in the back, because there can be only one Pokemon in the back if you bring in a Unovan Stunfisk against a Gourgeist. In comes yet another Mud Bomb, and there's no real reason to shield this one up, so we don't see a shield coming up for Nezabethan as well, as you have another Seed Bomb stored.
Say, I wonder what could be in the back. You're still in this here. Both Protect Shields used in this mid-game matchup between the Gourgeist and the Unovan Stunfisk. Unovan Stunfisk has been able to get it quite low, and a quick pivot out by Nezabethan, revealing his third in that Shadow Fortress.
Sakari was just laughing a little bit as well, because he knows how absurd the situation is right now. Having to shield up your Stunfisk the entire time, but still not doing any damage really against the Gourgeist. Gourgeist still lurking in the back, but in comes now Fortress against Fortress. This is going to be a bit of an uphill battle, I would say.
Yeah, it's tough sledding here for Sir Corey. He has no Protect Shields left. He knows that that Gourgeist is still going to be quite comfortable here, and his attack has now been lowered because Nezabethan was very far ahead on energy on his own Fortress.
There's still even another shield left for Nezabethan. We see it coming out right now, and with that, Sir Corey is going to have just his own little Fortress there at very low HP, and another Incinerate coming through. Goodbye, Fortress, and there's just going to be the Stunfisk in the back. Might be able to go for another charge move, but we just let this go. And Nezabethan, again, great prediction, especially bringing that Gourgeist there was crucial.
I mean, bringing some different Pokemon each game, making Sir Corey kind of have a guessing game of what is in the back there. Last time that Sableye really went to town on that Jellicent, but this time the Gourgeist took out the remaining two Pokemon.
Yeah, the Gourgeist was a very smart choice there. Like, it was able to beat the Fortress, and this is also the main reason why I like Gourgeist so much. You have a Pokemon that is not a fire type, that's practically a fire type because of the Incinerate that you have on this Pokemon. And it's just going to be able to have those matchups that you would really not expect from a grass type Pokemon, being able to knock out a Pokemon that's supposed to be able to be one of the hardest answers to grass type. You have Bug Bite, you have the Bug in the Steel typing, but you still lose to a grass type.
It's like, nah, not gonna do it. Gourgeist coming to town there. Nezabethan just needs one more game to be able to go into that grand final. Sir Corey has to do what we call a reverse sweep, winning the next 3 in a row. It's definitely been done. It's been done recently, so don't count him out just yet. The real thing, I think, for him is got to buckle down and decide what on earth is Nezabethan going to play, and can I get my Pokemon in the right order?
I'm curious, are we going to see Talonflame now? We've seen just now the Gourgeist as well as the Fortress on Nezabethan's side. Of course, both of them really don't want to go up against Talonflame. And this could be maybe a turning point of this battle as well, when both trainers kind of figure out on what the other one kind of wants to run. They have the options to still counter that. It's not that like the game is lost or anything like this. We have, of course, still the option. If you feel like you're a bit worried about the Gourgeist, you have the answer still on the team. You just have to bring it, but then you have to fear the Stunfisk, which is still there, which you have to kind of get the alignment right.
Exactly. Was Nezabethan daring Sir Corey to bring that Talonflame for the third game with his last lineup there, maybe having some good counters for it in case it comes in? We're about to find out because we're hopping into game number 3. If Nezabethan wins this, he'll be moving on into that grand finals. We have a Shadow Sableye up against that Unovan Stunfisk in the lead for Sir Corey.
That's a very neutral matchup here. The Sableye is going to have to take it, or are we going to see the shield coming up immediately if you want to boost your defense. We see the shield coming up, so that might speak that we're gonna see a Drain Punch coming up through.
Go ahead. I love that play by Sir Corey, throwing immediately, saying, okay, if it is a Drain Punch, at least I want to get this damage off first. Going for the foul play, this is going to be definitely the heavier hitting, especially against Unova Stunfisk with its ground and electric type damage. Drain Punch maybe not going to be as effective, but we're going to still see how much it could do. Never mind, not at all. Sir Corey puts up a shield.
Nesabethan here with a fantastic play. First getting the Stunfisk low enough that another foul play would knock it out, but then going for the Drain Punch, expecting that there would be a shield coming up in order to get another Mud Bump off. There was a fantastic showcase again on his skills, and now it is definitely a better matchup for that Sableye because he can just go for the foul play to knock out this Stunfisk.
Going for that charge attack priority, Sableye having the higher attack there. Sir Corey doesn't want to use both shields, especially on such a low health Unovan Stunfisk. Comes in to just get some incinerate damage with that Talonflame, but Sableye boosted its attack maybe a little bit to its detriment as 2 Incinerates were able to go through.
I actually like this play here because what we will see is now the swap out from the Talonflame being able to store up a fly, and in comes now a charge move from that Stunfisk, but you're gonna have some energy already on the Jellicent, and this means that against the Gorgas later on you have already a Shadow Ball needy start.
But what on earth do you do? A Unovan Stunfisk comes in, you're a Talonflame, your only other Pokemon in the back is a Jellicent that also doesn't want to take any of the attacks of this Stunfisk here. Yes, it's not going to be super heavy damage, but even still, you want to keep this Jellicent as healthy as possible, going straight for the Shadow Ball. Sir Corey is not messing around.
You can actually let the move go through if you're Nesabethan, and he does let the move go through. It doesn't even knock out the Gorgas, and in comes that Seed Bomb, and this is doing some super effective damage against the bulky Jellicent. Is this going to be enough to knock it out? Let's find out. It is not. It can still survive and has a Surf now stored, but what do you do now? You're gonna have to kind of throw the Surf here, but there's so much health left. There's gonna be the shields left, and you only have flying type damage on your Talonflame.
No shields left on Sir Corey's side, no shields left now on Nesabethan's, but there's only the Talonflame in the back with flying types attacks against this ground and electric Pokemon. Number 1, Brave Bird coming through. Not very effective, still gets it pretty low, but it's a race to the next attack.
Yeah, and you would need another Brave Bird here, and Sir Corey knows that as well. And Nesabethan is going to be able to take down the Talonflame from the sky. This Discharge is going to be enough to knock it out. And with this, we have a clean 3-0 sweep so far from Nesabethan. Take him all the way into the Grand Finals.
Nesabethan says that was fine in Buenos Aires, but Utrecht is also looking pretty good for me. A quick 3-0 sweep against his friend Sir Corey to be able to make it all the way into the Grand Finals. He top cut in Prague. He's looking to be able to take it even further now.
But Sir Corey is not out yet. It's these riders waiting in the Losers Finals, and it's going to be a very exciting Losers Finals with that. And I'm curious on which player is going to be on top there as well, but shout out here as well. Yeah, Nesabethan is doing so well again. Like, again, we saw him already being top 4 in the last regional in Prague, and now he's already in the top 2.
He was talking earlier in Prague saying, you know, he had definitely some parts of the team where he was like, maybe I made a couple of misplays, maybe I didn't play something to perfection, but he definitely had the right mindset about it. He knew what Pokemon he wanted to play, and he's been able to hone that craft to here in Utrecht to be able to put him at least on the podium once again, this time guaranteed to be farther than that 4th place finish.
And yeah, this was a fantastic showcase as well for Nesabethan. I feel like the Stunfisk was such a vital core here as well to break the Jellicent. Sir Corey kind of needed to bring the Jellicent in order to deal with the Empoleon and the Celio, but Nesabethan didn't even need to rely on them. It didn't even bring them a single time, just was trying to run the Sableye, and the Sableye did so well therefore.
Yeah, cool as a cucumber this entire time. Nesabethan was able to just completely stay in control of these matchups, bringing picks that were not only reliable for him in times past, but helping him through these big moments here in games 1, 2, and number 3.
And here we see again the Discharge to knock out the Talonflame, and this was basically it. Then again, it's kind of interesting to see the Stunfisk there. Stunfisk is such a unique Pokemon, being an electric and a ground type Pokemon, having a lot of coverage for the current meta, and we've seen on how strong this Pokemon can be there. It was fantastic. Honestly, it was a fantastic showcase on why Nesabethan is there as well in the Grand Finals right now. It was such a dominant play, and I felt like he was also playing so dominant with his team already in Prague, and so, yeah. He just keeps improving.
absolutely does. He's like one of those players where you could just see the confidence in him the more that he's gone on. We actually haven't seen him play so much in this tournament because he's been on that winner's side of the bracket. And with that clean, quick 3-0 sweep, I mean, he's just continuing to win. Does he have that confidence? Does he have that momentum behind him now to be able to carry it even further? Are we going to see it also in the grand finals?
The grand finals are going to be super interesting. Of course, Nesabithen is going to be the one trainer that so far is completely undefeated there in this tournament so far. Is the only one in the winner's bracket now. It's knocked out everyone else. And now just down to the loser's bracket to see who is going to be in the grand finals as well.
We had so many unique Pokemon between all of these different trainers, even though they built those teams together. I know also that in the past, Martijn in Adequance, he was able to win Utrecht with a Giratina. In this tournament, even though we had so many unique picks, we only had one other Giratina user, and that was EU Uden. And actually, we have a little bit of a conversation with him about team building and local cups and challenges.
Hello, I'm currently joined by Odin here on the floor in Utrecht. How are you doing today?
Fine, and you, sir?
I'm very well, thank you very much for asking. We're here to talk about some of the local play Pokemon events, which I know that you've attended quite a few, but how many have you attended in general?
This year I attended to 4 tournaments. Yeah.
And what would you say the best part of these in-person, local grassroots tournaments are?
The best part of it is for sure to play with friends, to face each other, to see friends again.
No, absolutely. It leads me on to my next question. Have you made any friends at these events?
For sure. Leo Lionheart.
Oh, right, yeah.
So, also knowing as caster, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, and some other guys, for sure.
Well, when it comes to actually playing the game at these events, do you take it as a chance to use some experimental Pokemon that you can bring to these events, or do you have like a hard idea ingrained of the team you'll use at these regional tournaments and you try and test it out there?
So every time I went to a cup or local, I play for sure something special that players not noticed, and yeah, enjoy the play. And if I enjoy the play, I bring it to the regional.
Absolutely. So when you try out your Pokemon, you can get a good feel for it, and if it works locally, it might be able to work on a broader scale. Fantastic work. Would you recommend one of these events to the people at home? Those who maybe play in the Go Battle League, haven't really got much experience playing against people in person, is this something you would recommend?
Absolutely. You need to test it out. It's so much fun, and you need to enjoy it.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for talking with me today.
Thank you too.
And I really appreciate it. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jay, and also thank you, Odin, for giving such a great interview there. I am joined once again by Martijn, and things are getting serious because we're coming all the way to the finals. We've got the losers finals followed by the grand finals.
The next match coming up is going to be Zweilos versus Sir Corey. It's Sir Corey's first top cut. No, it's his first medal even. So for him, it's already a great achievement. Zweilos has reached 2nd place ever since he won his first championship. For him, gold there's nothing else than gold that matters for him right now.
Absolutely, he'll be looking for that all the way. These two trainers have done a crazy work to make it all the way through such formidable oppositions, and we've got them here on your screens, delivered to you right here, right now. This is a best of 5, ladies and gentlemen. Sir Corey versus Zweilos. Whoever wins the best of 5 here will be making it to the grand finals.
An iffy match on both sides here. Prediction is key. Zweilos needs to pivot that Greninja to great success, but has to be careful of Wigglytuff and Fortress with Bug Bite. And what would Sir Corey stop from playing both these Pokemon? I don't think that Zweilos has something that breaks his core.
Sir Corey has done so well to get this far with this in particular team. We've seen so many of the same team being used, but this is such an independent team using Wigglytuff as the normal type. Same as Wireless, actually, as opposed to that Licky Licky that we've been seeing in so many teams. He's also the only player in Day 2 to use a Talonflame, and he's made it all the way to the losers finals alongside that Credilli.
But that's not the only fire type that Talonflame. There's a Shadow Ninetales, which Zwaros actually might need to tackle that Wigglytuff and Fortress core. But you have to be careful of Jellicent and, like you said, the Talonflame. Another thing about this Talonflame, Shadow Quagsire, in this tournament we've hardly seen it with Stone Edge. And because it doesn't have Stone Edge, it can actually lose to that Talonflame with Brave Bird. So important detail here. Unfortunately, Jay, I don't think this is the match for Dartrix, but we're about to find out. Bull Train is locked in. Here we go. Sir Corey on the left with Credilli into Shadow Quagsire from Zwaros. This is a great lead for Sir Corey.
Fantastic lead here for Sir Corey as Credilli with its Seed Bomb is able to chunk into the Shadow Quagsire, but we're seeing an immediate pivot into this Wigglytuff.
Going for the Rock Tomb here, I would expect Sir Corey afterwards to swap into Fortress, just wall all of this energy, and then Zwaros is hoping that this could potentially free up Dartrix. Now, I said I don't expect a lot of Dartrix here. Zwaros is thinking different. Perhaps getting rid of this Fortress here could open up the way for Dartrix the Owl.
Well, I personally wouldn't think it would be good into this team, but Zwaros is a greater cook than I, and he's got it in the back lines, waiting in the wings.
Let's see. Sir Corey is going for a charge deck now. Zwaros is just letting it go. Perhaps even happy about that, because otherwise this Fortress would have a lot of energy for the Shadow Quagsire. Now, Fortress doesn't have a lot of energy, so you can just simply take out this Fortress with your Shadow Quagsire. The thing is, it's gonna chip a lot with these Bug Bites, so Zwaros has to hurry up a little bit.
Zwaros will hurry up, as this is one of the spammiest Pokemon in the game. That's why so many players are using it. The Shadow Quagsire gets to move ever so quickly, and we're already at nearly 3 Aqua Tails.
Aqua Tails coming through on this Shadow Fortress. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough, but I think one Mudshot or a pack after will definitely take out the Shadow Fortress. Now going for the pack on the energy advantage. This is really handy for whatever Sir Corey wants to bring. He brings in the Jellicent because he realizes he needs Credilli for Quagsire.
And Dartrix the Owl has a great play here as Seed Bomb does super effective damage. Zwaros deciding to build up to 2 before throwing the first. This will do a lot of damage, but it would not be enough to knock out.
Regardless, Sir Corey puts up a Protect Shield here on Jellicent. He wants to get some energy in. He has so much energy on this Jellicent. Does he know the damage range of Dartrix? It's a pretty spicy Pokemon. Seed Bomb is not the hardest hitting charge attack, but looks like Sir Corey is not taking any chances. But shields down, you know what that means. He went over max energy here. This allows Dartrix to catch up even better, but this opens up the door for potential Brave Bird later.
Here we go. A Shadow Ball comes through. It does get shielded. A very good shield from Zwaros coming up to the Seed Bomb, but doesn't throw it immediately. At this range, it might be enough to knock out, but we're going to see the Shadow Ball come up on the side of Sir Corey.
Zwaros knows that if he lets this go, this Dartrix would get really low, and Credilli has Bullet Seed, though, so it doesn't really have any fast attack pressure. Seed Bomb's coming through. Now I think it will be enough, and because Bullet Seed doesn't do a lot of damage, Dartrix can still do some pack damage. This Credilli doesn't have any energy. Let's see, Zwaros has to max on energy. Here comes the Brave Bird.
And shields down. Dartrix the Owl goes to town. Here we go. Dartrix the Owl, Brave Bird. Boom! It's so nearly down, and a swap, an instant throw. Masterfully played by Zwaros.
The combo breaker. Shadow Quack in the back comes out, and it knocks out Credilli. What was looking to be such a tough lead and a tough swap in for Zwaros. He still manages to come back. Dartrix the Owl, the Pokemon I thought wouldn't be doing it into this matchup, Zwaros brought it, and he proved why this Pokemon is actually a thing to take into account.
Well, it just goes to show. Sir Corey, he's played so well up till now, so good at reading the teams that he's playing into. He does have that Talonflame, but surely he will think, oh, but because I have that Talonflame, surely he won't bring Dartrix. Dartrix, which has been doing very well for Zwaros overall, it's got that pressure. Maybe I won't bring it. So he then picks Pokemon around that. But maybe going forward in this best of 5, he will think differently.
A lot of accolades for Z Swallows here, and most of that he does with some of these spicy picks. I think for Sakuri, for Game 2, he might have to take this battle up in the skies. Maybe you need Talonflame. If that Dartrix is going to be an issue, Talonflame is your answer. But what if Z Swallows now comes with that Greninja? You have to be careful. Greninja has a decent matchup against Talonflame, Jellicent, Unova Stunfix is fine, and then Credilli pace is really slow. Greninja can actually put a dent into that Pokemon.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Z's Wireless did win Barcelona 2024, and he has had an absolute plethora of second places since. He's going to want to try and get that first place again. He
wants to upgrade.
He wants to upgrade. He's got that taste for it now. Dartrix has been pecking away. Will he raise in the pecking order in this tournament?
Zizwalos is locked in. Sakuri still thinking through. I just had such a good matchup into my opponent, but I still lost. What can I do to prevent this against Zizwalos? A lot of trainers tend to go with the same team once it works, but is Zizwalos one of those trainers?
Well, I'll tell you what, Z's Wireless is one of those trainers, one of the trainers that you do not want to play against. He has been in so many of these tournaments in times past, and he has done so well from strength to strength. Even second place is a huge accomplishment to those tournaments where he did place there. But these two trainers have locked in their teams, and they are ready to go to blows once again.
And here's another great lead for Sakuri. It's Jellicent met up with Ninetales, but looks like Zizwalos does have two Pokemon that can deal with it. Swaps in really tough again, answered by Fortress, but this is exactly what Zizwalos is looking for, because baiting out the Shadow Fortress means that Greninja doesn't have to deal with it. There's still Credilli in the back, but we've seen Zizwalos come back from some crazy matchups.
And I do love this, the Icy Wind lowering the attack by one stage before any moves are able to be thrown onto yourself, even though this will also debuff the attack.
Rock Tomb's coming through, dealing moderate damage. Zizwalos doesn't really mind. He just wants to get rid of this fortress at some point. If you could even farm up to an Obeat on Ninetales later, that could be the dream. But Sakuri has that Jellicent aligned to that. Oh, and he doesn't even throw. And I think Zizwalos isn't throwing any energy because he wants Sakuri to expend energy. Now he can get a clean Ember down on the Ninetales. Doesn't even wait the clock. In comes Ninetales with the Ember. Charge up energy really quickly. Fortress not even able to get to another charge stack. And Ninetales almost an overheat.
It was such a smart play because he's already reached the overheat before the timer had even ended. So now Z's Wireless has that move banked up in the back, ready to be thrown at whatever comes his way towards the end of this game.
A smart shield by Sakuri, because he is likely not even going for Grass Knot here. Greninja is not that bulky, so even a Rock Tomb will still deal a significant amount of damage. Plus, this attack has a 100% chance of dropping the attack of the opponent.
But the attack is already oh so high. It will be lowered, but this will still do a lot of damage once ZZ decides to throw the move, which he now does.
If you throw another charge stack here, there is a chance that Sakuri will put up a Protect Shoe because he needs this Cradilly. Let's take a look here. I think that you're not exactly in range yet as Sakuri of a Hydro Cannon, so now going for another charge stack. Fun fact, this Greninja actually might already be in Shadow Ball range because it is so fragile. Does Sakuri make a prediction? Let's take a look. He's staying in, building to Hydro Cannon, now going for the Weather Ball. A play by Zizwalos, which is interesting because now Jellicent for Sakuri has the momentum to build up more, but you don't even knock out the Cradilly. Cradilly does have an attack load. Keep in mind, in comes Jellicent, going for the Surf now. I think this might barely be enough. It might barely not be, even if it's all in the hands of that Greninja, which does have two Night Slash loaded. It does knock out.
It does knock out, but Greninja has so much energy waiting along the back line and is going to throw the first one here. It is going to go shielded, but there's still the chance that this gets double buffed.
Yeah, that's what Zizwalos needs, a boost here. And he gets a boost, but he didn't throw the charge attack! Oh my goodness!
My goodness, such a wasted opportunity here from Z Zwilus, able to throw a double boosted move, but doesn't throw it immediately as it came back into play, and it ends up going 1-1.
Getting that single stage boost there from that Night Slash, it would have made it very close. I don't think that Night Slash would have been enough there, but it was a little bit of a shocker there to see maybe there is that win condition, but yeah, I mean, Jellicent as a bulky Pokemon can hang on quite comfortably to that Night Slash of the Greninja. So tough alignment there for Zizwalos once again. See what both trainers are going to cook up for Game 3. At least we can confidently say that so far both trainers have changed their approach to this matchup.
Absolutely, and getting that buff could have been fundamental there. Do you think it would have been enough from that stage to be able to secure the knockout there?
No, I don't think so. It's only single boosted now. If it was double boosted like in the previous season, yes, Night Slash could have been enough to actually get the KO here potentially. But yeah, Greninja is a strong Pokemon, just not into these hard counters. Like if you can get it onto Talonflame, and I think that's what Zizwalis was predicting because Dartrix was so dominant previously, then yeah, perhaps that's potential. But into Pokemon like that Credilli with 2 shields, and even though we saw that Greninja had decent play there, I mean, you're getting too low in health because Greninja is not bulky.
And that's something that is so marvelous about these players, to have the foresight to be able to predict what your players are going to bring based on what did so well for you in the first game. But then your opponent might think that they're having these exact thoughts right now, so let's just go completely against it and play something completely different to try and counteract the countermeasure.
Zizwalis has locked in. Sir Corey is looking to win another lead here. Can he do that? He's pretty good at it so far, predicting what his opponent will bring. Here we go. You have Shadow Fortress this time lined up into Shadow Quagsire. A pretty neutral matchup. However, I think that Sir Corey is not exactly too happy with it here because he does have the Credilli in the back.
And you do have to take into account these Quagsires gets to move so remarkably quickly. It's why it's been used in so many teams getting to this point here this weekend.
Aqua Tail comes through and does almost half damage to the Shadow Fortress. Santum comes through. I don't expect Zizwalis to shield here because it doesn't hit as hard, but keep in mind, this will always drop the defense of the opponent, so the bug bite damage is going to be even more.
And this bug bite damage is so fast and so consistent. It would do so much damage if not for this move being thrown ever so quickly.
Sir Corey is putting up Protect Shield to go for switch advantage here. Can you get to another charge attack? Zizwalis is not taking any chance. Swaps in the teeny tiny Wigglytuff, but this Pokemon is going to take a Rock Tomb now. And actually, if you look at the backline of Sir Corey, could have been really valuable. But the thing Zizwalis has to do here, he has to bait out the potential Talonflame in the back. That's what he's trying to do with Wigglytuff. There is no Talonflame in the back, so now Zizwalis has this information, and he knows that Dartrix, unless Sir Corey has read this, then he knows Dartrix is going to be free here.
Absolutely, and he throws this move in here as the move is approached by Sir Corey, knowing that he would have won charge attack priority, but Sir Corey does go over.
Let's take a look here. Rock Tomb's coming through. Wigglytuff will feint to this, but with that charm coming through against this Cradilly after the charge attack, you now have your own Icy Wind. And I think Zizwalis looking to throw that. It wins charge attack priority tie into the Cradilly. I think he will barely hang on, but if you look at the back line, Zizwalis has a pretty good matchup here with the Dartrix.
Yeah, just hanging in there as it was already debuffed in attack from the prior Rock Tomb.
It is definitely going to knock out this Wigglytuff. No debuff this time with that KO.
Go, Dartrix Meow, quickly into this Jellicent. A very good position for this Dartrix to throw Seed Bombs, a couple of Seed Bombs, and this is gone.
Even though it's not the hardest hitting charge attack, I think both Pokemon need 2 charge attacks to get the KO. Seed Bomb comes out much quicker, and Peck is just such a fine, fast attack to just keep pacing to those charge attacks. So we see Dartrix with a hat do some fantastic things here.
And we've seen a lot of that Togekiss with Peck for the exact same reason. He gets to the moves so quickly, and we're seeing the Seed Bomb reach there a little bit over energy, and just as Sir Corey reaches the moves, Zizwalis throws again as to be so optimal with his energy.
Protection goes up for Sir Corey. I think a weak condition for Sir Corey here is to make a catch, but it's Zizwalis who makes the catch!
Zizwalis makes the catch, and all this energy thrown by Sir Corey is absolutely depleted here as it goes into the very low HP.
I do think that Quagsire potentially could have reached a charge stack here, but it looks like that Zizwalis is just going for a back down. He has double Seed Bombs, seeds in abundance, and is just going to launch them all at the remaining Pokemon. I think both Fortress and Jellicent might just faint to a back card. Actually, Fortress a little bit more healthy, but regardless.
You get a seed and you get a seed, but will this seed be enough to knock out this Steel type?
Look at the HP of this Dartrix. If Jellicent hangs on to one peck, then... Oh, wait, it doesn't even knock out! It doesn't knock out! Oh my goodness, the double resistance on the Fortress seemed more valuable than I was expecting. Even though Fortress has double resistance, I thought it was fragile enough in its shadow form to actually get KO'd by that. But no, Dartrix Seed Bomb was not enough.
I've played lots of Dartrix in my time, Martine, and I knew it was going to be incredibly close, but I did not think it would hang on by that much HP.
That little HP even, like that was so incredibly close, keeping the Fortress there. And now I'm thinking to myself, Jay, what if you kept that Quagsire around? It had too much shot already, so it was too much shot of another Aqua Tail, meaning that potentially it could have reached a charge stack.
It's just one of those situations where in the moment I feel like you know what you want to do with your opponent Pokemon in the back, and you don't really think about what's right there in front of you. Happy to let it go to try and make something in the back shine, but in this case there was no shine in the back.
So far, Dartrix seems to be the Pokemon Zweilos has to lean on. So Corey is still sticking with that Credilli and Jellicent core. It has been working well for him. And why would you change a winning team?
Absolutely. Now, people watching at home, you see it's 2-1. This is a best of 5, meaning first player to reach 3 will be going through to the grand finals. So Corey only needs one more victory here against Zweilos to make it. Zweilos needing 2.
Zweilos already has locked in his team. Sir Corey is just thinking, where do I place Credilli and Jellicent this time? And what third Pokemon do I pick with that? I mean, sometimes you just hang in with good old reliable, right? If it works, why not? Jellicent has been an absolute staple throughout the tournament for Sir Corey because it's such a good counter to Bug-Bite Fortress.
Well, both the players have now locked in their teams and they are ready, raring to go. Here we are, Fortress into Wigglytuff.
This is a decent matchup for the Fortress. Looks like Zweilos is staying in for a little bit, then swapping into his Volt Switch Fortress. Sir Corey doesn't really have an answer immediately. I would expect potentially that Sir Corey chips this Fortress a little bit and then swaps into his Credilli to soak some damage.
Very fun to see the 2 different variants of Fortress here. One with Bug Bite.
Whoa!
One with Volt
Swaps
Switch,
into
but
Jellicent instead. I think Sir Corey is making the read that there's Dartrix in the back.
And it is a correct read. However, being locked in now gives Zweilos the option to then choose what he's going to bring in here.
Take a look, going for another Rock Tomb now. Because this Fortress has been debuffed by the opposing Fortress from Sir Corey, I don't think Sir Corey really minds all of this Rock Tomb damage. You'll have a lot of energy for the opposing Wigglytuff that comes in, but it is double debuff. So, oh, actually Hard Swaps keeps his Fortress. Important detail, Zweilos kept the Fortress for a potential catch moment later.
I always love a low HP Pokemon kept in the back pocket, ready for a potential catch. It could be a huge moment later on in the game, but we'll see what he ends up doing with his tools.
At this point, Sir Corey's timer is also going to be up, so he swaps into Fortress now. Bug-Bite is resisted. Wigglytuff has an energy lead here and goes for the Swift. Now he might be thinking, why doesn't he go for Icy Wind? This will drop the attack, but Swift costs less energy. So now Zweilos is trying to he's hoping that he's getting to double Swift here. But looks like Sir Corey's not having any of that. He throws a Phantom immediately, and now it's all in the feathers of Dartrix.
Absolutely, it does inspire Corey to perhaps throw the move sooner, knowing that he would be going for an extra Swift also. But here comes Dartrix the Owl, and we'll see what Dartrix does best.
Can he get the back down? Oh, Dartrix gets the back down. That's actually huge. This damage from Fortress is also huge, because keep in mind that even though Bullet Seed does about no damage, the chip damage brought this Pokemon into range of Bullet Seed, and he lets the Brave Bird go!
Zweilos does not go for the bait, which he has done many times before, and boom! We've seen the Brave Bird come through in full effect.
And I love that play from Zweilos, because you know that even though you drop your defense this much, the Bullet Seeds don't add up. So you're kind of safe to just throw the hardest hitting charge attacks you have here. Now Sir Corey is going for the Rock Tomb. I think he's hoping that the back damage now will do less, so he can actually hang on and get to 3 charge attacks.
Even without the double debuff, that would have been such a hard-hitting move. So having thrown the Brave Bird was a great play, but another catch here on the side of Sir Corey this time, able to take this Bullet Seed very happily.
Does this help out Sir Corey? That Credilli is getting pretty low here. You can still get a full charm damage in as the Wigglytuff here going for another C-Bomb now. There's one shield remaining on Sir Corey's side. He's trying to get 2 charge attacks here.
It's going to be incredibly close, throwing the move here, C-Bomb, but then an immediate swap. Wiggly, it's 1 HP. This is an incredibly close game. Dartrix comes back, but a Rock Tomb is thrown, but the Peck has already gone through, so the shield will end up making this 2 apiece.
This was so incredibly smart from Zweilos. We're going to take a look at this later as well, but throwing a charge attack as Dartrix meant that he could then swap he could have a 0 turn swap, so you don't have any delay. So that means, let's say you were just doing pack fast damage, and you then swap in Wigglytuff, you take 1 turn. That means the Bullet Seed could land before your Charm lands. Now Zweilous threw a charge stack and made sure that then he swaps in Wigglytuff. The Wigglytuff would be aligned with Cradily. He can land 1 Charm, and then he snuck a pack after the charge stack from Cradily and knocks out. It was clever, smart, engineer-like, German engineering-like.
Absolutely. In the moment, I was certainly thinking, why is he throwing this move? Surely you'd want to go straight for peck damage. But as you mentioned, after throwing a move yourself, your then next swap, if you swap immediately, is a 0 turn swap, meaning they don't get any of their fast move damage in before you do. You're throwing at the exact same time. So the 3-turn Bullet Seed also registers at the same time as the 3-turn Charm, and that Charm damage manages to make it through to a very low HP Pokemon.
Trust me, this is not something that Zweilous thought of when he kept that Wigglytuff at like 1 HP. His function was probably to keep it as a potential sacrificial swap later on, where you catch charge attack on a very low health Pokemon. But when you see that opportunity, Zweilous was like, I have the Wigglytuff for this very specific moment, and he did it. Execution is important. The end game is an important skill in Pokemon GO PvP.
Zweilous, a very, very clever player. Even after you telling me that, it was then I realized, oh, that's why he did it. He thinks of these in the moment, a snap decision, and it made it can make or break a moment like that, and it absolutely made it to 2 apiece.
Here we go.
This is the important game, ladies and gentlemen, and we are locked in. We're seeing Dartrix into Fortress and an instant pivot!
Into Fortress, but answered by this Talonflame. Let's see, can he get to the Rock Tomb? He goes for the Sand Tomb instead. Interesting choice by Zweilous. He's hoping to get another Volt Switch in now. He actually went crazy weak to Talonflame as he has Ninetales and Dartrix in the back.
Oh my goodness, because we have not seen the Talonflame on the side of Sir Corey, perhaps Zweilous was not expecting it in this all-important match-deciding game.
Sir Corey has a Flying Brave Bird loaded now. Zweilous calls the first attack, but Sir Corey has another one. Does he throw it immediately? Yes, he does. Zweilous is not going for Charge Attack Pretty Tire. You have to shield this as Zweilous, but it's so hard to go shields down here.
He does he doesn't want to, but he does end up throwing up the shield and then throwing a Weather Ball in return. This should, at this stage, be enough to knock out.
This is going to knock out Talonflame with this Weather Ball, but if you look at the backline, there's Jellicent again. And now you swap in your Dartrix, but Dartrix has an uphill to climb here. It's so difficult. You have to land the Brave Bird. Do you go for it? Do you go for the C-Bomb bait? He goes for it!
This is all it comes down to, ladies and gentlemen. Will this Brave Bird land? It does get shielded by Sir Corey. A fantastic call.
This is exactly what Sir Corey had to do to get the potential win. Now you can get to the Rock Tomb. This Rock Tomb would knock out this Fortress. What is Zweilous thinking? Is he going to put it all on Ninetales? No, he wants to have this Dartrix a little bit longer because Ninetales is so low here. But look at the Bug Bites after this debuff.
It's all riding on Dartrix the Owl as it then builds up to another Brave Bird. Brave Bird coming through, and this should be enough to knock out. Yes, it does. But there's still a lot to go for in the back for this poor Ninetales against a Jellicent.
Zweilous tried to make a call, but Sir Corey, this is what he's been doing all tournament. He makes the right calls on what his opponents bring. And there we go! He makes it to the Grand Finals!
Sir Corey made it all the way to the Grand Finals, had so much to make through, and Zweilous gave it his best shot with his trusty Dartrix. He had his Greninja in the back. We've seen so much in the tournament, but Sir Corey surmounted this great height and is able to play again against Nezabethan.
To pivot your signature Pokemon to this level, Cradily, must be great. But honestly, at this point, it's not just Cradily anymore. That Jellicent, he brought every single game, and it was almost every single game in the right position.
And look at his face. You can see how much it means to him. He has played so well up until this point, and you could, even though he's beating my favorite Pokemon Dartrix, I could not be happier for Sir Corey. You can tell how much it means to him. He's never made it even to the top 8 before, and to make it into a top 2?
Yes, that's even further.
That's further than 8, I'll tell you that. That is absolutely insane. Well done, Sir Corey.
For those who know Sir Corey, he is an extremely humble guy. He knows of himself, okay, maybe I'm not world's best, but with the right calls, maybe one day I can make it far. This is the example that could be you. Perhaps maybe you're not the best player in the world, but if you make the right calls, one day it could be your tournament. And today, Sir Corey might be your day. He's playing like he has never done before.
I've played against Sir Corey in GBL so many times over the years, and he always messages me saying, well done, at the end of it. And I tell you what, I often see him using that Credilli. It's a Pokemon that he loves, it's a Pokemon that he knows, and it's a Pokemon that he has mastered to make it to the top 2 of this tournament with a Pokemon outside of the meta. It was really heavy in the meta at the beginning of the season, but it has phased out. But there is still one hanging in there in the hands of Sir Corey, his favorite Pokemon.
And that favorite Pokemon is also going to be met in the grand finals as Nesabethan also... Is Credilli back? Is Credilli back?
I am under the understanding that Credilli is back. It's been so good. I've been really enjoying watching it, and my personal preference was always Seed Bomb on it as well. Acid is a really cool, and a lot of people use it because it's a 2-turn fast move. 2-turn, usually a lot more dependable, able to be thrown at nicer times than a 3-turn fast move. However, I love the pacing to moves on Bullet Seed, and so Corey obviously does too.
I just want to point out as well that Talonflame was just kept until the very last battle. Like, at that point, Sir Corey was just positive that Zweilous is not going to keep bringing Quagsire anymore into that Credilli Jellicent core. And the prediction worked out perfectly.
Chef's kiss.
You love to see a plan come together.
You do, absolutely. And I was mentioning before, it's the only Talonflame that even made it into day 2. He hasn't used it that much, but when push came to shove, it absolutely did. It shoved everything out of the way. And to have it matched up against a Shadow Fortress like that, it must be a fantastic feeling. Even against like the electric fast move, Volt Charge.
Volt Switch.
Volt Switch. It takes a lot of damage, but it was dealing astronomical damage with those Incinerates.
And it charges quickly. Let's take a moment real quick. Let's take a look at a moment real quick that I clipped here. This was from Zweilous. Now, this was where you just asked, why is he throwing a charge attack? Because at this point, maybe you just want to go for fast attack damage. This is why Zweilous threw a charge attack. Look, he's going for the C-Bomb. And because he throws this charge attack, that means that he will get a 0-turn swap. You don't have to wait for a fast attack to land. As long as damage needs to land, you could not do your switch here. Now, you can actually have the 0-turn switch. So if he now presses it, this Wigglytuff's charm will be lined up perfectly with the Bullet Seed of this Credilli. Look, you can actually land the charm now. And because this charm lands, you can see now that one pack will actually be enough. Because once you throw a charge attack, your opponent will sneak a pack there. Look, Bird through attack. And now Bird knocks out Plant.
It is so smart.
Very smart play.
I like your little happy face in the corner as well. It's just these small things, knowing every single little part of the game, and these small little what's the word I'm trying to think of here?
Gimmicks.
The small gimmicks, the small little idiosyncrasies of the game.
I totally know that word is.
That a lot of people don't know. To then use it to this mastery at this stage of a tournament is incredibly
It's necessary.
clever.
At this point, it's necessary. When you play against the best, you need to play like the best.
Oh, absolutely. And I tell you what, he was playing such a great player in Zweilous, one of the best players that are out there in general, who was playing a really fun team that proved deadly. But overall, surmounted the climb. And here we are over at the grand finals. The grand finals.
The grand final is going to be between Nesabethan on the winner's side of the bracket versus Sir Corey, a British grand finals.
Well, that's great for me. I've just realized. I love watching the British players do well.
And both are very unique teams. We saw Nesabethan succeed in Prague. He got to top 4 with Celio. You know what? You have a little bit of a mustache like Celio. I just noticed. Is that a coincidence? Is that why Celio made this far?
Well, Celio made it so far in general. It's done so well.
Wait, it beat all the Dartrix.
Oh yeah, we don't talk about that. Oh jeez. Well, we can now have a look over at the losers side of the bracket and how Sir Corey was able to make it all the way to the very end.
Well, he actually only lost at the winner's side of the bracket, the winner's finals. So then he moved on to that loser's finals. But he was like, this is not for me. I'll just go back to the top bracket here. We see here the path of Zizwan's, who lost on day 1. But then consecutively, he had defeated Zephy Mastix on the loser's finals of his group. Then in the top 8, he defeated Worlds finalist Patman. He defeated Seattle Regional Champion Stone Collection. He defeated Dortmund Regional Champion Kazim. And almost managed to defeat Sir Corey.
But Sir Corey ended up managing to take it there and then to then play again into the winners. It is possible to then take Nezabethan down to the loser stage as well, where then it could play again and take the whole thing.
Correct. We call this the Grand Finals Reset. The trainer who comes from the loser side of the bracket, in this case Sir Corey, will have to win one best of 5 to then reset the bracket, meaning that he needs to win the best of 5 twice. Nezabethan, on the other hand, is on the winner's side of the bracket, means he needs to win the best of 5 only once. So Nezabethan has, especially considering he won 3-0 in the winners finals against Sir Corey, quite the advantage here currently.
Absolutely, but you say that Sir Corey has experience now. He has played 3 games against Nezabethan, and he lost, but from that you'll take notes. You'll know what regular Pokemon you are seeing. Yeah, exactly. We're taking notes here, and you'll know what regular Pokemon that you are seeing on the side of Nezabethan, and perhaps we can counter that. However, Nezabethan may try and switch up his strategy for this exact reason. These are 2 very well-established players here in this tournament. They've done so well. They beat some of the best players in the world. They have beat some of the greatest players, and they've made it to this stage. Neither of them wants to go home here, and we're going to see what they have on offer.
I mean, I think they're also both very happy where they've gone already, but yes, gold is on the line now. This is a reminder of what their team is. For Nezabethan, that Celio, Gourgeist and Stunfisk core has been pivotal for him all weekend, but his other picks, Empoleon Fortress and Shadow Sableye, have been so good for him as well. This might be the first championship Shadow Sableye with Drain Punch could win.
Absolutely, and on the other side, the Pokemon we've just been watching, Cradily, Talonflame, 2 Pokemon very independent in this day 2 of Utrecht. We only see them on this team. It's made it this far. Stunfisk, very dependable. Fortress, we've just seen do so much damage into ZZ. We've got that Wigglytuff and the Jellicent. Jellicent, such a cool Pokemon. We were writing it off at the beginning of the day. We're writing it back on now.
I just love the composition of Sir Corey's team, because you have these elemental typings of fire, grass and water, but they all have that niche subtyping with it in both defensively and offensive coverage. And then to cover the one core breaker to those elemental typings, which is Dragon, you have a steel type into Fortress, and you have the Wigglytuff to hard wall those. So as Sir Corey, you have both an alignment dependent, but also a flexible team that can really core well together, no matter what you pick here almost.
Absolutely. When it comes to making that team, if you only have one Pokemon that can counter something very devastating to your entire team, you're very reliant on it. But to have 2 Pokemon there that can, with the ebbs and flows of an opponent with very, very strong against the other 4, this is very good, because you have 2 options that you can bring in, or maybe even bring in both to try and bait it out.
I mean, you say that, but Nezabethan's team is exactly like that. He has like 2 Water-type Pokemon, 2 Steel-type, 2 Ghost-type. We're getting ready for the Grand Finals. Who's going to win the 2026 Utrecht Regional Championship? We have a great lead for Nezabethan. He starts off with Shadow Sableye into Jellicent.
Shadow Sableye looking very menacing here into this lead. So Corey deciding to pivot out immediately into that Bug Bite that we've seen be so devastating in games prior.
Here it comes, the foul play is being launched on Shadow Fortress to get some formidable chip damage. Now Nezabethan swaps into Unova Stunfisk. This has way more bulk than Shadow Sableye and can also build up energy to make sure that this Jellicent later still gets punished when it comes back in.
We are seeing the Sand Tomb being thrown here. It's a super effective move that does more damage this season than seasons previous, and also debuffs the defense of the Stunfisk by 1 stage.
Smart play by Nezabethan going for Discharge, because Mob Bomb since the start of the season also takes more energy. Discharge is still quite cheap in energy, so this still takes the knockout. You hardly can can come in with Jellicent nor Stunfisk. Both take super effective damage from this Unova Stunfisk.
Sakori deciding to bring back in the Jellicent. Jellicent only met by a super effective Discharge. Discharge itself not doing that much damage as a move, but the super effectiveness will be costly.
Let's see, can Jellicent get to a charge stack before Nesabethan gets a yes? Wants to get rid of the Unova Stunfisk immediately. Get the Unova Stunfisk off the field. This Pancake is doing way too much damage to my team. And now Sakori still has his last Pokemon, the Stunfisk. In the back is an Empoleon. And Empoleon does not really want to meet this, but maybe Nesabethan's Shadow Sableye can put in enough of a dent in this Stunfisk that Empoleon might be okay here.
Going for the harder hitting foul play, and it does go shielded on the side of Sakori. He does have 2 shields and ended up expending his first one here.
Going for the Discharge. This won't be quite enough to knock out, but Nesabethan is not taking any chances of it being a Mud Bomb because Shadow Sableye is not that bulky in its shadow form, so it's going to deal some significant damage still. Going for the foul play, Sakori is not going for a Charge Stack Priority Tie, which would be won by Shadow Sableye.
Nesabethan throwing off the foul play, and it does a lot more damage than its other move, Drain Punch, although it would have given it the attack buff, but it does a lot of damage and is only met by a Mud Bomb on the other side.
This is suddenly so awkward for Nesabethan because this Empoleon has like no fast attack pressure on this, Stunfisk. Again, going for the Charge Stack Priority Tie, but this is only a Drain Punch. With this defense boost, would Shadow Sableye be able to hang on against a Discharge? It's not the strongest charge attack.
Oh, it does take the shield. Would you have thrown the defense boost potentially earlier? It wouldn't have got the shield, so who knows?
Let's take a look. Discharge is barely enough to knock out Shadow Sableye. In comes Empoleon, but Empoleon is not that great into this. Oh, do we see a Charge Up to tie? Yes, this might actually flip the stage again for Nesabethan. If he had a little bit more energy, Sakori, then he actually could have outpaced Empoleon. Now you have to get to a Shadow Ball here, but will Shadow Ball be enough? Or is a Drill Peck from Empoleon going to be enough? Drill Peck barely won't look out.
It's going to be very close. We're going to see the Drill Peck here. If this is enough, this will be the first game in hand for Nesabethan. It's going to be incredibly close to Drill Peck, guys, but it just about hangs in there. Here comes the Shadow Ball.
Going for another Hex to maximize the damage. Is Shadow Ball going to be enough? From Jellicent into Empoleon. Here we go. Empoleon barely hangs on. Who gets the fastest down?
Both these Pokemon so low.
And it's Empoleon.
My goodness. What a first game there as Nesabethan just about takes it.
He was not really accounting for Unovan Stunfisk. That Empoleon in the back really was in trouble once that Unovan Stunfisk entered the field. Nesabethan had to rely completely on Shadow Sableye there because he didn't bring the Gourgeist.
And Sakori is going to have to really dig deep here. Sakori has played Nesabethan 4 times total now and lost all 4. If Sakori is able to win the next 3 games or 3 of the next 4 games, he will be able to reset the bracket. However, if Nesabethan wins 2 of the next few games and end up going to 3 first, he will take it all.
Does that Shadow Sableye Stunfisk score from Nesabethan make it appealing for Sakori to now bring Wigglytuff? That Pokemon fares really well into both of those, as it resists Shadow Claw from Shadow Sableye and Foul Play as well, and you have Icy Wind, which is super effective into opposing Stunfisk. I would expect that Sakori might be considering Wigglytuff now. How does Nesabethan adapt? Is he going with same 3, or do you now bring your Steel types even more?
Well, we've seen Nesabethan run his trusty core of Gourgeist, Stunfisk, and Celio. Do you think we'll see any of those Pokemon come back? We only saw 1 of the 3 in the previous game.
He does rely on Celio throughout this entire tournament, and I think that Celio is quite good. You just gotta avoid the Jellicent and Fortress. Unfortunately for Nesabethan, those 2 are a pretty good core into the team of Nesabethan, so it's kind of difficult to bring, to justify bringing that Pokemon.
He's also won 4 on the bounce here. He will not want to really be changing a winning strategy. So on the other side, Sakori has to look at that and think, what do I have? What skills do I possess? What Pokemon do I possess that are able to overcome this adversary?
Both trainers have locked in simultaneously, funnily enough. Game number 2, the grand final starts. Here we go. Shadow Sableye met up into Jellicent. Again, a great lead for Nesabethan.
We've seen it here before, and we're seeing it again. Sir Corey instantly pivots out into his Credilli.
And really hoping there's no Fortress. This time, Nesabethan benched the Fortress, so this swap works pretty well for him. I would expect Nesabethan to go for a potential chip and dip, or maybe even take a charge stack here first, because both Celio and Stunfisk don't really want to take anything of this.
We have the Rock Tomb coming through now, which will debuff the attack of this Sableye by 1 stage, but it does go shielded, so the damage doesn't go through.
Important detail about this match is that because there's no Fortress nor Empoleon, that Wigglytuff in the back looks quite free. Drain Punch barely won't knock out here. Sir Corey knows that. He's now hasn't charge deck loaded. This is actually not looking too bad for Sir Corey now.
Sir Corey throwing off another Rock Tomb, a parting gift, as his Credilli is about to go down. Not before debuffing and dealing damage to Sableye, and this is not a good position for Sableye to be in.
Expending some energy here, but this Drain Punch, even though it's neutral, is not going to do that much. But Nesabethan, it's almost impossible to pivot out and save your Sableye here. I think Sir Corey might actually be in a pretty good spot here. You likely bring in your Celio to take some damage here, but Jellicent with a shield up can actually defeat this Unova Stunfisk, and then it walls all the energy from the Celio.
Throwing the Drain Punch as well before going down gave maybe a little bit of extra farm here for this Wigglytuff as it charmed down, but we're now seeing the charm go into the Celio. Celio, a very tanky Pokemon, as we've seen prior.
Let's take a look here. Surf's coming through. It will deal moderate damage. Sir Corey is still staying in. He's hoping to pull a shield, but Nesabethan has already seen all 3 Pokemon, so he knows where to use his Protect Shield. The lower the Celio gets, though, the less work it will be able to put in later into the Jellicent. Sir Corey is still staying in, and now we see the switch. And this is actually really smart from Nesabethan, because now you're actually ahead in energy versus this Jellicent.
Very, very good there from Nesabethan to have this extra energy. Even though these discharge, as we mentioned prior, do not do damage as a base move, it does chunk away into the water typing of this Jellicent.
Whereas 2 discharge require a lot of Thunder Shock to knock out the Jellicent, 2 Surf are efficient enough to knock out Stunfisk with just a couple of hacks. So this will be a very, very close game. Keep in mind that Celio is still hanging around, and even though it doesn't have a lot of HP, if Nesabethan can get this Jellicent low or even knock it out, Celio could still close out that game, because Wigglytuff can hardly get any charms in anymore.
And Surf does come off into this Stunfisk. It will do a lot of damage, but I don't think he'll be able to reach another one before Stunfisk gets to another discharge.
Let's take a look. I think you have 1 discharge, but yes, it's only 2 away. Nesabethan might be looking at a potential catch here, because he needs this Unova Stunfisk to close out the game.
It's going to be incredibly close coming towards the end here. Is the discharge going to go through?
Oh, the catch from Sir Corey!
Amazing catch from Sir Corey, taking all of this energy away from the pancake Pokemon, Stunfisk.
Nesabethan needed that energy. He undercharges that, but now you take a lot of charm damage. You need a couple Thunder Shocks to get there. In comes Celio. I don't think you can take a Surf here either. Sir Corey is not exactly in a winning position just yet. Can he get the Hex down or outpace this Stunfisk? Goes for a slight undercharge, but it's still enough to knock out Celio.
Celio going down there, and it's incredibly close, but it just about makes the discharge. Nesabethan ends up ending this game 2 victorious once again. Sir Corey played that so well this time around, and it was so close, but still not enough to stop the unstoppable force of Nesabethan.
2 extremely close games here between these trainers, but so far against Sir Corey, Nesabethan has won 5 battles in a row, and it's not even looking like absolute domination, not even remotely. Sir Corey is losing by just a fraction of HP here.
It is these games are not one-sided by any means of the imagination. They have been all so close. Nesabethan able to keep his cool and end up taking these victories in the end, but Sir Corey has done so well to get this far. He can do it. If anyone can overturn it in this specific situation with these Pokemon, Sir Corey, I would put my money on.
He has to lean perhaps more into that Credilli. It worked so well in the second game. I must admit, it's a bold strategy. If you save switch your Credilli and it's answered by a Bug Bite Fortress or Empoleon, the game might very well be over. But if you can make the correct prediction, and that is what Sir Corey's strength is, perhaps that is the strength what he needs to lean into. Can I predict what my opponent is going to bring and bring the appropriate counters to that? With alignment, you can flip even the worst matches against some of the best players.
Well, this is a huge, huge moment for if Nezabethan wins one of the next few games. Just bear in mind, Sir Corey has to win 3 to reflip the bracket. Nezabethan only has to win 1. And that will be it. Nezabethan wins the entirety of the event.
Here we go. Match point. Can Nezabethan become the Utrecht Regional Champion? Sir Corey needs to make the bracket reset, and this is a pretty neutral matchup. I would say with shields up, it is advantage for the Fortress. So it might just be the lead that Sir Corey is looking for. And if you look at the back line, Switch is everything.
Both of these Pokemon are putting in the fast moves, trying to get as much energy as they can before the first move is thrown. It's Mud Bomb into this Fortress.
The Sand Tomb is coming through here. This will be super effective. Doesn't deal a lot of damage, but it allows to have your Bug Bite deal more. So, because the defense drop. And let's see. I think Sir Corey might be going for Switch here if he's making that correct backline call here. Let's take a look. No, he's letting this go. You really need Switch advantage here as either Nezabethan or Sir Corey. Can Fortress take this matchup, or is it going to be the Unova Stunfisk?
Building up to the Sand Tomb and just about reaches it. It's in the hands of Nezabethan to call if he is going to end up with the Switch advantage and gets it.
Can he get the Thundershock down though? Now your double debuff Bug Bite is still going down.
Oh!
Fortress still gets Switch advantage. This is devastating for Nezabethan. You lost Switch advantage and a shield advantage.
This is a very, very good for Sir Corey getting this advantage here. But Sir Corey has to then bring in the right Pokemon, and he does. He does not want to see the Sableye, and well played by Sir Corey. Kept his cool and ends up with his Charm Wigglytuff onto the Sableye.
Well played, well aligned. This is what Sir Corey is the best at. Tapping his phone, but more importantly, making the prediction of what your opponent has. Because now you can see in Pokemon you just have so many typings, and knowing which typing beats what is really important, because then you can kind of make the prediction of what your opponent plays in the back. Both trainers played a particular core in the back, but what really mattered was who won Switch advantage there.
Absolutely, and Sir Corey, he knows his Pokemon inside and out, and he knew that he really wanted to maintain the Switch there. However, Nezabethan giving away that shield, it did end up costing him after not winning the alignment.
And there we see Wigglytuff not taking any resistance from this Fortress here, as Nezabethan knows that the writing's on the wall. If you would knock out this Wigglytuff, Jellicent would still be in the back. So Corey, after 6 consecutive games, has finally won one against Nezabethan. Could this be the start of a comeback?
Is this the beginning of the end? We don't know, as Sir Corey may have gained some inspiration, a little bit of confidence there in his team building. Bear in mind, if Sir Corey wants to win this entire event, Utrecht Regional Championships, he now has to win the next 2 games to reset the bracket and then win another best of 5. It is an uphill battle for Sir Corey to have the reverse sweep of going 2-0 down here to then take it all. It will take a massive amount of mental fortitude and also skill.
For those who are not too familiar with Pokemon GO PvP, we do not have immunity in typings here. We have double resistance instead. So yes, that Shadow Sableye still did some Ghost type damage to the normal typing of Wigglytuff. It's not exactly going to be a valuable asset in here, but that difference could really be important when it comes to sub-typings. So for example, Talonflame is only single resisting ground attacks rather than be entirely immune to it in the VGC.
Absolutely, and these players know exactly how the game works. Well, you have to have got to this stage. So Sir Corey will know exactly what he would want to do with his Talonflame into any potential ground types on the side of Nezabethan.
Nezabethan has been relying on the Unova and Stunfisk every single game so far. Sir Corey would have to bring Cradilly, but Cradilly is covered so hard by those Steel-type Pokemon from Nezabethan. We have a lock-in. Again, it's match point. Nezabethan has to win 1, Sir Corey 2. We have the Empoleon into Wigglytuff. Nezabethan is out for gold. This is the lead that he wants.
This is a fantastic lead for Nezabethan in the match point for him. We're seeing an instant swap and another good situation here for Nezabethan. Sir Corey has more of an answer here in the form of his serfs into this ground typing of the Stunfisk. However, Stunfisk is in very good shape here as it gets to move so very quickly.
Did Nesabethan swap in quick enough here? Because if he didn't, then this Jellicent could outpace to the charge attacks. Both trainers are going to need 2 charge attacks to land 2 charge attacks to knock out the opposing Pokemon.
Sirkori happy to give a first shield away here, may be more willing to let this second one go, knowing it doesn't do astronomical damage, but does still do around half the remaining HP.
Going for the Surf now. This allows Stunfisk to catch up a little bit more as it sneaks a Thunder Shock with this charge attack thrown. The pacing of Stunfisk really helps Nesabethan solidify this matchup.
And we are seeing another discharge come through, and this time Sirkori deciding to let this one go, which could be a controversial decision knowing what is in the bag, but his trusty Credilli has come back into play.
Listen, Jay, listen. Nesabethan has now seen all 3 Pokemon. There's Wigglytuff and Credilli remaining. We have an Empoleon standing strong. Nesabethan, I think, knows. He looks a little bit at the crowd. This Empoleon might be looking unstoppable.
Empoleon looking very good with that Steel type into the remainder of Sirkori's team. Will it be enough to end up taking it all away here?
Nesabethan with a big sigh here. I'm guessing he's going to soak some of this damage on the Gourgeist, and then Empoleon will be able to potentially sweep the entirety of this. We see the Rock Tube coming through. It's going to drop the attack of the Gourgeist, but Gourgeist is not that flimsy. It can hang on here.
Gourgeist getting a free Incinerate through there as it's thrown as soon as the Gourgeist came in, but we're seeing another attack debuff here in this attack of Rock Tomb.
And now is the time. Do you stay in or do you bring in Empoleon? Let's take a look here. We see a catch attempt, and there is a beautiful catch. Both trainers are laughing. I mean, they know they know how this is going to play out. But Sirkori is getting some flex points here. Very well done. But in comes Empoleon. Now it's time to clean up.
Empoleon is looking incredibly strong here into the remainder of Sirkori's team, and Sirkori has seen that this may be the end here. He's taken his hand off his phone.
Yeah, going for the metal sound down, super effective. Nesabethan has been fighting for this so long, for this gold medal. In Buenos Aires, he said he got a plaquette for getting that first place, but this time he's getting a medal. He got his first medal in Prague. Now he's getting gold. All bound for the Emperor! Nesabethan and Empoleon are your Utrecht Regional Champion!
He has done it! Nesabethan, as you mentioned, he won Buenos Aires last year. He, with his trusty core of Celio, Gourgeist and Stunfisk, it saw him through most of the games up until this point. We've seen him flex it around with his other Pokemon. We saw him bring it in towards the end there, and it's done the business. Nesabethan has taken it all home.
One of the veterans of the game. Remember when he got second place at 2023 Europe International Championship. He was so close to getting that gold trophy, and he never gave up. He's still around. He's been playing almost 30 tournaments now, and now he has finally reached gold. One of the most stacked tournaments of the season, beating some of the best trainers in Europe or the world even, and this solidifies his position even further for the Travel Award. If it wasn't just enough to win gold, he might now even win another $3,500 to travel to San Francisco, the World Championships in August.
Absolutely insane gameplay here by all of our trainers that have attended this weekend here in Utrecht Regional Finals, but you've got to give a round of applause here to Nesabethan, who has played so well to fend off Sirkori in not just the winners' finals, but the grand finals as well.
Nesabethan is the type of trainer who channels all his emotion into the game. Lock in, trainers. This is an example of someone who knows how the game works. And even though Sirkori has gotten so close, Nesabethan never let his guard down. Sirkori lost 2 games by just an HP. Even with this formidable catch, Nesabethan was able to keep his cool. He managed to win 3 games in this very last grand finals.
Well done, Nesabethan. Take a bow. You deserve it, as he ends up taking it in front of his friends in the audience. You heard them all go absolutely crazy out there as he dealt the final blow. And this moment here, a parting catch, a bit of fun to be had for those watching here in Utrecht.
fierce competition is all over the place. But it's important, especially when you are with friends. He's like, well, what do I do? Sir Corey has been relying on that prediction strategy all weekend, and it's taken him all the way to the grand finals. His plays have been good, have been great, often maybe questionable, but if you get the right alignment, it doesn't matter. And Sir Corey with that second place, I don't think you can complain at all.
Absolutely not. Sir Corey, he'll be so proud of himself. It's his first ever top 8, and it's a silver medal. I tell you what, this will only inspire him to go on and do even better in future tournaments. He'll look back at this and think, I was so close. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to go again. I'm going to fight for my spot at gold. But nothing at all to be taken away from Nezabethan with expert plays and that Empoleon at the end. It was such a fantastic call.
It was just standing strong there. Let's take a look at the strong finishes of the trainers that we had in this tournament. Of course, we just saw Nezabethan and Sakori, but Zizwalis with that spicy team, Halucha from Kazim, Rainy Castron from Stone Collection, Mandibros from Anikor, Galarian Weezing from Patoman, and then Alolan Knights from Wolfpack. Spice was all over the place.
Every single one of these trainers that made it to the top 8 had fantastic spice. They had at least one off-meta pick that was just so fun for us to watch here and those watching at home.
Yeah, there's just so much room for diversity. Even though you look at Tinkton and you're like, this Steel-type Pokemon is just way too strong. I cannot bring anything against it. All these players have proven us wrong. Tinkton was not even close to the top 8. I have a friend of mine, Lil Sparty. She really likes Bastiodon. And this Pokemon, you know, I think maybe if there's no Tinkton, it has more play. You're also a Bastiodon fan, right?
I am not a Bastiodon fan. Please do not get it twisted. I am an enjoyer of the Go Battle League.
It pairs well with Dartrix.
Well, I suppose it probably would pair well, but definitely not against. But I'm not a fan of Bastiodon, no.
That is very unfortunate. Well, let us know what you think did the best here. Of course, there were so many spice picks, might be a little bit difficult to bring. But for me, there's just one question remaining. Is Dartrix legit? Is it real? Like winning a regional championship and then getting 3rd? That's crazy. Like we saw so many picks that Arrow won Los Angeles with last week. We see them return. And Aegislash was not on the team of Zizwailaz, but it's a Pokemon that also had success on the team of Kazim.
Absolutely, I remember watching that with Kazim, and we had an absolute masterclass of what not to do with it. It was so interesting to see not just how the Pokemon was used, but how the whole team was used around it, having to save your shields in very specific situations. It's a whole different style of play when it comes to that Pokemon.
It takes like you say, a unique playstyle, because it's a Pokemon that really relies just on charge attack damage. If you look at your Aegislash, it's just going like this. Charge. That only does 1 damage and doesn't generate energy as quickly. You look at your Pokemon and you're like, wait, isn't this supposed to have the fast attack Psycho Cut? It's not doing any of that. That's because it only does in the Blade form. But Aegislash on its own has 2 forms. In the Shield form, it is about as bulky as a Bastiodon, but in its Blade form, it is as fragile as a Haunter. So every time you throw a charge attack, you turn from Bastiodon into Haunter in the same type.
Absolutely, and we've seen all these spicy Pokemon, and they've all done incredibly well to make it to the top 8. But we are ready for the ceremony, the crowning ceremony for the top 4 players, and we're going to go over to that now.
Thank you so much, casters. What a final we just saw, and what a tournament we just saw. And of course, it is time now to celebrate. It is time to celebrate our top 4 players of this tournament. It was a tournament of Pokemon that we maybe didn't really expect to see at such a big stage. And one of those Pokemon was definitely something that at least I expected to see. And so we start off with our 4th place, Kazim 33. Of course, I heard before you weren't too happy with your last performances. How happy are you now?
I couldn't be happier, ecstatic. I set myself low goals because I was just running a team for fun. I know I can play, well with spicy Pokemon. A lot of you might have played me in Go Battle League with picks you never expect. So to kind of showcase this on the big stage in the Play Pokemon scene in the Show 6 format, it's really, really good, and could not be happier.
Of course, on the broadcast, I think we talked enough about the Halucha on your team. So maybe let's take a look at some Pokemon that you maybe want to shout out as well from a team that performed really well. What second Pokemon would you choose?
I think it's got to be the Shadow Sableye. And in fact, Nezabethan told me about it, I think maybe 36 hours-ish from now, or maybe a little more, I don't know. Thursday night, I can't do the maths, but it's worked for him. It pretty much worked for me as well. The core with the Shadow Sableye and the Celio, I think put together, it's very strong, and not too much really breaks that. So it's got to be that. But the team overall just functioned really, really strongly. I guess that's why I'm up here.
Of course, one last question. Do you have any more shout-outs that you want to give?
I mean, I think I shouted quite a few. Everyone who scrimmed with me, supported me in the last week, and again, like Nezabethan was kind of the main reason I'm up here. So, he's ended up taking gold, so I've got to shout him out again. But yeah, everyone who supported me, thank you so much.
Congratulations again for Kazim 33. And of course, in third place, we have a player that went here in order to get more championship points because he really wants to get the Travel Award for the World Championships. And I do think he might be quite happy about his result. In third place of the Utrecht Regional Championship, we have the Zweilers. Nice to meet you as well. But of course, I want to question, are you happy now? Do you have enough points for yourself?
Well, I think the standings right now are pretty favorable for me. There's obviously still more tournaments to go. There's Turin, there's the North American International Championship. But as it stands, I think I have a good shot at making it to San Francisco on Pokemon's budget, essentially. So that feels great.
I actually have an interesting question for you as well. I heard you competed at a local tournament in Magdeburg and you won it. Was it the same team or did you try out something different there?
Well, I did actually try out something different there because I was running Giratina, a Pokemon that Martine in Adequance loves to run. And I did win that local, but there was also just like not that many people in attendance as in Utrecht, and I was looking for a team that maybe covers a little more of the meta. So I did go off the Giratina, but I think what I still brought still put on a good show.
I definitely think you definitely had a great show here so far. We had a lot of brave birds from you. Again, shout out to you. Congratulations for place and number 3, the Zweilers. And of course, we have the second place, a player who has never been in the top 8 yet. But no, he's not going to be just in the top 8. He's not just going to be in the top 4. He's going to be in the top 2. The second place of the Utrecht Regional is going to be Sir Corey. I really enjoyed the performance. I really enjoyed your games that you had. You brought a very unique team to the tournament as well, but it was not the first time you brought the team. How did it feel to go twice very far with the same team?
Yeah, it's a bit surreal actually. Obviously very proud of myself. Yeah, the team just speaks to me in ways yeah, it's very rock, paper, scissors centric, but hey, it's my style, so.
I guess so. I guess it worked out well for you. How does it feel? How does it feel finally having the medal? You competed a lot. You were very, very consistent, and finally it paid off for you.
Yeah, ecstatic. It's hard to really describe. I don't think it's really truly hit me yet, but my goal was a medal, I think, forever, and now I have one. So that's pretty awesome.
I do think it's pretty awesome as well. And it's not only any medal, it's a silver medal as well. And again, do you want to give out any shout-outs?
Yes, a couple of shout-outs. Penny Wamex at home, I know you're watching. Love you. Sarah is in the crowd. Obviously, all my Team Pizza teammates. Andrew, who's my local, who of course beats me. And also, to end it on a copy pasta, This just shows that Tea and Pizza isolate themselves. So yada yada yada, you know the rest.
We know the drill, but thanks so much and congratulations for a second place finish. And of course, we have also a regional winner. And it's not any regional winner. He already had a stellar performance at the regional in Prague. And now he showed again on what he can do. Give the loudest applause for our regional winner, Nether Beethan. Congratulations. Again, you did already so well in Prague, and you changed up a little bit your team. Do you want to talk about it?
Sure. I dropped the two Pokemon I was using least, the Annihilate and the Tinkaton. Annihilate I'm not sure if I ever used. Maybe it had some bench pressure value. The Tinkaton was hard to bring against a lot of teams and still is. And the Guzzlord was often quite an RPS pick. So I tried to build a slightly more neutral team this time. Because I had no Fairy, I had Bug Bite Fortress to cover most of the Dark types, Sableye to cover fighters in addition to Gourgeist, and I obviously have the Celio to deal with Dragon types, so that compensated for not having a Fairy. And I'd identified that Sableye Celio was a decent core, and Sableye is good against a lot of teams, with Psyshock on Togekiss as the most common Fairy. I did have to deal with some Wigglytuffs today. But other than that, Sableye has been extremely good and I got a lot of use out of it.
So we most likely gonna say now your favorite Pokemon is gonna be the Celio, isn't it? But also the Sableye, as you talked already about it as well, we saw it multiple times on stream. How do you think Drain Punch impacts those matchups in the current meta?
Drain Punch is particularly nice against Diggersby because you lose it without, and you can flip Diggersby with Drain Punch. Also in the Licky matchup, although the Shadow can win the 1 shields with Foul Play, in the 2 shields, you can Drain Punch boost straight through it and even hit a move on the next Pokemon afterwards. So being able to flip the Licky matchup, it can do more effectively than Feraligatr, which was very nice against all the teams that are running Licky. Not mine, but extremely common Pokemon.
We definitely saw this Pokemon all over again. And how does it feel walking away from back-to-back regionals with a medal and now with a golden one again?
I mean, going into Prague, I felt sort of maybe a little bit washed. I hadn't been doing that much GBL, getting older. I'd made a major mistake on stream in Birmingham. And then sort of being able to prove that I can still do well feels really good.
And again, you did very, very well. One last question for you. Are there any shoutouts?
I may have slightly screwed up this question in Prague, so I'll do it properly. Obviously, I have to shout out my whole team. Down here, many of them, they've been such good friends. They've helped me with so many things. Karim, obviously, we talked about how to use our Pokemon. Stan, he let me stay at his house over the weekend, so that was useful. I'll give a particular shout out to Max, who wasn't here, for his words of encouragement. After I made a mistake on stream in Prague, I said to him, how do I not play like an idiot? And he said to me, I don't know, I don't think it's possible. So I want to thank you, Max, for your words of encouragement.
Okay, those are then the final words as well, but again, give a big applause for your Utrecht regional winner, Nether Beethan. What an event. What an event we had. And again, what we have to say as well, that this event is not fully over yet, because there's still gonna be a recap of us talking about this and also taking a look at what else is still coming up for the competitive circuit. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. After a quick break, we're gonna be there.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm. Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고
He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
Moves.
and can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me.
뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mis chivias, por Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
It's homey, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Siga. Arcanine.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
So, what's your favorite?
What a regional we just witnessed, what a final we just witnessed, and we are here again to talk a little bit about the regional. Of course, I'm here with all of my caster friends. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling remarkable. The whole experience was so fun to see such spicy Pokemon make it to the end. My favorite Pokemon in the top 3.
What Pokemon is that again? I've already
That would
forgotten.
be Dartrix the Owlamander.
How do you feel, Martai?
We saw so much variety. I really enjoy this about the European PvP community. They just bring whatever they want and they'll make it. They'll find a way to make it work.
I think another cool thing about it as well is, of course, Pokemon Go is a solitary game. There can only be one winner, but I think this weekend really showed that it goes on the back of a team. There's been so many people, you heard it in the shout-outs, shouting out the team building of compositions that they've made with their friends and all of the friendship that they made along the way. It's pretty darn cool here in Pokemon Go.
It absolutely is, and of course we want to take a look at the winner of this event here. Let's take a look at the top 3.
We have Nezabethan taking that first place, and what a final it was between him and Sir Corey. Sir Corey having played so well throughout the tournament. His first ever medal, I'm sure he'll be so happy with that. And we have Zeez Wireless finishing in 3rd place with all of his spice. He played so well as well, and I'm sure he'll be happy with that.
He definitely will be happy, but what we can take a look now as well is all of the EU event champions.
Look at all these faces. The faces of winners. And we only have one championship to go. That's going to be Turin. This event, Nezabethan has won. He adds his face to next to all of these other successful trainers that were likely going to see at the World Championships as well.
And this was not the final event of these regionals in Europe. We have still one more to go.
That's right, when the sun may be setting here in Utrecht, but we do have our last one in Turin. And of course, if there's players who are still hoping to maybe get some of those championship points, they can be playing in New Orleans at the North America International Championships. But as we all know, it all comes down to Worlds in San Francisco.
The World Championship is going to be insane, but also, of course, it's going to be streamed on Twitch as well as YouTube. Well, let's take a look what else is going to be streamed on Twitch.
There is plenty here on Twitch for Pokemon. Coming up on Tuesday, we have Pokemon DP Galactic Battles from 2 till 5 p.m. Wednesday, we have 2 till 5 p.m. again, the 2025 Pokemon North America International Championship Unite Go, and the rest. And then we also have Pokemon the Series coming up after.
Exciting, exciting. And you know what's also very exciting are still the regionals that are going to be left to our hall. We're going to have 2 more regionals. We're going to have the first one here in NA in Indianapolis.
I know Stone Collection is going to be competing here as well. So, you know, if you like the European trainers, they might just be visiting there too. But yeah, if you're in North America, that might just be the regional championship you want to be looking out for.
Yeah,
and
prepare your rainy cast forms.
Yes, exactly. That is a very good Pokemon. Maybe switch to another cast form. The next one will be Turin. That's going to be in Italy, in Europe again.
As we said before, it's also our very last one for the European trainers. So I know a lot of people are hoping to go to that, put their face up on that championship board and get as many points as possible before Worlds.
But of course, if you want to follow the action, you know what you have to do. You're gonna be able to follow the action as well on Pokemon.com/broadcast if you want to watch there. Or what you also should definitely do is follow the channels, both on YouTube as well as on Twitch. But this was it for this regional. This is a very exciting regional. This regional of a lot of twists and turns, a regional of a lot of different Pokemon. What's your final words for it?
Dartrix the Owl.
It's been an absolute pleasure. This was a really, really fun tournament, I think, for a lot of people.
I feel like even though we are kind of nearing the end of the season, that is also kind of just the start of many cool things to see. I believe that before Turin, we might get a moveset update. So potentially you're going to see a whole lot of new different Pokemon then.
I can't wait, but I also can't wait to still take a look at what happened at this weekend. So this is going to be it from us casters, and you're going to have to see some very nice plays here, what happened here as well in this regional. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for shouting out everyone in the chat as well, all the support. Thanks so much for having us here, and take care.